Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly welcome you to day 2 of our conference and to express appreciation for your being here, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday. Those who are not able to be here, as the director has indicated, were able to log in and still were with us. I thank you for sparing time to attend. That means you take this conference seriously. After I have spoken, there will be a recap of what happened yesterday before we go on to the next subject. But I thought, as part of my welcome remarks, I should highlight some outcomes of yesterday, which I thought we need to reflect on seriously, among others. From the chief guest, the chief guest highlighted the need to take education to the people and not people to education. And in other words, she was endorsing the Odell approach to delivery of education. I would also like to remind you of the chief guest's call to us to make contributions to the review commission, the Education Review Commission. This is an important call because we need a white paper, because from their report, a white paper will be developed. And this white paper should stand the test of time. So if we don't make contributions and the important things that concern higher education are omitted, we should not complain. I'm not sure whether the Vice Chancellor's forum has had an opportunity already to contribute, but if there are issues that, if you have made the contributions and there are issues that come afterwards, you can still make written submissions. Why I'm saying that the white paper should stand the test of time is, basing on what happened before. We had the Kajubi Education Review Commission, and that commission submitted a report in 1989, and a white paper was adopted from it in 1992. But I can assure you, even today, when you read that white paper, many aspects are still current. So we should be looking at a white paper that will stand the test of time. The chief guest also indicated to us the efforts that government is making, or the ministry is making, to address the challenges that were highlighted, and pointed out the development of the digital agenda. I know that the technical committee that the ministry had appointed is in the final stages of developing that agenda, but it's never too late to make contributions. Maybe out of this conference, there could be aspects that could be included. Fortunately, Dr. Nora Mulira represents the National Council for Higher Education in that technical committee. So if you have any contributions, whether you know what has been submitted or not, you can pass that information to her. What the chairperson of council made extensive remarks, but I would like to pick out one for emphasis, that institutions should budget for Odell. Certainly there are constraints of funding, But it's like in our homes, if you have constraints of funding, you have to reprioritize. You have to sort out priorities and change them. So don't make Odell an unfunded priority. That means you will not have prioritized it. So as you budget for the next financial year, keep that in mind, that reorganize your requirements so that Odell is one of the top priorities. There are also areas that I would like to highlight for emphasis from the presentations that were made. And these include the methods of delivery of Odell. I'm sure you listened carefully and noted the various methods. What is your institution going to focus on? We had highlights on ICT infrastructure and low bandwidth solutions. Again, there were quite a number of take-home points there. We need to identify the policy gaps. There were varied opinions. Some contributors said the policies are sufficient. Others said they were not sufficient. But having said that, there is need to review the existing policies and identify gaps. And if there are gaps, then we need to find ways of addressing them. There was also the issue of access to devices for students. This one can limit their access to learning. So how are we addressing it? These ones have to be addressed at various levels, at government level, at institutional level, but of course also at individual level in terms of the students themselves and parents. The tooling and retooling of staff and students is key, because however, even if you have infrastructure, even if you have funding, if the teachers and the taught are not tooled, then you not achieve the objectives of teaching and learning. And finally, from the presentations of the things I picked out as needing focus is inclusiveness of persons with disability. This one has to be, again, to cut across government, institutions, and at individual level. Today, we have very important sessions that touch on content development and research, content development and pedagogical skills, content development and networks and resources. All these are very important, and I'm sure we'll pay attention and pick out what we need to take home. I expect that even before we send you the report, on your own, you are making notes so that as soon as you get home, you start implementing. So once again, you are warmly welcome, and I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ED, for your welcome remarks, but more importantly, for your highlights from yesterday. The take homes as was delivered yesterday are some of the starting points for building that roadmap that higher education institutions need to look at as we move to mainstream Odell. The ED has talked about highlights from yesterday. Yesterday, we had more than 100 people online, and this room was full. So there is a lot of contribution that was given, and a lot that will be derived from this conference, given that attendance. And the likelihood is that from the report, we shall generate action plans which higher education institutions will agree or approve and comply with as they move to mainstream Odell. I would like to request our rapporteur, Dennis Omvia, to come and give us the recap from yesterday. This is, I would think, a more detailed description of what it is that we heard in each and every session. And it is always good to know what it is that we're building on as we move to complete or to end this conference. So Dennis.
Good morning, participants, the Executive Director, members of Council, the ED, and all protocols observed. Thank you, Chair. I have a small assignment here to share with you the recap of yesterday's gathering. The Executive Director, National Council has highlighted in some of them, but I can add my voice onto some of the key highlights that came out in yesterday's gathering. I'm called Dennis Omvia, Acting Senior Planning Officer at National Council for Education, and the rapporteur for this function. This highlight is as a result of the two rapporteurs, myself and Farida Nairua, with whom I've been rapporteuring together. Yesterday, we began with the word of prayer from the Deputy Executive Director at exactly 9:30 a.m. And we have a brief introductory remarks from the Executive Director. And the key issues that came up, there was the welcome remark for both the participants who are online and those who are physically here. And he requested that the participants here should pick up the recommendations from this meeting of today, yesterday and today, so that you can be able to inform government, you can be able to inform institutions, students, staff of higher education institutions. And she made it very clear that we must have a take home for these two working days. What was so catching in the ED's remarks was the need to streamline Odell and the statistics that she presented in terms of those institutions that fulfill the requirements to run Odell. Of the 48 out of the 250 institutions we have, representing 19.2%. And the key in her presentations were the challenges that came as a result of Odell. And the key highlights were the resistance from the lecturers and the learners, the limited funding to implement Odell, the difficulties in running the practicum programs, the inclusivity issues, and the monitoring of students where the learning is taking place. And she came up with recommendations that there was need for collaborations with service providers, institutions and service providers. There's need for continuous sensitization, and this cuts across all the presentations we had yesterday. The examination monitoring to be strengthened. We had a remark from the Chair Council of National Council for Higher Education, Professor Eli Katunguka, and the key that came out from his presentation was the issue of flexibility that comes with Odell. I need to develop the digital skills to address the digital skill gap, and the issue of budget for Odell. He identified challenges of Odell, and one among them was the lack of social interactions, the high chances of disruptions, the complicated technologies that come with Odell, the issue of questions of integrity of the online degrees, and to interrogate further the areas of assessment for Odell. Next was a presentation of opening remarks, address from the chief guest, the First Lady and the Minister for Education and Sports. Key among her presentation was the deliberate effort by government to streamline Odell in all higher education institutions. And she specifically emphasized the need to take learning to the people. And she feels that Odell is going to address the issue of taking learning to the people so that education becomes accessible. We had presentations. We had our key presentation from, keynote presentation from Ms. Azra Nassim. She shared with us her experiences on enhancement of teaching, learning, and assessment for Odell in higher education institutions. And what came up very vividly from her presentation was the experience they had with Odell before and after COVID-19, and the need for rapid adoption of online teaching that came as a result of the pandemic. And she noted very clearly that the rapid adoption of Odell came with the lack of supportive infrastructure for Odell. And this also cuts across us here in Uganda. As a result of Odell, we did not have supportive infrastructure to support Odell. And she identified opportunities and challenges. Among the challenges was the access to technology and connectivity, and the issues of Odell pedagogy, issues of skill transfer and knowledge access. She took us through an interactive session where we are supposed to identify the biggest challenges and opportunities regarding Odell. And from the survey, as a result of your responses, the issue of technology access and connectivity became the highest concern in terms of challenges. And we also looked at, through the interactive session with her, we also looked at the greatest opportunities regarding Odell. These are the opportunities that we presented in our feedback to the interactions, that breaking technology boundaries was an opportunity that Odell has brought for us. Access to students living abroad was an opportunity. Many apps were developed, increase in enrollment, continuity of learning, flexibility of Odell, and cost cutting. Initial, which was a high cost, but with time, it became a cost reduction. And we also looked at the more Odell possibilities. And the next presentation was from Professor Aaron Musenyizi, who is the Vice Chancellor UCU, and he shared with us the Odell experiences and lessons for higher education. And amongst what key, which came from his discussions, was the enabling environment for Odell that was created. And he looked at the issues of functionality of e-learning center. They reviewed policies on Odell, the emergence online policies in place, the laptop policies for the new students, the first year student, the free access for UC online learning resources with zero rated sites provided by MTN, the rigorous online orientations. And key among the Odell successes were the Odell was able to help them open up for the new year. And the key lessons to take home from his presentation was the mindset change that is required to enhance Odell, investment in Odell infrastructure, adoption of Odell by universities. Yeah, thank you. And the next presentation was from Dr. John Okonzi, the Director ICT. He shared with us his experiences and opportunities and what came up key from his presentations. He came up with the questions to interrogate our heads, whether teachers and learners were surviving or they're thriving using Odell for STEM, and whether there's the same quality of students, whether students were receiving the same quality through the open distance e-learning. And he gave us an interesting analogy that the solution for STEM is STEM. And that was a take home for us. In the interest of time, we also had a presentation from Ms. Irene Atwaire, the country director, SID Global, and he shared with us his observations for crisis health education and training after COVID-19, and especially the intervention they gave for the health programs and the surveys they undertook to understand the baseline for issues of created as a result of COVID. We had a presentation from Dr. Henry Kasumba from the Department of Mathematics at Makerere University. He shared with us his experiences, notable about the negative and positive experiences. May not go to the details because of time. We also had a presentation from our own Mike Atongole, students representative of the council. He shared with us experiences and lessons for learners, and especially discussed at length the synchronous and asynchronous teaching and experiences for both. In the afternoon, we had a panel of discussion looking at, does the current higher education policy and the digital framework meet the requirement for higher education digital transformation? And we had interactive discussions looking at the digital agenda and the learning, leaving no one behind in the digital era, and the issues of inclusiveness in digital growth in Uganda and the lessons. We also had a session, the last one, with regard to higher education online delivery learning and assessment. We had experiences from Professor Jude Lubega, experiences from Ivan Mukibi, and our own Pius Achanga on issues of streamlining Odell in higher education institutions. And what came up very key in all this discussion is the need to have a robust framework policy for Odell, both at higher level and higher education institutions. I need to invest so much in Odell infrastructure, needs for capacity building and training. This brings me to the way forward. With regard to the way forward, as we were living here yesterday, there was a need for support from government to support, deliberately from government to support higher education institutions, to support them to promote Odell, and especially the private institutions, and the need to fast track institutions that are still struggling, and the need to treat institutions case by case, because all of them are not at the same level of growth in terms of Odell. Thank you, Chair and members. I beg to submit. The detail of this will be shared.
And thank you, Dennis, for that recap. Sorry we had to get it concluded in a short time, but we shall have the detailed report that will be accessed by all of you. Yesterday, we had very vibrant discussions. And as you can see from your programs, the sessions are were titled are the ones that generated discussions, which we are now building on today. Among those, we had a panel discussion, and which we're not having something similar today, which was on our regulatory and policy gaps for mainstreaming ODEL. So today we are building on that. And as the ED said, we are looking at content development and pedagogical skills under the new norm. That will be a session that will follow. And last but not least will be our online research networks and resources for higher education, critical for especially universities or institutions that call themselves universities. And with those kind of sessions, the topics that we're going to address today, we have a very befitting keynote speaker, a very accomplished and distinguished scholar and researcher from the University of South Africa. Those of you who know UNISA in short, this is the largest open distance learning institution in Africa. It is the longest standing dedicated distance education university in the world, and it offers internationally accredited programs to over 400,000 students. So I would like to invite our keynote speaker today, Professor Paul Prinsloo, who is a professor in open distance learning at the Department of Business Management at the University of South Africa. Professor Prinsloo, as I said, is an accomplished scholar and a specialist and expert in this field. He is very widely published. He is a visiting professor at the University of NCHE in Oldenburg, Germany, a research associate for Central North One in Canada, a fellow of the European Distance and E-Learning Network, EDEN, and a member of the Executive Committee for the Society of Learning Analytics Research. So we have a speaker who is not only an expert, but globally conversant with distance learning in all these areas within Europe, the Americas, and of course, South Africa, where it originates from. So we are privileged to have today with us our keynote speaker with those impressive credentials. Professor Prinsloo will be addressing us online from South Africa, and I hope he's available.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I see I cannot share my video with you, but I hope to share my screen. And then once it is sharing, I will proceed accordingly. Let me just go to the PowerPoint. Can someone just confirm whether you can see my screen?
Yeah, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Great. Thank you very much for the confirmation. Colleagues, good morning, and thank you so much for the invitation. A special word of thanks to Professor Mary Okwako for her kind invitation, and I'm honored to join you. After listening to the recap of yesterday, I think my work is done. There's not much left for me to say, but I would love to speak to you this morning on content development and research networking to enhance ODL for higher education in Africa. So the I just want to acknowledge that I don't own the copyright of any of the images in this presentation, and I therefore acknowledge the original copyright and licensing regime of every image used. And this presentation, excluding the images, is licensed under Creative Commons Attribution for International License, and I will make it available to the organizers. Having said that, so just a brief introduction to my institution. As was said, we're the oldest distance education institution. If you come to UNISA, it will be an honor to meet you and host you. We became a comprehensive correspondence distance education institution in 1946. And then we offer from post-school certificates to doctoral qualifications, but also ranging from vocational, professional, and academic qualifications, close to 400,000 students. And now let me just see if I can get this presentation to move. That is just some brief, it may be very small detail depending on where you sit in the audience. But just interestingly, so in 2004, we embraced ODL as our synonym and what we stand for. So pre-COVID, we were mostly internet supported teaching and learning, and then post-COVID, we are internet dependent teaching and learning. And we have about 50,000 students that graduate per year. You will see the ratios of females to males. We have more 69% females, mostly African students. 96% of our students are part-time, and even the full-time students, the 4%, are students that are just unemployed and are studying on campus. That's the number of staff members, the racial profile of our staff members, 283 professors, 8 research chairs, a dedicated research institute. So colleagues, that is my background. So listening to you with the deliberations of yesterday, I realized that you have covered much of this, but let me just take you through my understanding of distance education and then specifically ODL. So on the left, you have a student that has learning goals on the right. And then we use a number of technologies in a number of formats to help her achieve the goal. She comes with certain demographics. She comes with a particular learning background and learning needs. On the left-hand bottom, you have the institution, and not all ODL or all distance education institutions are the same. Some don't have any admission requirements. Some have admission requirements. We have the lecturer. And just as a side note, do you know how difficult it is to find images of Black academics online and female academics online? I was really having trouble last night, but anyway, that's a side issue. So there we have a lecturer. It's an image of a male, but I do acknowledge this majority of female lecturers and academic staff in many of our institutions. So he or she has specific skills, and we require different things from academics in distance education institutions than what is required in residential institutions. And we're coming back to that. In the middle, we have the institutional calendar. Some distance education and some open distance institutions don't have any registration periods. You can register every month. You can register whenever you like. You can submit your exams, your assignments when you are ready, and you can sit for exams when you are ready. Other distance education institutions have prescribed registration periods, admission period, assignment submission periods, as well as exam periods. On then the clock, we allow our students more flexibility. I'm not always sure that our motto of anywhere, anytime, any place really applies, but we are more flexible than many of the residential institutions. And on the right-hand side, the issue of cost to the student to register through distance education, but also cost to the institution. And as was said earlier, the issue of cost and the budgeting in open distance learning institutions is increasingly a concern as we try to meet the learning needs of our students, but also to provide quality education. So I was given the task to speak to you about content development on the left and then research networking on the right. And I tried to combine the two in the presentation, but it's very, very important that when I speak and share some ideas and provocations to you this morning or with you, is that we consider this top line, that we talk about content development and research network in the context of an institutional character, of institutional calendar, of students, of the use of technology, of their learning goals, the flexibility and the costs. So that is just and I will start with the content development. So let's just recap the strange family of distance education. We have dedicated distance education institutions. Then we have open distance learning institutions. Then we have traditional higher education institutions with distance education departments or school. An example of that would be the University of Ibadan in Nigeria that has a distance education faculty, and the same with the University of Ghana. They're traditional higher education institutions with a distance education department. And I'm not au fait, and I don't know the Ugandan higher education network, but this may apply to you as well. And then increasingly, we have traditional higher education institutions offering some courses and or programs only online. And this is where we see the most increase in online teaching and learning is on traditional institutions that offer some courses only online. So a student would take 5 courses face-to-face, and then one of the courses he or she will take only in an online mode, but while on campus. And then there's the different combinations such as blended, hybrid, and more recently, emergency remote teaching and learning. So when we talk about content development and research networking, it depends on where we are on the spectrum. And this provides you an overview of the possibilities. And this is from the Higher Education Act in the context of South Africa, the policy on the provision of distance education in South African universities. So on the left, you have fully offline, then digitally supported, then internet supported, then internet dependent, and fully offline is easy to understand. Digitally supported would be when we provide students with a portable hard disk with the materials on it. They can download it at their own pace. Internet supported it's not a requirement to be connected, but students that can connect to the internet, they will find support materials there. Internet dependent is something different, where a student cannot complete this course if they don't have internet and access to the internet, and then fully online. On the bottom, we have campus-based, blended and hybrid, and then remote. And then the interesting thing is there's different nuances and different possibilities in this. And I will just point to 3 examples. So you have on position A on the diagram shows a distance education institution that are digitally supported. And UNISA at one stage was there. Then we get on the top right, distance and fully online. And then we have campus-based and fully online. So when we talk about content development, it depends on whether you consider yourself to be internet supported, internet dependent, fully online, fully offline. Content development looks different in each of these different possibilities. And it's very important to realize that one size does not fit all. There are different options. So when we then talk about content development, there's different possibilities, and it depends on where you are on the spectrum. And then distance education is much more than just content development. I'm so scared of the narrative of we're making content available to students. It's much more than content, colleagues, and we must be careful of how we phrase ourselves. We're not in the business of content development, and I'm coming back to that. And then secondly, research networking and scholarship in distance education are very close to linked to faculty roles. As I said in the beginning, we expect different things from our teachers and our staff than are expected on face-to-face institutions, and that has an impact on their research networking and scholarship. So let us proceed to content development, the first part of this presentation. As I said, it is not about content. Secondly, it's a different type of content. Let's talk about developing the content. What does it look in a digital age? And then how do we share this content? So let us just first talk. When I say it's not content, but creating a pedagogic, structured and network conversation, you have the lecturer on the left and he or she is part of a network. We have a range of technologies. We have a student on the right. And what we want to do is we want to create opportunities for dialogue. So whatever content you provide in whatever form, it is to create a pedagogic dialogue. Now we're in an open distance education environment, so we always have to remember scale. We always have to remember quality. We also have to remember cost. So how do we structure a pedagogic conversation with students when we have 11,000 students in Economics 101? It looks different from when we have 20 students in Psychology 3. So again, one size does not fit all. So what is possible when I have 11,000 students in Economics 101 online? And what content do they need? And what does this middle part look like? What are the possibilities? What are the costs? And what is the quality that we're talking about? And what do we want to achieve? So it's not content, but creating a pedagogic and structured and network conversation. So in the past, content was everything. Now content is everywhere. In the past, the UNISA study guides was used also in residential institutions because the content was so good, the content was so comprehensive. Our students got this printed study guides in a package, and it was almost as if that was everything they needed. Now, when I teach Economics 101 and there's a chapter on supply and demand, most probably there's better stuff out there on the internet about supply and demand than I can provide in my study guides. So how do we teach? How do we develop content, colleagues, when we no longer, content is no longer our prerogative, it's no longer our claim to fame. Content is everywhere. How do we develop content when the University of Google is there, where students can actually find better information and more recent information about strategic management or psychology or supply and demand online or in their networks? How do we teach? How do we see content development in an internet age? So this article by Ronald Barnett, written already in 2000, he points to the fact that universities are no longer the only knowledge producers. I don't know who in the audience knows George Siemens. He's one of the most important scholars in the field of learning analytics. And he visited UNISA about, I think, 10 years ago, and he addressed Senate and he said, if UNISA thinks content is that is their value contribution, he said, we better wake up. We're no longer the only content producers. We cannot claim content to be our value contribution. Our value contribution has to lie in the pedagogic conversation, in the student support. So Barnett emphasizes that universities are no longer the only knowledge producers. There's increasing commercialization and a privatization of knowledge and education. There's increasing range of private colleges, private universities that come at a cost to students. public higher education, and I'm not sure what the situation is in Uganda. There's increasing defunding of public education. So we must be very aware of how this impacts on content development. There's also the increasing phenomenon of that knowledge and science are increasingly contested. There's fake news, there's fake science. So the content that we do produce, how do we confront these fake news and fake science? And there's a growing sense of super complexity. So Barnett suggests we must create revolutionary accounts of the world. It's no longer just good enough to teach about supply and demand. I mean, that's everywhere. We have to create revolutionary accounts of the world. What we currently have in the world is unsustainable. So what else do we bring to the table? We must critique new knowledge claims. Our study guides and our content must critique, must provoke, must bring forth different kinds of thinking. We must create capacities for coping with paradox and super complexity, being versus knowing. And then it is critical knowledge in action. So I would love to think with you to say, but if I'm teaching economics 101, how do I teach economics 101? What content do I develop to really create revolutionary accounts of the world? How do I talk about supply and demand in a new way that we can confront climate change and poverty and the increasing levels of inequality? So the problem we're facing was we sort of caught in the middle. So we're moving away from an industrial form of educational delivery to online learning, and content development is caught in between. So industrialization was the issue of where UNISA divided the production of study guides into distinct smaller units. There was a unit for design, there was a unit for the development of materials, there was a unit for production and delivery to realize economies of scale. We used technology, there was integrated systematic planning, standardization. That is, we have to think about economies of scale, and we cannot have varieties. We needed to standardize, and that's where students with special needs or students with disabilities normally were not accounted for because they're not standard. And then centralization. So I want to think with you today and say, but we're no longer there. We've moving online. How does the moving online impact on all of this? So if the emphasis in a digital age, colleagues, is no longer content but dialogue, so what do you need? What is already out there, usable, and under what conditions? So if I'm an economics 101 educator in a distance education institution, I would consider that I should not write content about supply and demand. I think the place where I should start is what is already out there, what is usable, and under what conditions, what open educational resources are already out there that I can incorporate and use in my course. Working with what is already out there, what do you need to add? How do you contextualize what you found? And how will you combine these sources in a pedagogic dialogue? I almost have a sense that we're becoming storytellers, we're becoming narrators, we're saying, have a look at A, B, C, D that you can find online, and let's critique these sources. Let's use these sources to build a unique narrative in a pedagogic dialogue. How does it work with 20 students in a distance education institution? How does it work with 200 or 2,000? So the content that you will develop, how will it be made available, under what conditions? And this is one of my passions, colleagues, that we think we own the content. Our content is copyrighted. What role can distance education play if we make our content available to whoever needs it and who can? So let's look at open educational resources as to make our knowledge and our content available to a broader audience. So if this is what we are dealing with, let me just go back once. Oh, I wanted to go back one slide. So when we are there and suddenly we move to this, it's a different ball game. What are the implications for departments? What are the implications for language editing? I'm teaching in a master's program in Germany, and I can add content in the evening and my students have it already there. There's issues about language editing. There's issues about quality control. How do we work with this in a digital environment? And then I heard in the feedback on yesterday's sessions that you were already talking about this, that there's high bandwidth and there's low bandwidth on the vertical level, and there's low immediacy on the left, and there's high immediacy on the right. So the synchronous would be more to the right and the asynchronous would be more to the left. If we think horizontally, things that will require high bandwidth is on top and low bandwidth is at the bottom. So how do we teach? How do we create this pedagogic conversation in a low bandwidth environment? If we think of low immediacy, we're thinking text on the left and bottom. We think of readings with text and images. We think of discussion boards with text and images and email, where students can access whatever was discussed whenever they have time. On the right-hand side bottom, if we think of high immediacy of synchronous teaching and learning and synchronous dialogue, we think of collaborative documents, group chat and messaging. And this is all available on low bandwidth. Then if we think high bandwidth, on the top left, we have low pre-recorded videos, pre-recorded audios, asynchronous discussions with video, and asynchronous discussions with audio, where a student doesn't need to be online at 3 o'clock. He or she can access that when they have access to the internet, when they have data, but it is there. High immediacy, synchronous, and high bandwidth is video conferences and audio conferences and audio and Zoom calls and Zoom meetings and Zoom lectures. And I suspect when COVID came, most institutions moved to the red. They had 40-minute lectures to our students, which was high in bandwidth, high in cost, and with all respect to my colleagues who did that, I don't think it was very efficient. So how do we deliver? How do we not deliver content, but how do we create these conversations in a context where most of our students will most probably operate on the green and the yellow? So when we talk content development, this is my last slide about content development, colleagues, we have to think of how will we make this available? And asynchronous is the new black. Asynchronous just opens up so many opportunities to really create dialogue with students asynchronously that others can access. Great, now we're moving to the right-hand side, but again, it's impacted by all of what we have said earlier. So why do you want to publish? I had a mentor who asked me that question, and that was very, very important and shaping my life. Why do I want to publish? Of course, there's a key performance area, there's a performance agreement, depending on your role in the institution. And this is interesting, colleagues. I'm not sure about the situation in Uganda, but there's increasing pressure on staff in distance education institutions to also compete in university rankings. And we also must have publications so many per year. And then that creates a lot of tension because teaching online and teaching in distance education just takes much more than in residential education. You're never offline. So how do we create time and resources for our staff to publish? So the first question is, why do you want to publish? And what will happen if you don't publish? And for me, a even more important question: what will happen if you don't publish? Your manager may be angry. You may not get a performance increment, but nothing will happen. And as a researcher in an online world, and this is my provocation, you have to be seen. You have to, as a knowledge producer, you will not be counted if you don't publish. And what are some of the challenges faced by African scholars? And I'm very aware that there's in the audience some a lot of experts and very renowned scholars in the audience. So there's conventional ways to make your scholarship known and acknowledged. There were monographs, there's edited volumes, conference presentations, and then all these peer-reviewed journals, and then high-impact journals. Colleagues, and I think a lot of our thinking about networking and research, we still think of these type of publications, and we have to also consider the unconventional scholarship in higher education. How many of us blog? How many of us participate on Twitter and opinion pieces and letters to the editor and articles and magazines and open access journals? And when I think of these options, I think it's very important that we ask the question, how does it fit into my career? Short term, longer term. If I'm a young emerging scholar, what are the implications if I go left? What are the implications if I decide to publish in an unconventional form? What are the reputational benefits and risks? I can publish as an established researcher. I can choose to take a particular publication to a low impact journal because I'm already known or not known. But if I'm an emerging scholar, what are the reputational risks for my choices? What needs to be shared? Who is the intended audience, and why do you want to reach colleagues? Do you want to reach the public? It depends on the public will not access your journal article in the British Journal of Educational Technology, but they will access an opinion piece. So how do you play this field? How important and how urgent are the findings? The impact factor and the number of issues per year. I cannot afford to publish in a journal that only has 2 issues a year. So when I choose my journal, I see how many issues they issue per year, and then I also look at the impact factor. How accessible will it be? Should it be? Increasingly, we move to open publishing because you just get much more citations when you publish in an open journal. Who are the gatekeepers in a journal? When you decide to publish in a journal, look at the editorial board. If there's no one from Africa, your chances of getting in is very, very low. If the journal has never published an article coming from the context of Africa, you just face a hard battle to get your article in that journal. And how many outputs do I need? So colleagues, so the quest for reputation is literally built into research. We cannot ignore that. So it's a very elaborate prestige economy. And I suspect, I don't know how well known Monopoly is, but you're playing Monopoly and one player is given all the property except Whitechapel Road, and they are also giving 90%, 95% of the bank, and you are expected to succeed with what's left. Of course, you lose immediately. Why? It must be because you're lazy. So when African scholars participate in this global network of research, it's just more difficult. And we are often blamed that we are just lazy. But it's much more difficult for an African scholar to claim a space in the international domain. It's much more difficult for a female to claim a space in the sciences. So the field is not level. I have a colleague in the US who couldn't publish, she's female, and she couldn't publish with her full names as Ruth. I will not mention her surname. So she was in English literature studies, and she's older than I am. So in the time that she was an emerging scholar, female scholars could not get their articles accepted. So she decided to publish with her initials and her surname. So she published as RL with her surname. And then things changed. So we must just realize that our Africanness, our gender, our institution plays a role when we decide to play this game. This is what it looks like. So on the left, you have the number of citation shares. You can see on the left, it's happening in the global north, and Africa is small, is the smallest of them all. And then on the right is a beautiful article that was written by a colleague of mine, Laura Czernovich. So this is how it's skewed. Everything happens in the north. So when you try to publish here on this thin pink, where Africa is, your chances of getting accepted, chances of claiming a space in your field is just much harder. Scholarly reputation building in a digital age, an activity-specific approach. Please read this article. We have to work intentionally to get to acknowledge. Researchers' online visibility tensions are visibility, trust, and reputation. We are seen as entrepreneurial cells where the academic researcher is seen to brand and offer himself on the academic market, where she or he competes for rewards in the form of visibility, attention, and resources. This is a beautiful publication, colleagues, that I would suggest you access. It's freely available, also by Laura Czernovich and a colleague, Sarah Goodyear, so where you can take control of your visibility. When I was thinking about the request from the organizers to talk about networking, a big part of my life as a researcher is to connect or link with people. And this is a beautiful article by an esteemed scholar, David Snowden, where he says we should not focus on knowledge, but no knowledge flows. We must think about who can I connect to and how can we link people. The first approach is to approach the right people. This is called access. And then secondly, to get the right people to approach you. How will you attract views? How will you attract people to read your article? And then use these relationships to do things better and faster, and that's called achievement. So serendipity can be conceptualized via three aspects. It requires preparedness, openness, and a willingness to question and challenge. So I must be prepared. I cannot complain that I missed the bus if I'm not at the bus stop. I don't know when the bus will come, colleagues, but I need to be at the bus stop. I need to be visible online. I want to be found online. So if people look for Paul on Google, what do they find? What do you want them to find? Am I open for new directions and a willingness to question? This small book and it's literally a small book by Malcolm Gladwell, he says, connect to the connectors. The connectors have the ability to span different worlds, which is a combination of their personality, their curiosity, their self-confidence, sociability, and energy. These people not only have feet in different worlds, but the ability to bring these worlds together. Go to Twitter, find these connectors in your discipline, connect with them. That's one way, and then also connect to mavens. And the maven is a Jewish word for someone who accumulates knowledge. Mavens are information brokers sharing and trading on what they know and data banks. They provide the message. Connectors are the social glue and they spread it. So when I started my engagement with social media, I was intentional to find the connectors and the mavens. At first, I didn't know what to tweet, but I started to find stuff and just retweet it. And so at first I was a maven. I was an information broker. I shared and traded in what I know. And most probably then after a while, I would say I became a connector. Some considerations, and I'm wrapping up. So choose your platforms. When you network, whether you develop your content, choose your platforms. Create a consistent profile, create an image, create a central message. Who are you as scholar? So I have the same picture on Facebook, on LinkedIn and Twitter and on Google. I have the same motto. I was born curious and in trouble, and I will die like that. So when people look for Paul, they find a consistent profile, a consistent energy, a consistent reputation. Connect the dots, clean up the profiles you already have. Just make sure that if they find you online, you are okay with what they find. Keep your sites updated. What do you want people to find about you? And then dedicate time, work the field. The harvest will not come by itself. So where do you build what type of brand as scholars, colleagues? It does not arrive on your front door by Amazon delivery. You have to really, really work hard for this. So there we have our journey. You in a particular institution on the left with an institutional calendar, you have students that want to achieve their goals at a specific time, at a specific context. As an educator in a distance education environment, you must develop content and you must research and you must network. So these are all tensions that we need to balance. So 2 pointers and then I close. So content development is much more than content and should facilitate pedagogic dialogue using a range of sources and technologies. There's different options, colleagues, and what are your options and why are these your options? What are the costs? What are the quality? What are the scale? And then pointer 2 means being a researcher means per se sharing, making known and contributing to the discipline, growing others and self-realization. What are your research known for? What do you want to be known for? I thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to the audience. I'm now trying to stop sharing.
Thank you, Professor Prinsloo, for that very intriguing presentation. I think Professor deserves another round of applause. Our participants here have been taken on a journey of both content development on one side and research. And you've posed many questions, which I think researchers here and those in the distance learning and development of content being a component of that, have been so intrigued by this presentation, especially the questions that have been left lingering to us. And the take home for most of us is when we look at content on the side of content development, we are told that it's not about content. It's about more of the channels, more of the mediums, the movements and the connectors. And you linking up to become a connector means that one has arrived as a researcher. And these two worlds are interlinked, as we know. So I will not go through summarizing this because I'm sure there are some burning questions to the professor and we are running short of time. So I would like to invite questions, a few questions, using the same mode we used yesterday, starting this side and the middle, and then the column at the end. Our MC is back in line. You're welcome, Mr. Solomon Seranja, who MC'd yesterday and who will be coordinating this as we move forward. So let's start with the questions. This is about content development and the research networks.
Do you choose? I'll go with you.
Yes. Do we have anyone in this column? This is Professor's column, our ED's column. Surely we ought to have someone. This was provocative. It is raising many questions to us as people within the higher education, distance learning, delivery, and more importantly, the researchers and the connection in between. So this side, we don't have anyone. We have Professor Twebaze.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, the Director. Would like to thank the keynote presenter. I think he raised very, very intriguing issues, which we definitely kind of did some flashback of so many things that we've been working on. And I think it relates some of the statements and notes that were mentioned yesterday. I'm very intrigued about content, going beyond content to dialogue. And I think that's what pedagogy is. How is this passed on in the context of Odell? And it really makes sense looking at how are our higher institutions of learning preparing the different styles of teaching under Odell. And it kind of gives us more impetus, more interest in having this baby Odell, making sure that this baby is born. And we try to ensure that we have it as a new way in the new norm. Thank you.
We'll take another question from here if there is none. So we move to the middle. Oh.
Yes, thank you. I would also like to add my voice to thank the professor for the highlights he has really given us and to the way he has opened our eyes. I would also like to find out from him, because like we have institutional policies and already made rules and regulations, which many times would like us to present books or written content as opposed to the dialogue bit of it. So I don't know how one would go about, I don't know how they went about it to change from industrial to the new era they have.
Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, I'm Dr. Julian Buye from Uganda Management Institute, in charge of learner support in the department.
Thank you, Umi. So we move to the middle. I think we shall take the first question here and we move backwards. First, introduce yourself and then raise your question. Professor, we hope you're hearing us clearly and taking note of the questions.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Komhimbo Roland from Mountains of the Moon University. Mine is, we want Odell to produce massively trained shields, multiple disciplinary human capital. Why the agency now? When our knowledgeable and qualified young women and men are floating problems and disrepresented.
Misrepresented?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then secondly, are we producing human capital for export labor or for our need? Then the third, have we identified the national, regional, or even African need for what we are or will be producing? Are we identifying? Have we identified the national, regionals, or even African need for what we are or will be producing? Then The last one,
can we take it from there? We will get back to Mountains of the Moon. You've raised three questions, so let's give the rest a chance since we are running out of time. Thank you. I think the issue about the African identity is a critical one because we are talking about the African context. If you look at the theme here.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Dr. Serwanga Jamil, the Vice Rector in charge of Academic Affairs, Islamic University in Uganda. We thank Professor Paul for his inciting presentation. For me, just taking the experience we are going through, I don't know what would be the experience of our professor about the commercialization of the education institutions as we are moving through the trends, and probably looking at the workload we are going through in some of these institutions, whereby allocating time for research is becoming a big challenge. And also the other issue is coming from the side of copyright. Professor has mentioned that content is already there. How are we going to move along the issues of copyright and maybe integrate it with the dialogue? Thank you very much.
And the last question for the middle.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks, Paul. Really a very exciting topic. I'm only surprised that whereas we are all crying about the impacts of COVID-19 on the continuity of our education institutions, I thought UNISA would cry less. So I'm wondering how COVID really impacted you, because you are already offering really open and distance education. And so we really want to know that, because we seem to be running in that direction. But what you said in your preamble was that, you know, you are now going to be internet dependent. The second thing is, where do you see the future between the open space of sharing and accessing information? Because you said content was everything, you know, having content was wealth. Now it is everywhere. And so do you see, where do you see the future in terms of publications and issues of open space and data science coming in this issue between content development and research? Thank you. Mohamed Mpezamihigo, the Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University.
Thank you very much, Prof. I will also ask my question. Maybe I'll be the last.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm really excited to be part of this conference. And I have two concerns. One is a question to Professor, and I really appreciate what he has presented. Okay, I'm Henry Burege. I'm the Vice Chancellor, Livingstone International University in Kamunkoli, Budaka. The question is this one. Can Professor say something about content and research development in relation to the national development agenda for different countries represented here, especially Uganda, where all of us are in interaction for the quality education? Two, just a comment. When I was doing my PhD, I studied about education systems in Europe, America, Asia, and nothing much was talked about the education system in Africa. As we were interacting with the professor, I asked the question and she said, no one can write for you. You people, you must write for yourselves. So I think it's a good forum for us to really grasp this opportunity to make sure that what Professor was saying, the presence of the continent has to be felt and seen, visible in the global education agenda. So a question that derives from that is this one. Is Professor having some strategies for that to be effected? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we have just an, yes, starting
Dr.
from
Nora,
the,
there is,
from the back. Yes. Some of these questions may have to be answered online. We are really running out of time. But we'll definitely give the professor time to answer.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I'm Ivan from Luigi Giussani Institute. I thank Professor Paul. He has just said that content was everything, but now it's everywhere. Professor has already hinted on the copyright. My worry is on some of the disciplines that we have in higher education, especially the foundations. I want to give an example of philosophy of education. Sometimes as teachers, we do not reinvent this knowledge. You find there are more of theories that have been stated. I want to ask you, Professor, to comment on how we can re-author such knowledge to say that it engages learners, because I'm seeing a threat that at the end of the day, when these learners find the information that is already online, for example, on Google, the class will be boring. So, Professor, I ask you to comment on how we can motivate learners to use different avenues, but even ourselves to re-author such content in order for it to be dialogic. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the end and we'll give Professor the floor to answer the questions.
Prof, do we start from behind?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Dennis, quickly, please introduce yourself and the question. Straight to the question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Dennis Onvia from the National Council for Education. My question relates to 2 bullets about content formerly being everything and now it is everywhere, and the increasing contestation of knowledge and science. I would like the professor to comment about the integrity and the quality of the content that's now everywhere in terms of interrogating, checking on issues of integrity and quality of the information. He needs to share with us his experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Professor Kamatenesi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm Mauda Kamatenesi Mjisha, Vice Chancellor, Bishop Soto University. And thank you, the presenter. However, I have some intriguing issues that I need your clarity. One, when you say students can manage sit exams when ready, register when ready, and I think they also study when they are ready. How is it done? How did you do this? And this calls for further interrogation of your teaching at the lower level, because our students are different. They come, they want to be taught. If a lecturer is not there, they will complain. We are also, the students are the ones who support the institutions to run. So how is it at the lower level? How do you teach them? How is the curriculum like? Because I think there must be a paradigm shift that we need to look at. 3, how do you manage to integrate with the character formation, values, morals, beliefs, and culture? And what does the government say? And what are parents saying? And maybe media. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So Solomon, you can ask your last question and we'll see how the professor handles this.
Prof had a...
Oh.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Professor George Lada Penjuru, and I would like to start by thanking Professor Paul Prinsloo. I initially thought it was Martin Prinsloo, whom I have been working with. I came at the tail end of the presentation, and what I was interested in is the citation politics, the politics of publishing, which I think was also brought briefly by Professor Brega. The issues of the global knowledge economy. We talk of knowledge democracy, in which, of course, Hezi has indicated the African knowledge is being marginalized. Therefore, our citation cannot cope up with the dominant knowledge epistemology of the West. And those knowledges does not support our ways of being and doing things in Africa. Does not, therefore, they cannot cite us, but they expect us to copy them. My question to Professor Prinsloo is, don't we as Africans need to develop our own knowledge value systems which cites our knowledge disseminations based on our own needs and development agenda as African than relying on the West and the Western standard? Thank you.
Wow. I think he's speaking about Africanacity, right? I think so. My question really to Professor Paul is, we've heard that you've been working with this system for quite a while. One of the questions that was raised yesterday was that of changing the mindset of the population that online education is possible, and that when I graduate with my master's online or my degree online, it can be accepted for my PhD anywhere. If I got like my master's online, that I can go to Makerere and apply for a PhD, and it's welcomed. It's not questioned. It's not, and I think it goes into what Professor Kamau Dennis was saying about the pedagogy. They will start questioning, how did you study, and trying to really doubt my qualification, having gone through an online master's course. From South Africa, how have you managed to go around with the mindset change that online education is the same as really sitting in class and studying well, and you are assessed and you do well, and you're as good as the person who has been in class? Thank you, Dr. Noah.
Thank you, Solomon. And with that, we end the questions. I'm going to request our presenter, Professor Prinsloo, to have 10 minutes of looking at these questions and maybe choose the highlights, those pertinent to our theme, and the rest we shall share online in answers. Incidentally, Professor Makerere has a distance learning department. I think you inquired about that. Over to you.
Madam Chair, thank you. With all due respect to the people that ask questions, I will do my best. Also, thank you for Ishmael and Mohammed and Bernard that posted questions in the question and answer. I will not get to that. Let me just respond briefly. So what I find intriguing with regard to the question about content and pedagogy in closed and open is, I find it intriguing that we talk about ODL, but our content is closed. We don't make our content is not open. We don't make our content available. So there's a contradiction for me in being this knowledge producer, but then keeping our content close to our chest. That brings me to the second question that spoke about policies and rules, and how do we go about that? I think it's very crucial that we interrogate the intellectual property regulations and policies of our institutions. Are we committed to sharing? How does your institution handle intellectual property? At UNISA, everything I produce belongs to UNISA. And I must go through most probably 20 committees to get my, if I want to make something open, I must go through about 20 committees to get it to be open. So yes, we have to think of policies. I think awareness raising of the potential and the promise of open is very, very positive. The strong theme that came out is African knowledge for the African continent. Of course, And that's another contradiction, that our learners want to compete internationally, but we also want them to be proudly African. So I do think our students, by the time they graduate, they should have a critical sense of location, not only on the African continent with African ways of being and African ways of thinking, but also be able to compete internationally. We cannot choose one for the other. We're not an island. We will never be an island. Then with regard to the workload of the lectures, I do think distance education is often seen, and online learning is often seen as cheaper, easier, and quicker. And on all three counts, it's wrong. It's often more expensive because we must provide more support. It often takes more time from our lecturers as well as our students. So copyright issues, please look at the Creative Commons licensing regime. See what you can find out there that is already open educational resource and how you can incorporate that. How UNISA responded to COVID. I wish I had a more miracle story to tell. I think the main impact of COVID on UNISA was our administrative systems were not online and accessible to students. Our ICT was not reachable during COVID. So everything was online, but our students couldn't talk to someone at ICT when they had to write an exam online and couldn't connect. Moving 400,000 students to an online system was immense. We had issues of integrity, we had issues of student dishonesty, and I think we will have to deal with this in future. It will not go away. So yes, we will have to think together. Colleagues, the interesting question about value, and I think coming back to what George Siemens said, our value contribution should be in the journey, in the quality of the pedagogy, in the quality of the support. They can find Economics 101 everywhere, but they will need us for the support and the critical interrogation. The issue about Africa being silenced, yes, but we're also silent ourselves. If they don't find us online, if they don't find our thinking online, we are complicit in the silencing of African scholars and African knowledge systems. The reauthoring of what is already there. What I bring to my courses, I will find a piece of evidence or resource online and I will bring it to my class and I say, let's interrogate that from a Ugandan perspective. Let's interrogate this from a feminist perspective or a post-colonial or a decoloniality perspective. So we need to contest what is out there. And that brings me to the comment of when students can sit for exams when they're ready and how does it work. Please look at Northwestern Governors University in the US. They have a system where students can register any time of the year, can submit assignments when they're ready and can sit for the exam when they're ready. So there's different models. I don't say this is the optimum model, but there are different possibilities. Then the same speaker pointed to students want to be taught. Yes, of course, there's different levels. There's the entry level first year, and then there's postgraduate, and our pedagogies and our content will look different. We face an increasing battle that distance education is always seen as second best. We compete, our students want to have a degree or a qualification that has a reputation. I think COVID made a lot of difference in the sense of everyone now see that online teaching and learning can be of equitable quality and standard than face-to-face, but it is an issue that we will continue to face. I know with the departments at UNISA, and I'm wrapping up, Madam Chair, some of our departments is really the best in South Africa. So when a student completes his or her degree from that department, they get employment because the department has standing. And how does a department have standing? If the academics in the department have standing. And that's why content development and researcher networking is so crucial. So these links. This is educational reputation, and the reputation of a scholar is intertwined. Madam Chair, I didn't do justice to the questions. I do apologize. But my contact details are there, and I invite colleagues that want to engage with me to contact me. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do apologize that I didn't do justice.
Right, thank you very much, Professor. I think we should give him another round of applause. And we do request that if you can, please respond to the questions in some detail after you've had time, and they will be availed online with the answers. We have been challenged to critique, to create a new dialogue, a new pedagogic dialogue. And since we know now that content is everywhere, we need to look at our abilities to do exactly that, what we add on and what we move into the academic space as we teach, as we research. So this completes our session, which has gone way over allotted time, of a keynote presentation that I think befittingly so, that we have given this opportunity, or we've had this privilege to listen to an accomplished scholar and researcher from a renowned and one of the oldest online universities. Members, we can now move on to the next item in our in our program, and I'm going to hand over to the MC, Mr. Seranja.
Can we give a round of applause to Dr. Nora? For some of you who don't know Dr. Nora Mulira, she's a systems analyst with extensive ICT for development and technology regulation experience. Dr. Nora is the Director of ICT Research and Innovation at the National Council for Higher Education. Dr. Nora is also a board member at RENU, who are, by the way, our proud sponsors for this event. Dr. Nora is also a senior consultant, Knowledge Consulting Limited. She has worked in different portfolios as a research director at IDRC and the East and Central Africa Education ICT incubators in Nairobi. And she's an academician as well. Dr. Nora, thank you very much for chairing this session. And to our online team, we really want to appreciate you for being part of the conversation happening. I know that there have been a couple of questions, and I think Professor Paul will answer some of these. If you go to the Q&A section, there's so many questions that have been coming through from our online team. So I ask that Professor Paul, you can go and try to answer some of those questions because of time. But we really are grateful for the online team that is attending. All right, it's time for us to go and have a cup of tea, right? There's tea served outside. Let's go for a break. We'll be back in 15. Good morning.
The National Council for Higher Education will host the 4th Annual Higher Education Conference on the 14th and the 15th of September 2022 under the theme, Enhancement of Teaching, Learning and Assessment with Open and Distance E-Learning in Higher Education. The conference is a blended event featuring keynote speakers, presenters, and discussion panels, moderated by experts. The venue is at Hotel Africana for the invited guests only, starting at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for virtual participation, please visit www.nche.org. for the webinar link. The guest of honor will be the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, Honorable Janet K. Museveni, and this will be broadcast live on NBS TV. The National
Just a special announcement. Everyone is asking me for the presentations. We will be sharing these presentations to your emails that you registered at the reception table. So no need to worry. Also, these sessions have been recorded for you to go back and listen to them in case you want to listen to them again. They have also been uploaded on the YouTube channel for the National Council for Higher Education, where you can find them and you're able to replay them and rewatch them in case you need to go back to them. Thank you. Good morning once again. May I call this meeting to order? The people who are outside, may I invite you to please come and take your seats? May I invite people in the room to please take your seats? May I invite the people outside, please come in, please. Banangi. Arthur, Dennis, Cosmas, help me with people back inside, please. The NCHE people, can you help me with people back inside the room, please? I don't know if whip is the right word though. Thank you. Cosmas, please come with those people inside. Okay. It's sometimes difficult to get people from breaks. A very good morning once again, and another good morning to all our online team. Thank you so much for joining us. We're live from the Africana Hotel here in the capital, Kampala, from wherever you're watching and following from. Thank you for being part of the National Annual Higher Education Conference, which is the 4th edition. My name is Solomon Serwanja, and I'm the host of this conference. For the next session, I want to invite Dr. Jennifer Twebaze Musoke, who is the chairperson of the ICT Research and Innovation Committee at the National Council for Higher Education, to take her seat as chair and take us away. Dr. Jennifer Twebaze, you're very welcome, ma'am. Karibu tena. Yes, let's give her some love. Welcome, mama.
Hello, colleagues. Hope everyone is back in the room. And I request that you lend us your ears and we start this session. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope it is still morning. We are starting our session, whose theme is content development and pedagogical skills under the new norm. Solomon, this day is the best day for your question of yesterday. You are scared to do a PhD, but I think you already have it. You had a very good program that I watched and I mentioned without knowing you. And I said, this is a full PhD. So you need to talk to me and I let you know which one it was. Before I go ahead, I would like to invite our panelists in this session. We have Associate Professor. Please, you're welcome to your panel table. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I'm made to understand that we have our second presenter, Professor Jessica Nora Aguti online. Professor Jessica, you're welcome. Please.
Thank you.
And I'd also like to invite our third panelist, Dr. John O.O. Omagino. You are welcome. I first thought it was the OO I usually see in the papers, but I think. Thank you so much, members. Since we are not time is not our best ally, I just want to say that our session is mainly looking at the art and science of teaching. It's just about the profession of teaching and how best we can contextualize this in ODEL. Looking at the teaching styles, looking at the feedback, but also the assessment. So having listened to our dear professor, the keynote address presenter, his content, his presentation was a very good foundation for this session. Talking about pedagogy, talking about issues of competition, mentioning that actually it is beyond content and involves dialogue. We therefore have panelists here who are going to share with us this profession of teaching in the context of ODEL. And like I said yesterday, ODEL is our expectant. We are the expectant mothers of ODEL, and we have to make sure that this ODEL is born. We really try to work hard to protect it. And I'm sure by the end of this session, we shall have learned a lot on how best we can have ODEL proceed. We were supposed to have 20 minutes of presentation, but because of time, I'm humbly requesting my colleagues to please fit within 15 minutes. I know when you are told time, you organize your presentation according to the allocated time, but I hope you'll be able to adjust so that we have enough time for discussion of your presentations. For participants, please try to note down your contributions, your questions or comments, and wait for the plenary time. You'll get ample time to really participate, and especially our participants online. We really have enough time. I'll make sure we have enough time for the plenary, and it will be adequate for us. So at this time, allow me to invite our first presenter, who is Associate Professor Birevu Muyinda. Professor Muyinda is an Associate Professor of Open Distance and E-Learning, and is the Director of the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere University. He's an accomplished researcher, practitioner, academician in the field of ODEL, as you can see him. He is the convener of the first ever online blended learning programs at Makerere University. I think we should clap him for that. And at Makerere University, it was Bachelor of Youth Development Work and the Master of Instructional Design and Technology. He founded the Mobile Research Supervision Initiative, Mobile Learning Object Deployment and Utilization Framework, and the Cooperative and Collaborative Mobile Learning System. He's a certified blended learning developer. He is presently undertaking a research and innovation project on enhancing the behavior change of border riders in Uganda using mobile learning. This is a very interesting research. I look forward to hearing the results. So please welcome Professor Muyinda. Please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, our chair of this session. And before I proceed, I would like to recognize my mentors in this room, Dr. Buye, because she's my mentor, Dr. Penjur, Professor Penjur, Professor Jessica Guti, she's online. So it's important to recognize these people because I know what they have made in my life. So I was given a topic, content development and pedagogical skills development. they have already introduced me as being the director of the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere University, but I'm also a member of the Digital Agenda Technical Committee of the Ministry of Education. Now, I will start with an icebreaker, but a very important icebreaker, though it looks like it's a joke. Yesterday, I attended this conference entirely online, and I missed lunch served at around 3 p.m. I missed breaks, break teas and break coffees. I missed getting feedback from feedback to my questions that were put in the Q&A. I missed getting to closer to friends that we've had over time in physical interactions. I missed also my friend. I had a friend of mine who has extra abilities that I was attending with, but she missed the presentations because in this conference, there was no universal design for learning. In other words, many of these people are known as the learners with disability. We don't have any learning for them. So that one we missed. I missed to interact with friends, and I missed this ambience here. And if there was any transport refund, probably I also missed it. Now, why do I bring all these things? These are untold stories that are making many people resent online learning. They are the untold ones. Of course, people will come and say it is of poor quality. They will just use those rhetorics, but these are some of the stories that are making people resent, because they will miss a transport refund, they will miss the ambience, they will miss the meeting of people, they will miss food, and so on. But then we are going to see, if you are designing online content or content for ODEL, how do you ensure that all these issues are captured so that learners or participants don't resent online learning? I won't go into that, and I won't also go into that because this has already been widely actually talked about. And I won't also go into that because we have also talked about it. Even this also has been talked about, that ODEL just represents different modalities of learning. It could be open education, and I'm very happy that you brought my colleague Prince-Law Paul to speak before me, because I have ever worked with him. He invited me to UNISA in 2011 at the Teaching and Learning Festival to do a workshop on mobile learning. And he took me to his home, and we really enjoyed. So distance education, electronic learning, all these are modalities that fall under ODEL, flipped classroom, blended learning, and so on. These have been well articulated by the different presenters. So when this slide was not in my presentation, but when Professor Prince-Law was presenting, I ensured that I put it there because I feel that it is important to know that the role of the teacher now, the role of the facilitator now has changed. It's no longer the other role that we knew as a teacher being the sage on the stage. In fact, I was telling somebody that I didn't want to sit here. I wanted to sit in there as I was presenting, so that I present a picture of us being equals and people can be able to contribute to discourses and so on. A teacher is now a learning designer. He has to design things. And what they design are normally activities, learning activities. They have to design an environment that inculcates dialogue. So if you're a teacher who cannot know how to create dialogue within your learning space, then times have gone. You are no longer the teacher that we want now. You must be able to design activities. In fact, the role of a teacher now is more about designing learning activities than designing notes, than writing handouts. Imagine I go to maybe UMI or another university to do maybe a postgraduate diploma in monitoring and evaluation, and I reach there and the lecturers start dictating notes to me. Even you, how will you feel? Will you feel that you start dictating notes to me, or you give me handouts? Why don't you give me activities that will relate to monitoring and evaluation? give me an activity that will take me to a project that is being implemented somewhere, and I try to monitor that project and then give feedback to my colleagues. That's the dialogue that Professor Prinsloo was talking about, learning activities. So if you're a teacher who continues to write notes for students and you give them notes, then your times have gone. So e-learning content for ODEL is not about writing digital lecture notes, because somebody will say, but I have computerized them, I've written from my my book, handwritten, now I have typed them. It's not about those notes. It's no longer about that. It's no longer about, it's about cultivating learning through ODEL. How do you cultivate learning? You know, it's about designing, engaging, interactive, and enjoyable online experiences. Yesterday, one of my supervisor, actually, Professor Judy Rubega, was my PhD supervisor. I don't know whether he's here. He actually brought out the meaning of e-learning, where he said you have to design engaging, enthusiastic, interactive environments for your learners to be able to learn. That's the e-content you have to develop. So this calls for different instructional strategies or instruction design skills, because in the classroom, the teacher is there. But in distance education, the teacher is there, but it is mediated by technology. So how do you bring in all those issues that we've talked about? Issues of social presence, issues of learning presence, issues of teaching presence, cognitive presence. How do you bring them in an online environment which is mediated with technology? So there are different e-learning design models that have come on board recently to be able to support this field of ODEL. We have models like the e-learning engagement design model. Now I will take you a little bit academic here. And models like Jill Salmon 5-stage models. These models are there to support us in designing, engaging, interactive dialogues for students online. Our students are resenting online learning because we take classroom experiences and we bring them to the classroom, to the online environment. So how do we design these engaging experiences, dialogic experiences in the classroom, in the online environment? And this is now what we call the content in the online. It's not the notes, but this is the content in the online. So if we look at the LED model, when we are designing content, we first have to identify the learning needs and also the profiling your learners. Who are your learners? Because what you're going to provide to your learners, it depends on what those learners are, where their context is, and so on. And then, of course, what do you want to teach? The instruction objective. What do you want to teach? And what do you want the learners to get, to come out with, the learning outcomes? And then after that, you have to look at your learning environment, the learning environment. You have to conduct a formative assessment of your learning environment. How is your learning environment? What is the, Professor Prinsloo was talking about, do you have internet connectivity? Do you have enough bandwidth? Do you have the gadgets? Now for our case, we ask ourselves, do we have the computers? If we have the computers, the internet, what about the cost? All this we have to ask ourselves. Now we then have to develop interactive and collaborative strategies. Those are in the design of the activities, the e-learning activities that you have to design for students to be able to collaborate, to work with each other so that they remove that distance. You have to design the facilitation strategies. How are you going to facilitate your learners and so on? The media, then you select the media, the technology that can be able to support the teaching and learning goal that you want. But yesterday in this conference, I saw many people actually fronting technology and saying, we have this technology, we have this technology. What can it afford in terms of learning? Which kind of learning can it support? Because it's not a matter of just saying, I have this technology, I have this technology, I have this technology. So you must evaluate you must first of all evaluate your learning or your teaching objective, the learning outcomes that you want the learners to get, your context, before you can be able to select the type of technology that can be used. And then you have to be able to know which tasks you have to give to the students. So at the end of the day, you also have to evaluate and see whether the learning outcomes have been achieved. But this is a cyclic thing. And at each cycle, there is feedback. There is feedback. Then Jill Salomon also gives us a model for online facilitation. It's not just going online that you are going to facilitate. There are steps that you have to ask yourself whether the learners have the systems necessary for them and whether they are conversant with those systems. If they are not conversant, then the technology people have to come in. You have to motivate learners to learn online. You don't just throw online content to them. You have to motivate them to access and to learn. You have to ensure that there is online socialization before you start giving them the activities, the learning activities. You must ensure that you create activities that inculcate socialization within these learners who have not seen each other. You can create an activity like an activity of going to the beach, an activity of going to watch a football match online, and people can watch a football match and interact. You can then, after that, you can now start interchange of information. Try to see whether learners can communicate with each other, then whether they can construct their own knowledge, whether they can construct knowledge through discussions and so on, and then link them up to development sites and so on. So there are key considerations while we are designing online e-learning content or online content. We must ensure that there is increased teaching, cognitive, and social presence. We must ensure that there is reduced transactional distance. Now, when we talk about teaching presence, we mean availability of the teacher in the course, in the materials, or in the activities that you are designing, or in the feedback loop that you are giving to the student. You must be there. It's not a matter of just putting activities there and then you sit back and say, okay, it's automating itself. No. There must be cognitive presence, meaning that if I'm studying economics, what I'm studying there should be able to support me in my work or in my performance. So you must give activities for engaging knowledge construction, activities for building skills. These have to be there in the content that you are trying to develop. So that is the cognitive presence. There must be cognitive presence. You don't just throw notes around and then you get people studying. Social presence, you must be able to ensure that the participants are able to project themselves as social and emotionally as real people, So they must be able to feel that when Prince was presenting, I was feeling that I know him very well because we interact with him online and so on. So you must create activities that create interaction, that create social presence within your course so that you can be able to develop a course that is acceptable. Then you must reduce the transactional distance. The transactional distance is that perceived psychological distance between the learner and the teacher. So if I'm teaching students and the students don't know me, the likelihood is that they won't be able to concentrate on whatever I say. But I must reduce that distance using learning activities that can be able to support me in that. The greater the transactional distance, the higher the rejection of ODEL. And during the emergency ODEL, we had very, very big transactional distances. Yeah. I wanted to demonstrate certain things, but because I don't have time, but I will see whether I can be able to demonstrate some of the courses that we have done online at Makerere University. I hope I can be able to, but if I can't, then, but I can talk about this. At Makerere University, we have developed a rubric that follows all these tenets of social presence, cognitive presence, teaching presence. We have also developed, we have online courses, which I wanted to show here, but the connection is not good. And we have a number of projects that are supporting us in the development of online courses. So my recommendation to this meeting and to us is that ODEL is a professional field. You cannot from nowhere run it without proper capacity building. And one thing that I'm realizing in our universities that we lack in our education system, we lack instructional designers. So the professors are the instructional designers and they are the teachers. And therefore they find the work being so hectic. There must be instructional designers in our institutions. Capacity building for ODEL, instruction design and pedagogy is very essential. Infrastructure constraints are always there. They need to be addressed. But I urge all of you to send, to come for the Masters of Instruction Design and Technology. It is a course which is a program which we started in 2017. It's a blended learning program. Yesterday, the MC was saying he wants a PhD, which can be done in a flexible way. These PhDs, we are in process at Makerere University to design these PhDs, but for a master's, at least we have a Masters of Instruction Design and Technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Associate Prof. And thank you for keeping time. Your presentation was so intriguing, and what I liked is that you started with a very nice statement that the untold stories, which might be the ones affecting changing of mindset to ODEL, you've actually unpacked that and you've made us see that this is possible. I'm sorry about the time that you can't show us what you are doing at the university, but I'm sure hopefully these are going to be shared. People will find them on the NCHE website. As I said earlier, colleagues, please take your note of whatever I wanted to ask directly to him. I'll give you time when that time comes. I would like now to invite our second presenter, Professor Jessica Nora, who is online. Professor Jessica, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your presentation. Please go ahead. You are welcome, Prof. Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a minute. I should have talked about you. Professor Jessica is a professor of open distance and e-learning at the Faculty of Science and Education in Ustema University. She was formerly Director Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere University and worked at the Commonwealth of Learning, Vancouver, as an education specialist, teacher education for 3 years. Professor Aguti has also been involved in various researches and in the evaluation of different programs and is a believer in the democratization of education and the role of ODEL in the achievement of this democratization. Prof, that's very good, and please go ahead and go. And I'm happy you are doing that. Being a female, I know you're going to achieve it. You're welcome,
Okay.
Prof.
Thank you, Chair. I had wanted to activate my video so people can see what I look like, but it's disabled. But I believe many in the audience perhaps are familiar with the face of Jessica Aguti.
Probably, let's request our people to first put her video, then we can have her presentation. Maybe it's nice to attach the voice to the face. Just a minute so that you're able to see you.
Okay.
We want it activated so that the members here can see Professor Jessica.
Can you see me now?
Activate your video.
Yes, I have done that, but maybe it is still traveling from Abarelela in the Amuria district. Do you see me now? I have activated it. It will probably come along, but let me start in the interest of time.
We are seeing you.
Okay, so greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for coming to this meeting. I would like to thank the National Council for Higher Education for organizing this conference and for always having me participate as a presenter in the different conferences that have been organized in the past. It's also an honor for me to speak today, and I'm glad that we had Professor Prince Lu and Professor Muinda Birevu speak into this area. They have touched on a number of issues already. This is the structure of my presentation. I'll give a little bit of introduction, and then I'll speak into the ICT potential and talk about the development of skills for teachers and learners, identify some challenges, and then the lessons that I draw from this. This may not need to be said, but let me mention it here that ICT skills development is rooted in the SDG 4. When you look at the SDG 4, target 4.4 talks about increasing the number of youths and adults who have relevant skills. And indicator 4.41 talks about the proportion of youth and adults with ICT skills. So the issue of ICT skills development is rooted in SDG 4. It's also rooted in our National Development Plan 3, where Objective 4 talks about increasing ICT human resource capital. And I think this is because of the recognition of the centrality of ICT in all our human activities today. The Ministry of Education and Sports in the strategic plan has identified an intervention which seeks to optimize ICTs in the delivery. So in terms of the national and international policy environment, the provisions are there. And when we look at the skills that are demanded today in the marketplace, we are talking about learning and innovative skills. We are talking about skills related to utilization of information, media and technology, and then life career skills. So this is the setting within which we are operating. And here we also want to recognize that ICTs actually have a very huge potential to promote learning and to promote employability. A lot of young people today are talking about the need for employability. It's no longer just a question of getting a degree or getting a diploma. It's about how employable I am. I know that our market, the size of our economy is not very robust, and therefore sometimes getting employment, even with marketable skills, can be a challenge. But it is our business as educators to ensure learners have the right skills and are employable. ICTs have a potential to increase access. This was talked about yesterday, and today both Prince Lu and Paul have talked about, the two Pauls have talked about ICTs mediating learning in the development and the access to learning materials and the learning opportunities that we provide, and the opportunity to promote interactivity and conversations and dialogue amongst learners, thereby improving teaching and learning, because then now the students have access to learning materials, they can interact one with another, we can utilize the diversity of methods of teaching and learning, and the students have the potential to acquire high order learning outcomes or learning skills, which is the demand or the requirement in today's market. And it's also good that ICTs can improve both classroom management and school or institutional management. We know how we have had issues and challenges in our universities when the systems that students are using to pay and to register and to access their transcripts have failed, or to access learning materials and so on. When those systems fail, then there are issues, because ICTs can improve all these management and administration tasks. And of course, for us to really effectively operationalize ODEL, we must ensure that ICT skills have been acquired. They are a prerequisite. It's no longer either or. We must work to promote this. And I've already talked about employability. And there is a lot that has been done at a national level. I've talked about the policy environment. The UCC and the ministry are doing a lot in schools. Although we would wish they do a lot more in universities as well. The ICT penetration and access to internet nationwide has greatly improved. And the fact that ICT is now being taught as a subject in O and O level means that the students that are joining the university are coming in with some skills. There are inequalities because of access issues to technology and to equipment at the school level. So when they come in, we expect them to have the basic ICT skills, then you discover that actually they have challenges. I've been teaching a master's class, and I was asking students to make presentations, and one of my students in the class could not run his slides, PowerPoint slides. That is how challenging things can be. So there is a lot that has been done, and the National Council for Higher Education has done a lot. So we need to develop ICT skills for learners. And in the next few slides, I'm just going to say something about this. Oops, time is running very fast. In this slide, on my right, we have digital skills. And on the left, we have the soft skills. And then these circles here represent the growth in the ICT skills. For example, you're starting at the basic ICT skills at the bottom, and you can have skills to use ICT for analytical thinking. That is at a higher level of utilization of ICT skills. And it is important for us to develop these skills in the learners because it will help with their communication, with the critical thinking, with the problem solving and decision making, and all these soft skills that the students require for survival, for productive living, and for gainful employment, whether they're self-employed or they're working in different environments. They need the soft skills for them to grow, to survive, to prosper in those environments. And that's why we should be motivated to support our learners acquire these skills, because they can acquire high order learning skills, they can acquire soft skills. Let me bring in Bloom's taxonomy here. For the majority of teachers in this platform, you will understand this very easily. And when we are training staff to design learning materials, we fall back on this taxonomy because it simplifies things. When you look at this particular diagram, it has the different technologies that can be utilized for students to remember, to understand, to apply, to analyze, to evaluate, or to create. Now, the interesting thing is that there are some of these technologies that you find running right across. The question we should be asking ourselves, for example, many of our institutions are using learning management systems that are module-based. But at what level are we operating? What type of skills are we eliciting from students by engaging with these technologies? Moodle is running right across, but perhaps many of us have, like Paul said, you had your notes, you have typed them, you have now put them on the learning management system, and then when you're assessing, you're asking them to recall, to remember, to describe. They are operating at the lower level. And yet you could use the same platform to engage students, to ask them to apply, to encourage them to analyze, to evaluate, and to create knowledge, and to be a lot more engaging. Now, this is critical because when you think about our students, who are coming in from the school level with disparities in ICT skills, and having them engage with this is one way in which we can sharpen those skills. Because when they work effectively with certain technologies, it enables acquisition of higher order learning skills. It enables acquisition of a variety of learning outcomes. And there is a symbiotic relationship, by the way, between working with the technology and learning the skills. I'm not so sure which one comes first. This is the story of the chicken and the egg. This picture speaks about what learners need for them to succeed. It's kind of like a re-emphasis of the earlier one, where you are promoting problem solving, creative communication, critical thinking. And when this happens, then the students can engage much more creatively with their college, their university, and with employment. Now, the issue is the need to immerse learners in working with ICTs for them to create that readiness for university and also for employability. So my suggestion actually is that these conversations that we are having should be happening for the school level as well. We are given 3 years minimum for majority of the courses to transform learners from that environment where they have been taught just to regurgitate. Now we want them to create, we want them to communicate, we want them to collaborate. It creates a heavy burden on the university staff. So we need to have these conversations at the lower level as well, so that when students come to the university, we are working with what is already in place. So the learners can, we need to promote learner-centeredness. I think let me not speak much into this because Paul has already kind of covered this ground. So the students need a variety of skills, ranging from the technical skills like starting a computer and setting it up, plugging it on and so on and so forth, right through to being able to collaborate online, use data analytics for their work, communicate, and so on. They need all these skills, and the challenge is how we can systematically and consistently support learners through the different programs that we run for them to acquire these skills. I have a picture here of Cheptegei. Cheptegei recently won a gold medal, I think, in marathon at Monaco. But for Cheptegei to get there, I'm not so sure how many kilometers, how many hills he climbed, how many times he woke up very early in the morning, how many times perhaps he did his training, or I'm not so sure, but he must have spent a lot of time, energy, and effort to get to where he is. And that's why I believe what Anton Chekhov here says. He died many years ago, but this statement is still very valid. Practice does not make perfect. Only perfect practice makes perfect. In other words, relevant setting of activities and tasks that will ensure that the right skills are acquired and refined and refined and refined. So we have a standing question to answer. Are our learners ready to fully exploit the benefits that ICTs bring on board in teaching and learning, particularly in the ODEL environment? Each of our universities perhaps needs to engage with this so that you can come up with the right answer for the learner that you have profiled. For the teachers, you cannot give what you have. You cannot share what you don't have. We cannot expect teachers to promote these skills amongst the learners if they don't have those skills themselves. That means the teachers must be adept with technologies for them to cope with that. I'd like to encourage us to look at the ICT competence framework for teachers. It is done with the schooling system in mind, but in terms of the requirements and the demands, it cuts across, because we all need to acquire knowledge, we all need to deepen it, we all need to be creators. Now, I've just taken one or two things here. For basic knowledge, a teacher needs basic literacy. They need ability to select and use the appropriate tools. And they need ability to use ICTs to manage. So when we are doing training, how are we supporting the teachers to acquire these skills? I remember when I was a coordinator for AVU, we organized a training on basic ICT skills. And in my naivety, I advertised it for staff and students. Then one professor came to me and whispered and said, Jessica, can you organize a private class for me? I don't want to be seen with the students, for the students to see how ignorant I am. So we need to be conscious of this, preserving people's dignity as we prepare them. For knowledge application, to identify the best use of ICT, then the teacher has moved from basic knowledge to knowledge application, ultimately to being a member of a community of practice, creating knowledge, sharing knowledge, building learning communities, transforming teaching and learning in the classroom, and transforming our institutions. At each of these levels, that the teachers need support, the teachers need training. And how can this be done? We need to see this as a lifelong process. I am self-taught in many ways. That means the teacher must take responsibility and interest in self-development. If you're going to wait for your institution to do everything for you, we shall never move. We need to take interest in our own self-development. And I also would like to say, for changes to happen at the lower levels, then pre-service teacher training for teachers needs to change. And we need to design quality learning materials and train our staff in using different tools and in assessment. And the issue of research into ICTs in teaching and learning is something critical. Paul Muinda talked about the support that they have for MasterCard, which is funding, training, and also supporting some research work. We need more and more of this for us to really understand what goes on, what does it take, what would we have to do further. There are many challenges: the attitude, the access to technology, skills to utilize the poor national backbone to internet. I'm able to share this. Today, the internet has been stable. Tomorrow, it may not be stable. So we have issues with that as well. So those are outstanding issues, and people have talked about this again and again. What lessons would I want us to go away with? We need to go beyond theory when we are mainstreaming ICTs. It has to be integrated across the board in teaching and learning activities. Practice does not come by, you cannot learn to ride a bicycle by reading about riding a bicycle. Read about riding a bicycle, but get onto the bicycle and actually ride, not once, not twice, not 3 times. I have a lot of scars as evidence of my effort to try and learn how to ride a bicycle. And access to ICTs. Sometimes institutions get grants, they get donations, and a lab is built. You find this in schools, you find this in universities. But in terms of the consistent and systematic refurbishment and upgrading of systems is very slow. And so we end up with a lot of carcasses, and then the students are not able to work with carcasses. It's only in anatomy where they work with carcasses. But now when you're talking about ICTs, I do not want a carcass for a laptop. I need a laptop that works. Readiness is still a challenge, so teachers and students need further support. We can only get better with practice. And budgeting, I'm glad this was raised yesterday. We need to budget for policies, for systems, for hardware, for training, sensitization. Many times we are told this is consumptive budgets. But how are we going to train people? Paul talked about having missed break, having missed lunch, having, when you're training people, how are you going to motivate them to stay for a whole day training if you're not going to give them water and bites? And I would like to end with this food for thought. Computers are incredibly fast. They are accurate, but they are stupid. The computer scientists may disagree, Nora may disagree, but this is Albert Einstein many, many years ago. Human beings are incredibly slow. They can be inaccurate and brilliant. Together, when you have the computers and the human beings together, they are powerful beyond imagination. We can bring this potential to bear fruit in teaching and learning by equipping our students and equipping our teachers with the right skills to work with the technology for the maximum benefit of ODEL. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Professor Jessica. I really would like to ask members to kindly clap for her again. That was very enriching, and I don't want to be taken to have given you more time because you're a lady like me, but because of the ordeal, it was difficult to keep in touch in terms of time. But thank you so much for the very informative and nice presentation. I like how you talked about how important to have ICT because it creates employability. And I remember one time when they switched off Facebook, and I think at some point internet in Uganda, the first people to complain were the business community. I was very surprised. I didn't know they knew how to use these things, but it's what actually they use to and do their business. So it means we should actually go into it. Members, like I said, please kindly take note of what you want to ask or comment or ask for clarification. We are soon getting to that time. Finally, we'd like to invite our third presenter, who is Dr. John O.O. Omagino. O.O. is Ogund Odiri. I hope I pronounced them well. Dr. John is a thoracic and cardiac surgeon in Uganda. He's the executive director of the Uganda Heart Institute. He's also a member of the board of directors of Uganda Heart Institute. He's a fellow at the American College of Cardiologists, and he's an executive MBA and executive director at Uganda Heart Institute. Dr. John, you are welcome. Do you have a mic with you? Okay, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. When I was invited for this meeting, I looked at the whole thing and it was coming from the...
Doctor, please talk in the mic so that the...
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. When I was invited for this meeting, I first of all wondered why I was being invited to educationists. This is the forum for educationists. Then I remembered the other side is that I actually use my profession. You must have all the knowledge and all the skills before you can start doing what I'm supposed to do. And that is the ultimate. I was so grateful. In fact, when I talked to my colleagues, everybody wanted to participate because we have a divergent, slightly a point of diversion, which I will clarify. Now, being from the Heart Institute, somebody dealing with cardiovascular disease, which is having such a big and growing impact, actually, and a growing epidemic, I would like to dedicate 1 minute to ensuring that I don't have an emergency here by asking you to stand up, do some stretching. I do not want an emergency here because when it comes, technology will not assist. Yes, so we can stretch. Okay. Okay. Yes. Can everybody manage to touch their feet? No, if you can't, then that one is fine. Now, when you stand straight, can you put your chin on the chest? If you do so, can you see your toes? If you don't, then you make an appointment for us to assess you. So you can sit down and let us do the rest. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Next slide. The next slide. Am I going to do this? Yes. So I'll just give you something about the Heart Institute, a bit of the scope of what we do, and a bit of our experience while teaching and while in and some of the challenges and our next steps. Right from the beginning, I would want just to say technology and ICT and the rest are necessary evils. So you can't run away, but there is an extent to which they cannot go. You can't depend on them all through, like happens in our field. Now, the Uganda Art Institute, which I'm representing, was established as an autonomous body by Act of Parliament in 2016 to address this emerging epidemic of heart disease. It is already contributing to more than non-communicable disease is actually accounting for at least 41% of death right now in the country. It has surpassed the communicable diseases like HIV, gigas, malaria, and all those ones. Now this is the big animal. It is a super specialized institution and the leading provider of cardiovascular services and the only national referral facility for heart diseases in Uganda. It has trained. Okay. I like dancing around. No, it is okay. Thank you. Yes, it has trained cardiac specialists and installed state-of-the-art cardiac facilities, both in the cardiac catheterization and operating theater, which have enabled us to conduct groundbreaking heart surgeries and interventions of world class that are greatly making an impact on the need to refer patients abroad and supporting regional referral hospitals to improve on the cardiovascular disease care. Sorry. Now, the type of things we are doing are very complex. This one is the open heart surgery going on in the operating theater. But some of the people standing are students on this side. Those days, they would just read about them. Now we are seeing them practically. Here, you see all the teams, everybody in his area landing, doing whatever it can, but you can see evidence of technology and equipment. When we go to the critical care unit, we should be able to support all the 13 systems of the body, meaning that you are just about to be declared dead. So all the systems, we stop with them and are supposed to support them using technology. So ICT is at the center. Yes, those equipment that you look at all that, that is what it takes to look after one patient. Very many human resources with various skills, a lot of equipment, but there are a lot of consumables and a lot of knowledge must be exercised. This is a cardiac catheterization facility. That room is what we use to go into your heart, your vessels, and stop avert cutting you open to be able to do an intervention. Here we are operating on a baby and closing a defect using catheters and under direct vision. So the issue is what, yes, what was going on as all these things used to take everybody abroad, but now there is no need to carry this if we can put all the facilities together as a country. And I am on record, I can face the president, I can face anybody. We should not, and have resisted and refused many times to sign for a medical referral for what we can do here. Whether you are a minister, a member of parliament, a commoner, I'm not checking. There is capacity to do this, only we should multiply it.
Let's clap for that.
So the other day we were with the professor in State House and the honorable minister who was presenting the budget cuts had the audacity to say 4 days before he was dying, he was operated on in this facility without cutting, and 4 days after that, he was able to be back to his office and working. A procedure which would have cost the country over $50,000 if it was to be carried outside. We did it here at $5,000 and was able to walk out. So that is what we are talking about. But the people doing this, there has to be, he said it, we were all there in front of the First Lady and the whole team and was very grateful. But at the end of the day, they had freezed, they had cut. And when we wrote back, they gave me the money, so I have not closed down the facility. So the issue is the roadmap, the people getting super specialization. And I want this one clearly, because we have a challenge in the country. Up to now, super specialization is not picked and recognized by public service. So the people we train who can do all of that, public service has not recognized them. And yet, see what it takes, the roadmap. You first of all have to get an NCHE. That is the bachelor's of medicine and the bachelor's of chirurgo. Chirurgo is a Latin word meaning surgery. So it is a double degree which takes 5 to 7 years, and it transforms you into a general practitioner. Other countries call it MD. Then you come back for MMed, which takes you 3 to 5 years and turns you into a specialist. That is why they call them medical officers, special grade. And unfortunately, our public service stops there. With an MMed degree, you can become a consultant and even a senior consultant. So there is no incentive to go far. Now, world over, you cannot be allowed to touch, to stop, to reactivate, to cut, to transplant a heart when you don't have a fellowship training, which takes another 3 to 5 years to become a super specialist. Now, after you have finished your MMed, you are supposed to make a choice. If you are to go to academia, you go for a PhD. If you want to be a super specialist or a clinician, you must take a fellowship training program. And that is world over. Whether you are in Uganda, you are in New Zealand, you are in South Africa, you are in Japan, you have no choice. You cannot be accredited, your institution cannot be accredited, you can't practice. But this is what we have had to develop for this country. Now, while you look at a PhD, that is the direction of academia. It looks at academics. Just like Professor Aguti said, you can know so much about a bicycle, but you are not a rider. To be a rider, you have to take a fellowship. So to be a practitioner, or to be a caretaker, let me say, a super specialist, you must go to the side of the fellowship, which I've said is 3 to 5 years, whether you're in Uganda, whether you're in Japan, whether you are in India or in the US. So a fellowship, as opposed to the PhD, is highly focused on care. It is skills. It is what? Skills. During our training, we had somebody who had a PhD in obstetrics and gynecology. He's of Indian origin. He came and in the grand round, he said there are 22 causes of intestinal, of obstructed labor. So we wrote down the what? The 22. As he was finishing, the professor said, hey, there is a case of obstructed labor in theater. They took him there. He got lost. So they picked a postgraduate student to bail him out, and the point had been made. Academia is different, and practice what is different. So it focuses on skills. It focuses on care. We do a lot of training, we do a lot of research, and you must have the knowledge. So the indicators of a fellowship training program or teams which are working, and like in our station, open heart surgery, for you to demonstrate that you have the right skills, you must, the issue is not just parading around that you have the paper. You must conduct open heart surgery, you must do correct diagnosis, those diagnostic interventions we have been seeing, all these critical care management you have seen in the ICU, and your indicators are in terms of numbers, in terms of outcomes. And outcomes is not just that we have operated on one patient or what, no. As somebody going back to normal, we get now children whom we operated or whom we operated when they are young, 2 kilos, and they surprise you coming back 20 years later or 18, says, doctor, I understand you operated on me, but now I'm wedding or my graduation on site, I would want you to be there. Meaning that person has been brought back to the normal line of what? Growth and development, and has been transformed into productive human what? Capital. So we do a lot of complex issues are judged by that. And like I was telling a professor, that right now we have only 5% reason to refer a patient abroad if we had all the facilities. The 95% we are able to what? To handle. So the issues we are talking about are things like heart transplant and multiple complex lesions. So we do publish, and right now we are doing at least 15 publications in the peer reference journals, and the last one was in the New England Journal, which is like the Olympics. We danced as all our colleagues danced, and we called the press and everything because we are there. It makes you a difference between boys and the men. Yes. So we are talking about accreditations. One of my accreditation is I'm a fellow of the American College of Cardiologists. There's no mediocre that can be given that what? Recognition. It is something. And as I'm talking, I have two appointments on my desk for my colleagues. One is being appointed the associate professor of cardiology by the Cape Town University. Cape Town is the number one what? University in Africa. It is not substance of mediocres. It means it is a recognition, and that is your institution in Uganda. Now, the issue of the training focus, we have said knowledge, the university stresses that. For us, fellowship, it is attitude, skills, and attitudinal orientation. And that is why when you are doing a PhD, you don't require a full-time attendance and participation. You can use the e-systems and finish your PhD without getting into contact. You don't need registration, a professional council, but For a fellowship program, it is a full time. So we don't do it by email, what? You must be there to attend to these patients, to conduct this operation, to do and you are assessed over what? A time. And it requires full registration with full councils. As I talk right now, I have 5 external students. We have a class of 26, but 5 of them, 2 are from Liberia, 2 are from Zambia. There are another 2, 1 from Zaire. Before they step their foot here, you must have them fully registered to practice in Uganda, because they are going to touch patients. They are going to operate on what? Ugandan patients. So the biggest issue is attitudinal change. You cannot post your level, everybody being attended to by a person of that level or for that service. They tell you are going to stop your heart and operate on it. You need patient care. You must read patient care in your practitioner. He must be a good listener. She must be very consultative. It must be a team approach. You are seeing the issue of humility, the issue of not easily being offended, even if a patient kicks you. One of the patients one time boxed me because I was saying you have to be operated. And when we had finished and we were discharging, and he was told, you boxed doctor. Then how on earth somebody who saved my what? My life? I couldn't. Bambi, she was right. She had no blood and the brain was not what? Functioning. So when the brain started functioning with new blood, she started thinking normally. She couldn't have boxed her doctor. But the issue is you must not be offended. You are busy to take on all the stakeholders. The patient is important, the family is important, and all these ones are attitude. You cannot get this one via e-learning. So I've given you very many institutions and very many fellowship programs all over the world. All these ones, geriatric, neurology, interventional cardiology, pulmonary medicine, and the rest of them, all of them are coming on board. They all use what? ICT. Our experiences are few, but clearly we have case discussions using the what? The ICT. Yes, just lend me 2 more. We do case discussions with international partners. We do webinars for masters series. Our teams, we have a very good system, and we do real-time presence issues where you bring and focus your colleagues. This way you post the ideas. We pick things from operations, because sometimes you can be stranded in the middle of the night, but you just post via this and you can get a consultation from other institutions, from other members, and say, no, just stitch that one and you'll be all right. And it will, instead of losing a patient. So we are doing these live series. We are doing telesupport. This one is a nice one. We're trying to say, with the technology, we can train a nurse in Gulu, in Moroto, to be able to do an echo or photograph or something on a patient and transmit that information to the center here. It is interpreted and we give a feedback and tell them do A, B, C, D. And it saves a patient, a crisis, and it gives coverage. So we now have a whole station where somebody is monitoring information coming from other parts of the country. All these ones we are doing, but the person must be very well So critical care support, I will tell you, if family is stuck in sending critical care in the ICU in the middle of the night, that nurse can log on to a system, and we have that one. And the next consultant available in Israel can study that information and give this guidance and say, please move from this point to this. And the support is given there and what? And then a lot is being done. But this on the video conferencing, we were discussing with our team, the other side in the UK, about one of the researches on rheumatic heart diseases, the landmark trial, and we're disseminating issues. We didn't need to fly and the rest of the things. We shared the issue using our system. These are webinars. the thing I was saying, you establishment of cardiac telehealth programs to support cardiovascular diagnosis in remote, poor settings. We have all these and are published. 2 weeks ago, we were handling one of our hybrid sessions, and most of our participants were from Cape Town, from Gaborone, from Case Western Reserve University, from the Great Ormond Street Hospital. And we're here with all these, most of these are postgraduates, fellow students on their fellowship training. And we're discussing a lot of things with a lot of interaction. It is okay. But we have challenges, issues of time difference, these time zones. You want a live program and the other people are sleeping. There is the internet interruptions. One of our biggest budget is on the what? Internet. And if we're told we can lay that, is it under the ocean what? Cable, we are the biggest what? Beneficiaries. Then requirement of fast connectivity for live interactions. And that is where the problem is. Most of what we are doing, you can imagine we are doing operating on a child. Your heart rate, you is about 70 per minute. But a baby who is sick in some, it can even race up to 200 beats per minute. But it is not diseased. It is just responding to changes. But you must stress activity. So it is like somebody who was walking, then somebody is walking, and you must keep pace with that. So the type of technology we have is mostly for static what? Slow things. Not that rate of what? So next steps, supporting more regional utilization of virtual options. We want centers in Moroto. We want facilities in Kabale. We want facilities in Fort Porto. We want facilities in Arua, such that we can all what? Network. And instead of running and what we are discussing an important issue with one facilitator, we should reach all our people and share knowledge. But investments in mobile health and telesupport, you know, let me tell you, when somebody collapses in an office, in a home, that a heart attack, usually when we are called, the first team which is there should be able to harvest all that information, fit on this system, and we agree on the diagnosis. Now, that team should be able to intervene and inform the people back on the center that that person will need to go straight to theater. Clear the theater, we want the roads cleared, we want the police to respond, we want such that there is no what? Delay to be able to cash on the golden what? Hour, if we have to save a life. Now, our system, as one is moving, we should be getting all of this information. Now there is linkages with more institutions for combined learning experience. This is what we are telling you. When we have a rare case or anything here, we share it with the people in Cape Town, the people in McMaster's, the people the other end. And there is so much. So there is so much room. Then there is the integration of e-learning to all core activities. This is the other bit. The other core activities we are talking about are things that if you get into our hospital, right from the gate, somebody should be picking information and transmitting it to the director or to the theater or to what that we have reached here. These people at the gate should understand it. Apart from pressing and saying you are going what? No, they should be able to channel that information to our critical areas. When you get to the laboratory, that information should be channeled to the clinicians, to accounts, to the diagnosis. When you move on to the theater, that information, the other people should access all this, the laboratory, the stores that we need this catheter, we need this size of this. And he looks and says, hey, we have these options. Can you bring? If not, you are left to wastages, wasting of time, wastage of resources, wastage. So IT And this EWAT connectivity and the issues of all these co-activities is all important. But finally, as I go, there is the attempt by the universities to set up programs for fellowship training. The law and the cardinal law is that they must have the practicing what center. It is useless loading people with knowledge when you cannot apply it, when you cannot what. So the university, the only hospital you have cannot do these things. So there is no, if you must set up those programs, they must be in line with the centers. So for centers of excellence, that is their job. They combine the academia. So we work together with the universities and the practice centers. Otherwise, you cannot publish in these peer referenced using just data. Where do you get the data from? It is from patients, it is from your activities, it is from, you get it. So to the patient, to that child, to that mother with a dying, it is pointless for you to come and say, I am a PhD holder. I have this knowledge. He wants her kid operated on and what? And corrected. That is the essence of specialization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Another round of applause, please, to Dr. Odamunde. That is very, very, very intriguing. I just imagine your students. They must be learning on spot. Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And now I'm opening up the discussion. And this is how we are going to move. In our audience, we have 6 rows. The first row is online. I'm now welcoming questions. Do we have questions online? Please check. If not, then we'll replace it with number 2.
I'm sure we have some questions or comments online, do we? Okay, the team is trying to.
So Solomon, these are the 6 groups. I can share the groups. The first group, the first row is online. This is the second. The third is online. This is the fourth. The fifth online. That's the 6th.
Okay, so we start with the first one, which is
online.
Online.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Comments coming through online. We have anonymous attendee. Thank you, Professor. Well, that was earlier. Okay, for Dr. Mangino, is there provisions for free emergency heart services to humble Ugandans? That's a question from Bernard. Bernard who? That is Bernard Onyinyi. Again, is there provisions for free emergency heart services to humble Ugandans? Underline the word humble. So I think we only had one from online. So we come to Professor's line. You want to start? Oh, okay, cool. Let's start. I've taken the mic off you. Okay, I can say. All right, thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Patrick Chamanywa, Vice Chancellor, Uganda Matters. I would like to thank my teacher for the very lively presentation. Thank you very much, sir. We do insist, yes, that we should have practical exposure and hands-on. However, we cannot fail to adapt the technology. And I would like to seek your opinion on whether it would be acceptable to emphasize that the didactics are done online, because that can be done at any time, asynchronous or synchronous, so that we increase the amount of time available for the practical learning when the students come to the university setting, the teaching hospital setting. Would that be something you would support to be pushed as a new mode for medical schools? Thank you very much.
Solomon, let's
Thank
pick
you.
like 6 questions. We'll give
Okay.
a break for response, then we get back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for all the presenters. I would like to start with Professor Aguti. She talked of ICT skills for both teachers and learners. And for learners, she talked of from the basics up to the highest level, which she illustrated. I would just like to ask, isn't it time we moved from the basic skills to something more like computing skills? I say this because we are people, or as Uganda, our colonial masters were UK. And we have probably thrown away the baby, the bath water with the baby, as far as learning from them is concerned. Way back in 2014, UK changed its ICT syllabus to computing syllabus from primary level up to wherever it is. I did my PhD there. In 2014, that's when they changed the syllabus. I started my PhD in 2013. I came back with a textbook for coding for primary school. I don't know, isn't it time for us to move in that direction? Because that, I think, helps the learners to move from analytical thinking to logical thinking as well. I know the two are related, but I think as far as ICT and computing is concerned, maybe as Uganda, we need to move in that direction. Since she's close in that area, I thought maybe I would ask her that question. And how do we prepare for that stage? And then for Professor Burevo, I would like to thank you and Makerere for starting that master's program in instructional design. I think that is going to help us as Uganda to make the connection from what Professor Prinsloo was saying, that it is not about content. Most of our e-learning is really about uploading. The day we will remove that word from our vocabulary about e-learning, I will be the happiest person. It's about uploading content and maybe audio, whether it is audio or text or whatever, but it is about uploading. The day we will move to instructional design first, we are going to reduce on those content. And I would like to thank Makerere really for going in the right direction for that. And one thing also Professor Prinsloo said was that teaching online it takes more time. And Professor Birevu actually elaborated on that by looking at the teaching presence, cognitive presence, and social presence. If you really make use of all those three, it takes a lot more time than these others. That's the way I have experienced it. And then for Professor Magino, I think I'll leave the issue of generals to the generals. Thank you very much. But what I have just picked from it, that it is about patient care, how you care for the patient. And for those in the teaching profession, we have clients, our learners, they also need care, whether it is face-to-face or online, we need care to care about them. Professor Birevu started his thing about what he missed. So we need to take care of that. He actually elaborated how we can take care of those issues where such that the learner does not resent online or there. So thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you very much. Uploading. Online is what you had said. Do we have some questions online? Online, the online team, do we have any questions or comments? No, we don't have. So we come to, all right, I'll start with you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am Dr. Chris Chironda, Director Quality Assurance, Kampala University Original. A lot of interesting points have been made, but some of them are so specialized in particular areas. Jessica Guti talked as the teacher that she is in that particular field. Dr. Magino has talked in that area, as if to say ICT is area specific. While it is true that in certain areas, especially science-based areas, ICT is crucial. We have failed to establish a bridge because before the BC period and the .com era, because 30, 40 years back, who was talking about ICT? And yet, I'm not sure whether Mulago does not have those consultants from the BC period, but have been updating. Now, Professor Magino tried to create the impression that, well, if you want to go academic, then you go for your PhD. But what is important is this fellowship. Now, it is very interesting. I'm sure there is an area where one must get a PhD. And if one is determined also to follow that line, there is nothing like saying, this is what matters. I'm sorry to say. Because there are areas where you don't have to be told about ICT, but the practice goes on. Somebody becomes very, very innovative with or without what? Without ICT. You have ignored the humanities. I wished you could also draw examples from the humanities and say, if you are doing this and this, and when there is ICT. I know Makere has established the Department of Literature and Film. That's okay. Recent development. Does it mean that people are so outdated? And I would like to invite Dr. Magino to have a chat with his two daughters. I can't remember the names, but I taught them metaphysical poetry. Find out where they enjoyed it, where they find it relevant or not, because there are particular areas. Otherwise, it's very good. We are developing the way we are developing, so that by the time somebody gets to university, he's computer literate and everything. No quarrel about that. I was a go-to computer when I went for my doctorate in Cape Town. I suffered, and I wouldn't like anybody's child to also what? To suffer. But we should appreciate where there are differences and why those differences are there. And the teacher is central. The physical presence, whether you want it or not, there are areas where you can't do with the physical presence. Otherwise, these universities in Cape Town, which you referred to, computer centers are dotted everywhere, and yet physical classes are going on at the same time. So I think we have to be extremely careful. Thank you.
Thank you so
Delicate balance it is you're trying to highlight. That has been noted, and I'm sure the panel will say a word or two on that. I'm just going to make sure everyone speaks.
Yeah, thank you very much, our presenters. I'm Dr. Wanje Milton from Shopstart University. Yeah, I'm straight to Associate Professor Muyinda, thank you very much for your live representation. But in all these, you have talked about the e-learning mode, instructional design models. But in all these, where are the parents? We are having now a challenge with parents, with guardians. They have been left out. Whereas we who got classes, the students, we are coming up, we are moving on. Like us at Bishop Stewart University, we are making progress as regards ODER and e-learning. But we still have a challenge with guardians asking, they normally ring me, really, are the students studying on a phone? If they are teaching on a phone, they still look at it as if they are just on a phone doing nothing. Then where are the local leaders? Where are the politicians who should sensitize people about ODER? And you know the caliber and the culture of our local leaders and politicians. So where are they? And whereas we see that there's a political will, as Professor Jessica said, we have the policies, but are these policies on the ground? What can be done by the ministry? What can be done by National Council to see that these policies can be seen on the ground and working for promotion of ODER? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the mic to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Katongole again. My questions go to Dr. John Oo, the ED of Uganda Heart Institute. Though I'll just start with a simple statement. I was discussing with a colleague here, which question goes to everybody. Is ICT a discipline or it is a language? In my understanding, if we look at ICT as a discipline, then we have a problem, because ICT is a language that we use to communicate with the computers, and it ought to be taught from the day a child is born. If you don't learn it, of course, we have learned different languages later, but you know the suffering you go through. But if you have to work in a new environment, we have to learn that language. So it brings me to a question I have for Dr. John. In recent years, not more than 4 years, we have seen new advancement in healthcare. For example, currently, Johns Hopkins Medical Hospital can do Da Vinci robotic surgeries to valve, coronary artery bypass, cardiac tissue abrasions, heart defect repair, and tumor removal using aided robotics. And there is a publication that came from the Da Vinci robotic manufacturer saying, in 2 decades, using artificial intelligence, the Da Vinci robotic will have enough data to carry out autonomous surgeries as it is now aided. Recently, a total artificial heart manufactured by Kamat entered clinical trials. And it is slated to start November of this year and to end around 2025. Still this year, we heard of a transplant of a pig heart surgery. Some of you heard of it. A patient, it was transplanted in January and the patient lived up to March. They used pig heart scaffolding with heart cells. The process they used, they did a lot of bioengineering and new bioengineering technology known as 3D printing of organs. My question is, all these advancements are foreign advancements. And even all the machines, all the technology enabling the healthcare at Uganda Institute, I see, is foreign. How do the current health sector in Uganda collaborate with the local computer science industry to develop health technology solution so that we can also compete in the 4.0 industrial revolution of healthcare, and want our over-reliance on the foreign health technology take away the autonomy of healthcare in the 4.0 revolution. Thank you.
What a classic question. Yo, that's deep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, presenters. I have a few comments to make. One is much as we are trying to polish and we are trying to see how Odell can work out, we also need to address the issues, the current bottlenecks that we are seeing in Odell. As education institutions, we trade in knowledge, but the final consumers is the employment industry. And these people are agreeing about Odell products. So what we produce is not what exactly they want. There have been several comparisons between Odell products and the products that were produced before Odell. And the reality is that there's a difference. So much as we put efforts in enhancing Odell, as a regulator, there is a need to sensitize the employment industry that these products that we are producing can actually do better than the people that have been produced in physical classes. And then to address the issues in healthcare, we have new technologies like caves and virtual reality. But the challenge we have in Uganda is that our internet is not at the standard. The 20 MBs per second that we consider as a standard internet speed, you can't feel the value of it. 10 people have loaded gadgets on a bandwidth of 20 MBs, it will slow down and not perform anything. So we cannot advance into these technologies when we still have low bandwidth. And as Odell, if we are running away from e-learning to Odell, then it calls for high bandwidth, not low bandwidth. In low bandwidth, the presenter said that in low bandwidth, we have to use text emails. And this cannot work in Odell. Students are used to physical classes. Much as you're on e-learning on Zoom, students believe in seeing who is presenting. And most cases, when you turn on video, the bandwidth reduces. And then the communication cannot come out well. So as regulators, we need to first address the challenges that are affecting Odell's performance. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just love the conversations happening in this room online. There are a couple of
Yes,
questions.
before online, Solomon, can we probably allow the panelists first to respond some of those, then we get that as the last bit.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
No problem.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, ma'am.
Can we have Dr.
First and foremost, thank you. And I think I have got the desired intent of the meeting to rock people or participants in a given direction so that they can react. And we have got that. Now, most of these are comments. The issue of free emergency heart surgery, yes, when somebody is coming and kicking and in that, you don't talk about money there. You talk about, first of all, life. Then you can say, but this is the costs we have gone through. But we shall not remove the stitches. So there is room for what? For that. And the first 24 hours usually is not factored in. Now, the next issue, in fact, as your economy improves, we should be, and going way forward into health insurance and all these things, they should cater for this eventually, such that everybody is what is catered for. So health insurance should be promoted. Next is the issues of adopting knowledge. Professor Chairman, that is exactly what we are talking about. We have room to combine the issues of all this e-learning, to acquire all the most of the knowledge which you can harvest across the night. But you need to move to skills and rest of the things. So right now, any student who comes in, you give him passwords, you give him what he can access all these universities and all these lectures. And if he can acquire all that knowledge across the night. So it is okay. We are all in one we can download all these would be lectures or knowledge, that is okay. Much of the space should be created for practical exposure. The next one are comments, but maybe let me say something about this young man's issue about the advancements. Robotic surgery. During my training, we could do a heart transplant between two of us in just 3 hours. The system would support. When they said the heart is coming in from France and you are in Italy, the whole, even the airlines, even all the roads, everything is all frozen to allow the heart to come in. We are still far from that in our country. Just as we talk right now, we have been trying to pull through the bill for organ transplant. It has not yet gone through. The only organ we are transplanting is blood and maybe skin. But now the issues of artificial heart, again in Pisa University, when they were creating this, I was in Italy at that time with the Pisa University. The first artificial heart we made, what that was made, was just like a cupboard. So a patient couldn't move. We have been miniaturizing until the last one, which is about 380 grams, to be inserted alongside your failing heart, so that it can maybe turbocharge it. The whole thing is still. Heart transplantation is very expensive. We should avoid it where we can. Treat issues, early diagnosis, early management, prevent, and the few who can go that, it is very expensive. The amount of resources for one patient can do 28 patients and 48 babies. So let us avoid that as much as But in the event that you have nothing, the common source is a human being. You must kill one human being to give the other one a heart. So that business is very serious. That is why we are talking about pigs. But when you go the side of pigs, the laws of science, rejection, the rest of the things are bedeviling. We're not surprised that within 28 days, this patient had died. So these issues are all, but finally, as we talk, we still have a long journey to replace the human mind. The fastest computer right now is 4G. We used to have 5G. And when it came up, you saw the problems it gave. But the human brain is operating at 6 plus G. We still have a journey. I think with that, it is just to say we are moving. We cannot afford as a nation to go, is it testing and to say that the other time when we had COVID, we participated in that issue of trying to do a ventilator from Makerere. Yes, I personally signed to give my unit as a testing ground for the practical issues. But if your child is the one on the operation table and you are asked, would we give you this machine which is being tested, or we use one which is resilient? You will go the other direction. So that area of introducing new knowledge must be done with proper safeguards to ensure that the issue of life is what we are dealing with. You must not trade anything for what? Unless it is completely and also tested. You get it? Otherwise, we are on the way. We are moving, and many things are being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I hope you are able to hear despite the rain. We still have another few minutes to wind up, but let me give, first of all, Professor Jessica, are you online?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes, please. If you could answer some of your questions, then I get back here to Professor Minda.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone asked, is it indeed time we moved on from basic skills to computing skills? And she gave us the example of UK that changed its curriculum from basic skills to computing skills, including coding and so forth. And how do we prepare for this? Yes, we ought to move on. That is the way to go. That is the future. But the reality is that there are a lot of inequalities that are existing in our school systems, and it therefore becomes difficult. I sometimes go out to supervise teachers on teaching practice, and you go to a school and a whole school with from senior 1 to senior 6 has got 4 or 5 computers. I went and supervised a student who was teaching senior 2, and they had 200 students, and the whole school had 10 computers. So that is the reality on the ground. And therefore it becomes extremely difficult for us to create even greater demands on the system. I am, however, aware that there are some private schools, especially those that are following international curricula, that have moved on, and their students are covering computing skills. They're including things like coding and robotics. But the truth is that even with that movement, basic computing skills become a foundation to the computing skills. I'm not so sure what the new ICT curriculum states. I don't know whether there's someone here from NCDC. So I don't know whether the new lower secondary school ICT curriculum has included some elements from computing within the new curriculum. But that is the way to go, and therefore we need to build up systems that will support that movement. But as things stand right now, I think let's make use of the best of the evil that we have in the country by emphasizing the acquisition of basic skills, which are a foundation to all the other skills. Professor Chris Chirunda, my former teacher, it's good to see you, and I'm happy to see that you're still serving Ugandans. Prof. Chirunda taught me many years ago, and I am who I am because of the foundation such people made in my life. So thank you very much, Professor Chris Chirunda. Yes, I talked about teachers, but in this presentation, I was looking at whosoever is teaching, whether you're teaching in the secondary school, in the primary school, in the university, or in a health tutors college as a teacher. Maybe I should have used the word educators, but National Council for Higher Education was talking about learners and teachers. I believe teachers here is a collective referring to anybody who is educating. So if, for example, you're teaching zoology and you're using ICTs, you're using technologies, you're using the learning management system, you, the teacher, will need the ICT skills, and the student will need the ICT skills to make the best use of whatever platform that you are using. I did not necessarily address it specifically to a classroom teacher in primary or at secondary school level. The question from Bishop Stewart about where the parents, where the politicians, the policies on the ground, and how are these being implemented? I must say that as for Odell, COVID was a blessing in disguise. We must agree on this one, because I can tell you that many years ago, I was a member of a task force for the establishment of the Open University of Uganda. And we put forward a proposal that we thought was an excellent proposal. The ministry was interested in establishing an open university. And at that time, there was even talk that the Department of Distance Education at Makerere University would close down and move to become the hub for the Open University. And others were saying, no, Makerere has its baggage, let those people stay there and let's start a new thing, the new systems with virtual elements and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, it remained an unfunded priority for many years until eventually it fell out of the Ministry of Education budget. It's only when COVID hit that suddenly the conversation around promoting ODEL came into greater play in the ministry. And I think now we are at a level where we can have higher level conversations. And I'm glad Professor Muinda said he's a member of, was it the, what did he call it? The digital something forum in the ministry, which is really excellent because it means the conversations have moved away from the universities and they're bringing in the ministry. And I think it will make creation of the right policies and implementation of existing policies much, much easier. Let me quickly say a little bit about the bottlenecks that are in ODEL. And the fact that there are suspicions about graduates of ODEL. Yeah, the truth actually is that right from many, many years, from the years of correspondence education, there have been suspicions around the quality of ODEL. And if we do not invest sufficiently in the systems in ODEL, in capacity building in ODEL, in ensuring quality of the teachers, quality of learning materials, quality in assessment, all those things, if we do not emphasize quality, suspicions will remain. But let's face it, the reality is that when I enter my class and I teach, how do you know I'm doing a good job? How do you know? Nobody knows what I do in my class. Nobody is following it up. The fact that there is face-to-face and it's been there for years does not mean face-to-face is of a higher quality than ODEL graduates. What we need is evidence. That's why all my life I have advocated for more and more research into ODEL, into ICTs in education and tracer studies. Unfortunately, external funders do not pay for tracer studies. Very few will pay for tracer studies, maybe in health sciences, which is sometimes considered one of the sexy subjects. Maybe they can find funding for tracer studies. But in mainline university streams, tracer studies are not funded externally. Universities need to pay for this and to fund. And until we get to that level where we have evidence and where we can address the fears and the suspicions about ODEL and the suspicions about university education in general, we will never go anywhere. So we need to bring in the private sector and partner with employment agencies to carry out studies and to really gather data that can inform decisions about how to improve both face-to-face and ODEL. The last comment I would like to make is about maybe I'll leave that for now because I picked it from online. Maybe we are going to get to that later. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Professor Jessica. Yes, we are getting back there. Hold it, please.
Yeah, since most of the issues have been addressed, but I just want to emphasize one thing that, yes, in STEM, ODEL is possible. And I want to give a live example. And I'm happy that I'm here with Dr. Magino. I am one of the parents whose child had rheumatic heart disease. And in 2004, that child was taken to Amrita Heart Institute in India. And how they were communicating with the other colleagues in India about this case before the child was transported was through e-learning, was through e. It was not face-to-face. And then later on, that child was an infant by then later on, the operation was repeated in 2012. And they used their community of practice, a community of practice of surgeons who shared information about this child because the heart had become bigger and the valve they had put in had become smaller. So she needed a replacement of valves. They used the community of practice using e-learning, e-working to discuss with the doctors. I don't know, there were others from South Africa, others from America, others from England, and they came to the Heart Institute and operated on my daughter, and the daughter actually got better. So you cannot say that practical subjects cannot be done online. Yes, there is no practical that does not need knowledge, does not need information. You first have to get knowledge before you can be able to get a skill, because you cannot be able to operate without knowing how a heart operates. How a heart operates is known by knowledge, by knowing first, and then you'll be able to put in the hands-on. So for me, I think that even if we have practical courses, engineering, mathematics, whatever, there has to be knowledge, and that knowledge is amenable to e-learning or to Odell or whatever. Because I will ask you the same questions to Professor Priestley if he's still around. At UNISA, don't they have bachelors of engineering, bachelors of medicine, and so on? And we know UNISA is one of those Odell institutions. The other thing I wanted to debunk is the issue of people who are saying maybe Odell, and then e-learning. Odell is just an acronym. There is e-learning inside it. So you cannot say your Odell is this one and then e-learning is this one. You are just confusing yourself. Odell means open, distance, and e-learning. So it is in there. So I don't want to hear people saying maybe you use e-learning and then you don't use Odell. Such people are thinking that Odell is a system. Odell is not a computer system. It is an amalgamation of things. Open learning, which actually Prince talked about, ability to be able to take exams at any time you want, ability to be able to register for a course at any time you want, that's open. Then distance education, studying where you're not, when you're not closer to each other, and then e-learning, use of technology. So even distance education, we can use e-learning. We can use technology there. So those are things that I really wanted to be able to clarify about. The others have been talked about. And then there was an issue also for the products of Odell being, people saying being inferior. Many of us are knowing about Odell after COVID, but Makerere has been having Odell since 1991. If you look at all the accountants, many of the accountants in the Ministry of Finance are trained as BCom external students. Most of the teachers in this country have been trained using Bachelor of Education external. So don't talk about Odell as having inferior products. We have, as a country, already tried this. And the country has never rejected our BCom external students. The country has never rejected our teachers. They are the ones actually teaching your children out there. Most of the teachers who have upgraded through distance education. Let's not the word Odell, which you knew after COVID-19, take away the understanding of distance education. You know, thank you.
I really like how you have unpacked and helped some of us to understand that. Solomon, please, let's get the fourth row, and then I'm informed we have someone who would like to have a 5-minute presentation after our last. This is our last set of questions. So please, if you are in there, get prepared. I'll invite you when we are done with the questions. Yes, Solomon.
All right, thank you very much. Odell is open distance and e-learning. That is well noted. Let's go to our online audience. Let's put up the questions. A couple of questions have been coming through from online. We'll start with Seke Hong, who says that, ask Professor Jessica, in the present, education using computers and the internet has become essential, but I think it should be an alternative or supplementary to face-to-face education. However, if online education is the only alternative because of circumstances, please give me on how personality education, humanity education, and holistic education can be done. Professor Jessica, that was yours. Anonymous attendee says, My take is that Odell is the way to go. Many resent it because of what Professor Berevo outlined. Teacher and learner interaction is critical. Learner support is also key in Odell. Just like one speaker said, study materials are not just uploaded and left to the learners to find their way to the wrong or right direction without guidance from the facilitator, who is the teacher. That is what is frustrating the learners. Two questions. I saw you say, yeah. On the screen, we saw you at the extreme right. All right, so those are the reactions from online. Then we can go to the final, right? All right, reactions, comments from this line. Okay, I will run to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My name is Maxwell Otim. I want to address myself to a couple of issues. Number one, in support of the professor was discussing the issue of that Dr. Magno presented, PhD vis-a-vis fellowship. I thought it was also important, Professor. Dr. Magno, I know you've been loving so much for the heart. In fact, you look like the heart now, and that's very good. That it is also important and also very beneficial for somebody who has done a PhD to proceed and do a fellowship. Yes, because if you leave it hanging like that, it creates an impression that, well, you do your PhD, but you're not worthy to undertake clinical interventions. So I think this is very important. Then two, you quite didn't, I was expecting you to elaborate a little bit more on the issue of telemedicine in terms of how you've leveraged in real surgical interventions in real time. To what extent have you leveraged this? Because what you talked about, well, it's mainly about diagnostics, you know, interpreting scans, ECG and all that. I think I would like to know how, to what extent you're leveraging that. Then Professor Aguti, yes, I think one of the challenges that we have also with Odell, like you said, is that lack of intimacy in terms of getting to know the interaction between the learners and the person delivering or the facilitator. And you talked about transactional distance. And you're saying that it's important to collapse this. I'm wondering how you do this. You have a class of maybe 100 students and you're delivering online. How do you address the issue of transactional distance? How do you collapse it practically so that you create that intimacy that will facilitate learning? Thank you very much.
Please introduce yourself once again.
My name is Dr. Maxwell Otim. I used to work as the Director for Science and Research at the Ministry of Science Technology. I was also the Deputy Executive Secretary, NCHE, but now I'm back. I'm affiliated with Busitama University as an Associate Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Associate Professor, thank you very much for your thoughts. This line, we are done. Okay, great. I'll hand the mic over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Solomon. Let Dr. start.
Yes, thank you very much, Associate Professor. And thank you for particularly these questions. First and foremost, we value knowledge. And indeed, at the Institute, we are encouraging the teams to do both, to have both the lines. And as I talk, two of our members have just finished their PhDs with Makerere University with the groundbreaking findings which have changed the terrain of heart disease and brought in a genetic component. And because of that, we have now been anchored in to about 4 other researches. But now Uganda is one of the key contributors for rheumatic heart disease, and the rest of the world hopes we can manipulate that gene and be able to prevent rheumatic heart disease. The work is here. Next is as I talk now, we have 4 PhD students. 2 of them are in fact, their last publications before they move on to the graduation with Cape Town University. If I receive even now the acceptance, then they can be put on the program. And now for most of the fellows, we want each of them to take on a question, and we have lined up the questions that can go along with that. Next is the issue of telemedicine. I was really trying here to say that one of the issues why we set up a real-time video conferencing facility is to be able to do in real-time consultations. That is, if somebody is stuck in the theater that you saw has all those LD light system, but 2 of them have cameras, and with that we beam onto our system, and we can share with our colleagues, whether in Chicago, whether and some of the procedures we actually do scheduled with the teams on standby to give us the necessary backup. So it is live and kicking, and it has helped us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes, so how do we increase intimacy? And this is what I already talked about, social presence. Social presence is intimacy. I did most of my postgraduate studies, I've done them through online education. Most of them, postgraduate diploma in education from University of Cape Town, the certification in blended learning development from UK, I've done it online. Everything I've done online. Most of the other degrees I've done them online. And there are mechanisms of increasing intimacy in distance education. What I argue members here is, let's not just talk, let's go and study this field. You don't just argue about it, because it is a field which you can take 4 years studying. There are many ways we can create intimacy within. Let me give you an example. When I was doing a postgraduate diploma in education from University of Cape Town, and motivation and socialization, we were required to pair up with someone you don't know. And we were told to go to a beach. This is a learning activity. Go to a beach of your choice. So we discussed in the chat. We went to a beach. We went to Myanmar with some person. She was a lady from, I think, from Turkey. We went to Myanmar in a beach. And when we were in the beach, this is a virtual beach, of course, we discussed, they asked us, discuss your likes and dislikes. Discuss your childhood memories. The teachers know the kind of questions they can ask you that can bring out a relationship between you and another person, and then you get intimate. Then when we started studying, it was like I'd met this person. So every time I wanted to do an activity, I wanted always to go and group this person. It was so intimate. Then when we met in a conference somewhere, she didn't even need to introduce herself to me. We just hugged and said, yes, you must be Nancy, you must be Paul. And we were like, we had ever met. Even we are now more intimate with that person than the people I was with in class here in Uganda. So there are activities as a teacher that you can set, and students can take those activities and become intimate. The transaction distance, of course, when you become intimate, then you reduce the distance between yourself and the person you are with. So there are also activities we can set. Then somebody talked about 100 students, actually the same person, 100 students. How do you create social cohesion within 100 students? Now, here we normally say that what is good for the gander is not good for the goose.
It's good for the goose.
It's not good for the goose. Is what for the gander is good for The goose. I want to ask a question. Are 100 students good in the classroom environment? Are they good? So what is not good in the classroom should not be good in the online. So I know very well that many things that are not good in the class. If I go to class and I don't interact with my students, it's not good. If I teach in class and I don't let my learners interact with each other, it's also not good. So most of these things are things that are there that are prohibited even in the classroom environment. So you cannot say that you are going to take, because you can do that in the classroom environment, you want to do it also online. No, what is not good in the classroom is not good online. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Professor Jessica, the question you were supposed to answer, Professor has answered it. As a way of winding up, I'd like to.
I wanted to say something, please.
I'm giving you the mic, just a moment. As a way of winding up, I'm going to start with you. Please say what you want to say and then conclude with one statement about Odell. Please do.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to respond to the online question from C. Kikong. I believe this is the Vice Chancellor, Kumi University, and I'd like to thank you for your question. And the question is that computers and internet should be alternative or supplementary to face-to-face education. And then how do you teach aspects of personality, humanity, and holistic education if one has to do this online? The truth is that in Uganda, majority of the universities have adopted blended learning approach because of issues of access, because of issues of subject specializations and subject demands, and for a variety of reasons. Blended learning means you are blending technologies. You're using different technologies. You're using the learning management system. You're using Zoom. You're using WhatsApp. You're using Facebook. You're using YouTube. You're using a variety of technologies. Just as when you want to have a cocktail drink, you bring in the mangoes and you bring in the pineapples and you bring in the apples and you blend all of them and you have fantastic juice. You can blend technologies. You can also blend different approaches to teaching, different methods of teaching. And all this implies that face-to-face is within that. Now, when it comes to subjects like personality education, humanities, and so forth that you're asking about, it is possible to cover these areas. How do you do that? We can use case studies. We can use videos from real life situations. We can use videos of drama or plays or mimicings of different situations. You can bring in guest lectures that are guest lecturers online. The tools are there. What it requires is for one to think through the processes. And it is that thinking through the processes which is a challenge for many of us. Many of us behave like water. Water takes the line of least resistance. Water does not go where there is too much effort required to flow downhill. It will find the weakest link and follow that. And many times we are like that, but we need to face these rocks. We need to think through it and plan for the integration of this. The face-to-face teachings or lectures or interactions do not therefore need to be as long as when you operate without the technology. And I think that was the other question I needed to respond to. Paul has addressed the issue of transactional distance, and it's the same thing that you need to understand the platforms that you are using, understand how they work and what they are capable of doing, and bring those on board so that they can increase the interaction between you and your learners and between the learners and one another. And my one comment as far as ODEL is concerned is that yes, ODEL is here to stay. We cannot run away from it. as a nation, as universities, as practitioners, we need to deliberately plan and think through this for it to bear much fruit. Haphazard implementation worked during the COVID season. It is not sustainable. We need to get back on to the drawing board and systematically work through our strategies in ODEL. Thank you very much, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Jessica. We clap for her. One final statement about ODEL, Dr. John.
No, technology has come to bridge our gaps. ODEL is welcome, provided it does not, it doesn't have the fallacy of replacing practicality. Our side is skills. So ODEL is just a means of acquiring knowledge in a very fast, but the skills and the attitudinal orientation are hard and they take long to impart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, we clap for Dr. John. One final statement, Prof.
Yeah, I will say, I'm not going to say it in the abbreviation of it. Open, distance, and e-learning are delivery modalities. And for one to be able to use these delivery modalities, they must have the skills. So let's all be interested in getting the skills before we can be able to delve into using these, because they have their science. There is a science of ODEL, a science of open learning, a science of distance education, a science of e-learning. So ODEL is not a system that you say you install on a computer. No, it isn't. There are modalities that you can choose from. Distance education, e-learning, blended learning, flipped classroom. All those are modalities that fall under this umbrella, open, distance, and e-learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the panelists. Please let us give them a very big round of applause. And thank you so much, participants, physical and virtual. I would also just want to say that in our keynote address today in the morning, Professor Paul talked about the competitors that we have, the Google University, but I think we also have the WhatsApp University, where everybody is a professional. So probably when we get into this and people get to learn more, then we'll be able to share what is of value. I thank you so much. And from what I said yesterday, let's have this baby born. Let's try to do what is possible, do what it takes to avoid a miscarriage. I thank you.
Well, clearly the 9 months are done and the labor pains have started. I am sure that you're going to deliver. Whether you want or not, when they come, they have come. You can't stop them. Another round of applause to our panel today. For the team online, thank you so much for staying with us. Can we maybe also recognize you from your different spaces? Chris, Masakala, Abel, Nagubiaje, Ambrose, Arinitwe, Anne, Professor Jessica, Samuel Sandy, Dr. Jane Egao, Professor Paul, you're here. You're also online, really. This is real ODEL right here. All right, everyone, the online team, thank you very much. And a special thank you to every one of us. Let's go for lunch at Kibbs. We'll be back for more conversations. Good afternoon.
The National Council for Higher Education will host the 4th Annual Higher Education Conference on the 14th and the 15th of September 2022 under the theme Enhancement of Teaching, Learning and Assessment with Open and Distance E-Learning in Higher Education. The conference is a blended event featuring keynote speakers, presenters and discussion panels moderated by experts. The venue is at Hotel Africana for the invited guests only, starting at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for virtual participation, please visit www.unche.or.ug for the webinar link. The guest, the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, Honorable Janet K. Museveni, and this will be broadcast live on NBS TV.
Members, we are requesting that we move out because we want to close this place for other people's laptops and other equipment. Please, we move out. Thank you.
You know, in a lifetime, we meet different people. But you are true definition of a good friend. Real friend. public bath. What time is it? Time is it?
Sound check, check 1, 2. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we call this meeting to order? The people who are still standing, please take your seats. If you're outside, kindly please come in. Arthur, if you can help me get everyone in, please. Prof, please take your seats. Kindly please take your seats. Arthur and your team, please settle in, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome once again to the final lap. We will be having a conversation on development of online research, networks, and resources for higher education, after which we will get into the closing ceremony and we will go home to all our families. I want to welcome you to the last session discussion. This session discussion is going to be chaired by Dr. Maxwell Otim Onapa, who is the Finance Director, Science, Research, and Innovation. Dr. Maxwell Otim, karibu sana. Thank you so much for accepting to chair this session. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, participants. That's pretty weak. After a good meal, it should be strong enough. Good afternoon. That's better. I feel so encouraged. Now I am the real chair with all that energy. Thank you so much for holding on. We've had 2 great days, very dynamic discussions about Odell. So I think now we will all be speaking and smelling Odell. I personally now I am an Odell person. We have had very dynamic presentations, discussions spanning on a whole range of areas, including enhancement, learning, and also assessment. Yesterday, I kept following online. There was heated debate, including issues of policy. So today, I think we are now concluding, having walked all this journey. Now we want to see the role of research. So this afternoon, we're going to focus on development of online research network and resources of higher education. And I'm so ecstatic about this because I thought the person who drew up the program for this afternoon knew me very well, because we're going to have presentations from institutions that I'm intimately associated with, either in the past or now. So we'll hear from Research and Education Network, and you can't talk about Odell if you can't talk about RENU, because it's RENU that has kept us going, providing affordable internet services so that we can network, so that we can undertake research. I'm very, very pleased. And I served as a member of board of directors for RENU. So I speak with authority about this matter. So we have with us here, Mr. Nicholas Mbonimpa, the CEO of RENU. And he's going to talk to us about the art of creative research networking. And underline the word creative. It is not business as usual. It is about innovation. It's about creative thinking. And then we'll have, again, one of the best friends, Professor Buinza, Director of Research and Graduate Training at Makerere University, is going to talk about one of the key programs that I've also been very closely associated with. That is CEDA-SEREC, and is going to share with us online research and lessons learned from this program. I served the program as a member of the steering committee until I was rendered jobless about a few months ago. We will also be hearing from Lera University, and I'm glad that I'm going to associate myself with yet another entity. It's the only entity I've not been very closely associated with. This gives me a great opportunity. And they will talk about research award strategies. And then innovative strategies for PhD training will be presented by Dr. Irene Etomaro. And then last but not least, we will hear again from one of the institutions that I served very closely as Deputy CEO, that's National Council of Science and Technology, also addressing the issues of research and education collaborations. So for purposes of reining them in and also visibility, I request that all the presenters come and join me here so that I'm not lonely. Please, Nicholas, please come and join me here. Professor Buenza, please step forward. And your presence here will also exert pressure on your colleagues who are presenting. They know that you're waiting. And then Mr. Ekwara, please join me here. Irene, if you're here, please, you're very welcome. And then I'm told Dr. Martin Ongol is not with us, but his Assistant Executive Secretary, Mr. Sebale, will make the presentation. Please join us here. And straight away, I will request Mr. Nicholas Mbonimpa to start the presentation. Thank you. Yes, please. Let us welcome Nicholas Mbonimpa, please, with a round of applause. We need to be active so that you digest the matoke, the peas and everything properly. Nicholas, you have the floor. And you have 20 minutes, but if you can do it in less time, then you'll grant us the opportunity to discuss your paper sufficiently.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Maxwell, and good afternoon, everyone. As presentation comes up, I would like to say that we are really grateful. My name is Nicholas Mbonimpa. I'm the CEO for RENU. RENU is an acronym for the Research and Education Network for Uganda. We're really honored to be here, and I thank so much the Secretariat of the National Council for having invited us, because as you might know, our purpose is to enable research and education collaboration. So I cannot imagine a more important place to present other than here, where all the decision makers are for our education institutions. So is the presentation up? Okay. I see there's already internet provided by us. I hope that you have been able to enjoy. I see also the branding outside is quite a bit of us, so I might not need to introduce Reno much. Oh.
We seem to be having challenges. I hope we are not being vindicated. Yesterday, we were talking about insufficient provision of bandwidth. So let's hope that you can have it sorted out quickly. Okay. And can I, in that particular situation, can we then have all the other presenters who are coming up to provide you with their presentations? You have them loaded in time so that we don't lose any more time. Just please move around and solicit for their presentation so that you can have them loaded. Meanwhile, I'm not going to bother to introduce them because we have the conference booklet here that gives us a snapshot of who these people are. So you can take a look and appraise yourself with their profiles so that we save time on that as the lot of this proposal, these presentations.
Okay, so sorry about that. Good afternoon once again. So my discussion points or the topic was about creative research networking. And I have only 4 sections for the presentation. I think that they should be sufficient to get us stimulated and understanding on what we need to do in terms of networking for research and higher education. So I have that introduction. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the introduction, that first slide on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I'm sure all of us are familiar with. I wanted us to start by appreciating what we need as human beings or what our needs are. So at the foundational level, which are the physiological needs, usually that's where there's the stuff that you cannot do without. Things like air, water, what else? Shelter, clothing. So without that, you cannot be here. But as your conditions improve, you start to get other needs. But the key thing is that at the foundation, there are things without which you cannot be with us. Now, as we discuss digitization, because it's everywhere nowadays, it's important to appreciate that we also have what we call Maslow's hierarchy of IT needs. It's not Maslow's hierarchy. The IT people just decided to brand it that way for easy understanding. And at the foundation there, you see that there's the network. So without the network, you can't do anything digital. So all the things you're talking about start with the network. The network is your air, it's your water, it's your shelter, it's your clothing. But there are other levels of that hierarchy. And at each of those levels, there are things that need to be done. And at the very top is where we have discovery. So if your digitization is complete and all your processes are going the way you want them to, then the people that are using those systems you've put in place are able to have the tools to do what they're supposed to do and get us new knowledge. That's what discovery is, and that's what's for research. That's why you're in higher education. Research, education for new knowledge. So at each of those levels, there are people that are required. You need people at the network level. You need people at the top, the researchers and the faculty, to get us new knowledge. Now, looking at that, we need people at each of those levels. But when you look through the institutions that have kind of tried to do something in the right direction, you find that most of the institutions in our country have people that are supposed to be researchers or faculty people that are supposed to be teaching and researching, participating in all those levels, right from just above networks. For some of your universities, you find even the lecturers are actually part of the network support team. That's not okay. It might work because maybe that's what you have or the constraints you have, but that's not how it should be. What it should be is this: that the people that are supposed to be doing research or the people that are supposed to be teaching and getting us to new knowledge are supposed to be, the lower layers are supposed to be abstracted from them. They don't need to know anything on networks. They don't need to know anything on computing. They don't need to know anything on storage. They just need tools to do their work. And when they do their work without bothering with all of this, that's when we have them working optimally and getting us new knowledge. So that red line is where we should be, but most of us are in the blue line, or actually even worse than the blue line, because there are many institutions you go to and you find lecturers are also supporting the network. You find researchers are struggling with connectivity and all that stuff. So in whatever we're trying to do, if we don't have a model that can abstract those lower layers from the people that are using our services, those people are going to operate suboptimally, and we're going to suffer because they're not going to be able to generate new knowledge for us. They're not going to be able to teach effectively. Now, that takes me to RENU. That was the introduction. So RENU, like I said, is an acronym. The full form is the Research and Education Network for Uganda. It was founded in 2006, and that picture was taken at that meeting that decided that let's have RENU in Uganda. The vice chancellors of universities came together, very much like here. It must have been a smaller meeting because the people are less than here, but it was the vice chancellors that came together and said we need to establish RENU. Also, there were some CEOs of research institutions in Uganda who felt that there was a need to establish this vehicle called RENU. So, why did they establish RENU? The initial challenge they had at the time was connectivity, internet access. They said we need a vehicle that can help us to provide reliable and affordable connectivity to all the institutions of higher learning and research institutions in the country. You can see that right away they were trying to address a foundational issue, that without a network, you're doing nothing. If you're struggling with internet access and you're a university, you're doing nothing. That should be the foundation. Whatever you do as you talk digitization starts with the network. And the vice chancellors in 2006 recognized that. They're like, we need a special purpose vehicle that can help us address all our network needs. But connectivity was not the end goal. Even when you read through the founding documents, it was not what they were looking for as the end. The end was access to resources, improved methods, improved collaboration, the digital collaboration that we're now talking about. It was the people at the time foresaw that we need to have a solid network for all of this to happen. And with all of that, what were they looking for? They were looking for an improvement in the quality of education and research in the country. At that time in the documents, it's mentioned as higher education, improving the quality of higher education and research in the country, because they were coming from universities. That has changed as we started to work with schools, but that was the original thinking. And you can see it is not off from what we call the hierarchy of IT needs. That you will talk all the Odell you want, you'll talk all the digitization you want. If you're still struggling with the network, it means you don't have food, you don't have water, you don't have shelter, you don't have clothing. That's the foundation. If you're still struggling as a university and you're talking about digital collaboration or digitization, that's a lie. First address the foundation. And that's why the VCs came together in 2006 to found RENU. So, I wanted also to help us appreciate what organizations like RENU are. So RENU is not unique that it's a Ugandan thing. Fine, RENU is for Uganda, but organizations like RENU have been in existence in Europe and the US for decades. And they realized very early that they need to have separate networks for universities and research institutions because your needs are different. Then, of course, along the way, you have to connect to the internet to pick different resources, but in those countries, universities and research institutions are on different networks. And eventually these networks propagated into our part of the world, that's Africa. So what I've illustrated here are some of the networks that are in our region, like Kenya, they have a similar network like RENU, South Africa, Tanzania, Rwanda, and so on. And then all of us are brought together in the region by the UbuntuNet Alliance, which works hand in hand with the Inter-University Council for East Africa. And the idea is about being on the same network so that we can do things together better. So after they bring all of our networks together in Eastern and Southern Africa, they then take us to Europe and the rest of the world. So that if you're from Gulu University and you want to collaborate with someone at Cambridge, that should be easy because now you have a dedicated network supporting your needs, the foundation. That's the hierarchy. But in each of those countries, the organizations like RENU operate autonomously. They have different ways of working. So in Uganda, next slide. Yeah, so in Uganda, our model is that RENU is a not-for-profit organization. It is owned by the universities and research institutions. So it's membership-based and it's voluntary membership. Whoever wants to benefit from whichever university you are, you come to us and say, I want to be a member of RENU. Membership is free. We tell you the services we have and which services can help you, and then you become a member. When you become a member, you become part of the ownership. So our board of directors is composed mostly of representatives of vice chancellors from universities, because this was founded by vice chancellors to address their issues, and it's still being driven by the universities and research institutions. But also we have the regulators in the spaces in which we work, and those also help to strengthen our governance framework. So we have UCC on the board, we have UNCST, we have National Council of Higher Education, but the most important takeaway from this is that RENU belongs to you, the universities and the research institutions that are here, and it is a not-for-profit owned by you. So the secretariat, that's me and the team at the back and the team at the office, we are put in place by the board of directors, which is appointed by the vice chancellors. So it's your organization. If there's anything you're struggling with and you feel it's not moving okay, it is your organization. It is not a private entity. RENU belongs to the universities. You've seen the history. So the initial issue that the vice chancellors wanted to address was connectivity, especially at the university, at the campuses. So I decided to put this slide here to help us appreciate the journey we've made. So we started building what we call the private RENU network in 2014. And at the end of that year, we had 16 campuses connected to that fiber network that you've come to see. Then by the end of 2021, there were 259 campuses connected to our network countrywide. And we've been supported all the way by UCC. They continue to support us in different forms. And so going into this year, you might have seen, I think this week or last week in the newspapers, they gave us another batch of 90 schools to connect to the network. And the history behind that is that UCC has followed our journey from the beginning, and they've seen that we did a very good job with the universities. So they said, why are you restricting this to only higher education? Education in Uganda is not only for higher education, even schools have to benefit until we make sure that all the levels of education in Uganda are supported at the foundation. Next slide. So this year, we've moved faster than the other years, and I think we have more than 400 campuses connected currently. And this slide shows you the composition of the campuses. In orange, more than 50%, those are research sites. So you can see it's not only education. Our biggest constituent are now research sites, because for them, they appreciate the need for connectivity much better than the universities do, unfortunately. I don't know if they are not constrained, because for them, whenever they have a challenge on connectivity, straight up, they say, no, RENU, help us here. Maybe the universities are constrained. Maybe the research institutions get better funding. But what we've seen is that what started as a university network is now becoming mostly a research network. So the universities are in blue, and then the orange is the research sites. And then the purple, those are the schools we now have connected currently. Next slide. So at the founding, if you still recall the slide that had the founding, the vice chancellors were clear. They said they needed reliable and affordable connectivity. So they decided to found RENU as a cooperative. And the thinking was that as we come together, we're able to bargain together. We have bigger numbers, and that price should drop. So that graph here on this slide shows you how the unit price for connectivity has dropped as the number of institutions has grown. So from the left to right, you see that drop in bandwidth price. So in 2014, when we started building a private network, there was a very big jump from what the market was offering to what RENU was offering. And it has continued to drop because it's your network. And through you, the board is able to tell us, okay, you're operating at this level, but maybe the universities need something cheaper. So we have to make sure that we're always addressing reliable and affordable connectivity. Next slide. So all of that was for campus connectivity, because at the time, the challenges they had were our campuses need quality connectivity. What can we do? So from 2014 up to 2020, all the connectivity we did was to the campuses, the different campuses. But then COVID asked us, is connectivity to the campus enough? It was not enough, as you saw. So next slide. So I think it was 1st September 2020, at the heart of the pandemic, during the pandemic, we decided to roll out free Wi-Fi connectivity off campus. That's what has come to be known as Metro EduRoam. For those of you that are already members of RENU and are in this room, you must have seen EduRoam among the Wi-Fi signals. And when you come here, you connect automatically. That's how it was designed. But originally, it used to be in the university campuses. So that it was intended to enable roaming, that if I come from UCU, I go to Makerere, I don't need to be bothered by asking the IT people for a password. I just connect securely. And it worked very well. But then during COVID, we said, campuses are closed. There's bandwidth on the universities. What can we do? So we decided to take EduRoam off campus. So in 2020, next slide, we provisioned hotspots in different parts of Kampala. I think now there are over 500 hotspots countrywide. And all your students that are from institutions that are on Reno, your students and staff, when they go to these locations, they access the internet for free and securely, because this system relies on the infrastructure of your institutions. So that's a map of what the coverage is, but there's a URL there where you can go and see where all those hotspots are. Next slide. So here I decided to share some statistics to help you appreciate whether EduRoam off campus has actually really helped. So in 2021, just after we had launched, you can see it's in all those graphs, it's the one on the left, and you can see that the utilization was low. So when we did similar trends for 2022, for example, on the number of unique users that have logged in the off-campus Wi-Fi, you'll see that it moved from 1,500 users in 2021 to 20,000 users in 2022, which means that more and more people are able to appreciate the service and are able to continue studying and working off campus with this solution. Next slide. This slide, you might not see the details, but it was intended to help you see your institutions, because on the left of each of these graphs, you'll see different domains. So for example, mark.ac.ug, ucu.ac.ug, and you see how many of your students or staff are actually using this EduRoam, the free Wi-Fi off campus. Next slide. So 500 hotspots for free Wi-Fi. Universities are closed. Are those 500 hotspots sufficient for a country our size, for a student population of, I think, more than 200,000? You will agree with me that they are not sufficient. So after we rolled that out, students were benefiting, staff were benefiting, and they liked the service, but the challenges were still there, that these hotspots are few. And you can see they were mostly in Kampala. Next slide. So still in 2020, we said, okay, how can we supplement this solution to enable learning off campus? And then we came up with zero rating. And this is simple. The idea was that you're talking Odell, you're talking about online learning. The universities have their portals hosted on their university websites and other websites. What can we do to make sure that the student does not need to load a data bundle to access these portals? So that's zero rating. So for example, now if you don't have data and you're on MTN, you can access the websites of any of our member institutions like Gulu, Makerere, or whoever for free. And that was the thinking. And it also helped as more and more people picked it up, they were able to continue learning, to access materials without needing to load data bundles. So now we had two solutions. We had Wi-Fi hotspots off campus, and then we had zero rating. So Wi-Fi hotspots would get you to anywhere you want, YouTube, Google, anything, but they're 500. Zero rating only gets you to the portals of your university. It doesn't get you to the rest of whatever you want on the internet, but it's everywhere because you just need to turn on data on your phone, download a bundle, and you can access everything. Next slide. But are those two solutions sufficient for connectivity? Because remember, connectivity is our food, it's our air, it's our water. Are those two sufficient? Of course not. Next slide. So this month, actually, I think, we rolled out another service because those two solutions were good, but they are limited. 500 hotspots are really few for a country. We're going to continue scaling them up, but the number is still small. So how about a solution which can enable you to access whatever you want and wherever you are? So that's when we came up with EduRoam on the go. And EduRoam on the go is simple. They're MiFi devices, small routers, based on the same concept of EduRoam to the end user. That's your student, your staff, because for now we wanted to work with staff, lecturers, and all the rest, not students for this service. They don't need to pay anything. You just say I have maybe 200 staff, and then for you as an institution, you pay something small because you're a member of Reno. We shall walk you through the costs involved. You pay something small, but the key thing is your researchers, your end users get this connectivity for free wherever they go. So you've solved the issue of coverage, you've solved the issue of access to content. They can access whatever you want, but they have to, your institution has to be on EduRoam because that's the underlying infrastructure. So those three solutions, we feel actually there are three other than the off-campus connectivity. You have the Wi-Fi hotspots, you have zero rating, and then EduRoam on the go. Those will help you to address connectivity off campus. So your teachers, your lecturers, your researchers don't need to bother about connectivity. The food, the foundation is already covered. Next slide. Next. Yeah, so that was connectivity. And now we're going into what you can do with the network. Because like you remember in the beginning, the Vice Chancellors founded this to address their foundation. But that was not what they were looking at. They were like, we need to do big things, but we need to do them on a clean foundation. So before we go into what is being done now on top of that network, I wanted to discuss the concept of the campus networks, because I see most of our institutions still struggle there. Many institutions come to RENU, they go to MTN, they go to other internet service providers, and they think that the internet service provider is going to solve all their issues. No, that's not how it works. The internet service provider will deliver a connection to your data center or to your IT room, and you have to find a way to make sure that that connection is delivered to your end users optimally. So we saw that right away when we started building the network in 2014. And we realized that there was a big problem in the campuses, that you deliver a very nice pipe to the campus, but in the campus, the network is rotten. They are not investing in the cabling, you're not investing in fiber, you're not investing in equipment, you're not investing in the IT people, and then you expect to have a good experience. That's not how it works. So we have been supporting members of RENU from 2014. We give equipment to member institutions because this network equipment is expensive. Of course, we can't support everyone, but we've been supporting as we go along. We give you equipment, and then we train your IT people. For some people, we've even been able to do short fiber segments to make sure that your segment on campus is good so that you can enjoy whatever the service providers are bringing. I see many universities keep bouncing from RENU. They go to another provider, and then they come back. They say, but the experience is not good. It is not good because your campus is not good. Invest in your campus, invest in the network. The network is the foundation. The network is the food, it's the water, it's the air. Many of you look at the IT budgets and it's like an expense you don't want to look at, but that's where all your ODL is running. That's where your distance learning is going to run. So invest in your campuses. So we've been able to do that. So we've built, I would like to think we've built a very good network countrywide as RENU. And for the campuses that we have supported since 2014 that now have very good networks, connectivity is not a problem, but there are not very many. Many of us are still struggling. Now, where we've seen, after the network has been sorted, we've seen some interesting things starting to happen. Like for the schools that came in with UCC, the first batch was 54 schools. Immediately during, when they reopened during COVID, we started to see virtual seminars happening. And at the time when the vice chancellors were starting RENU, the anticipation was that these virtual lecturers and collaborative sessions would happen between universities, but we are seeing it in the schools and not universities. So seminars for schools have actually moved online, and almost every month they have seminars on the network. All the schools that are on the RENU network, because they call us and we're aware of what they're running. That collaboration is not happening at the universities. But because the schools sorted the network with RENU, they are starting to realize that. And you have rural schools now attending sessions with people in Namagunga, people in Chisubi. That is what it was supposed to be. And then together you uplift the quality of education in the country. The other interesting thing that has happened on the network is remote surgeries. One of the research sites we connect is in a village in Jinja. And their thinking was that there are people dying, yet they could be helped by simple surgeries, but they didn't have the expertise. So the surgeons they use are experienced surgeons based in the US. So, but whenever they have a surgery ongoing, they call us and like, okay, we have a surgery scheduled. Please make sure the network is okay. And the network is smooth throughout. And you see actually surgeons in the US directing the inexperienced surgeons in Jinja, touch this, cut this, and the surgery happens because of the network. So the network is the foundation. You don't address the network, you're lying to yourself. Next slide. So this is a slide of equipment donations we've made, and that surgery, the surgeries that continue to happen in Jinja. Next slide. This is my final slide, and it just talks about all the other things that are now starting to happen because the network has been addressed to a certain level. You've had Odell, you've had all the things involved in the framework, web conferencing, learning management systems, and all that stuff, access to libraries. There's no way you're going to access libraries if you're struggling with connectivity. Everything is going digital. So if you don't address connectivity, if you don't address the network in whichever creative way you have, you're not going to get where you want to go in digitization. Next slide. Yeah, so thank you for being with me. And what I wanted to bring out with this slide is that the Vice Chancellor has founded RENU to help in the abstraction of those lower layers for their lecturers, for their faculty, for their students. When your lecturers are teaching, they don't need to start fighting with the network. They shouldn't be supporting the IT people for the network. They shouldn't be struggling to get storage resources. They shouldn't be struggling to get everything that's down there. That foundation has to be addressed. RENU has played a part in addressing it countrywide. In your campuses, you need to continue playing a part in addressing the networks. You need people at all those layers. Your budgets are constrained, but you need people. So if you have people at all those layers doing the work they're supposed to do, that's when your researchers, that's when your lecturers will focus on what they're supposed to do. That's when we'll have new knowledge. That's when the quality of education and research in our country will improve. Next. Yeah, so this is just all the other services we have. We now have so many services that are tailored to whatever need you have in IT, and all of those run on top of that network. That was the team last year. It is a bit bigger now, and we are based in Makerere for now. You can reach us on our website. All the contact information is there, or you can find us in the university. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Please appreciate him. I think he has addressed one of the most protracted challenges that we've been talking. Some of you are coming from campuses where things have improved tremendously. You may not know that RENU is behind. Now you know. Very exciting. And I think the presentation speaks to issues of creative. You can see the journey that they've walked from simple provision of internet and then adding value after value after value. Please appreciate him once again. Keep your questions, let them brew so that they are conk at the end of the presentation, then you can ask them. So now let's listen to Professor Buinza, who is actually the host of RENU, because RENU sits on Makerere University campus and is the director for research of research and graduate training. So Prof, you have the floor. Please share with us your perspective. Thank you. Feel free to go and stand at the podium.
On the podium.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. It's faint. Maybe I'll sit better from here. Okay, thank you very much, my colleague, Professor Onapa. Colleagues of mine, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you at this very important national conference. Thank you, Council for Higher Education, for organizing this important event where we come together to share our perspectives and experiences. I've been requested to say something about online research from the angle or our experiences of managing the CIDA, the Uganda-Sweden Bilateral Research Program. But before I do that, I think it is important. You know, yesterday I wasn't here, but I attended online and I received all the submissions, the pro and con. And at one time I was asking my colleagues, this discussion reminds me, you know, those early days in primary when we were discussing whether water is better than food. You could tear each other, but at the end of the day, I think the intention was really to build, the faculty of reasoning. So even us here, all of us agree that online digital technology-based learning and research is the way to go. It's only when we hit a snag or face a challenge, obstacles, that we quickly run back and say, how about the face-to-face? Okay? I was, when I got in here and immediately they gave me my bag, I said, now, if it was online, I would miss out. So, Professor, I think we need to maintain the branded because they are good things. But also, most importantly, it is an occasion, really, we come together, socialize and share and meet our friends. If it wasn't this occasion, I don't know where I'd meet Professor Kasenene after such long and many colleagues in this room. So I think what we needed to do is to build the synergies between these approaches. For us at Makerere, particularly the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training, we fully appreciate order. There is no discussion. Professor Muyinda has really retooled us. He has equipped us. We are capacitated. We appreciate. However, also the challenges. From yesterday, I attended online, but I received the submissions. Really, the challenges are enormous. They are still with us. Maybe what we need to be discussing here is really how do we collectively overcome these common challenges? Because of some of them, no single institution can really overcome them. But together with the RENU and other players in the sector, we can overcome. Move on. Online research can mean two things. It can mean collecting data using internet, digital or web-based technologies, or it can also mean actually the whole management of the research process. And I prefer to take the second conceptual understanding, that the management of the whole entire process, from conceptualization to the time we graduate as students. Our business with Sweden has been in research training. And for those of you that are not familiar, Sweden has supported Uganda, particularly the collaborating institutions, 5 of them, Makerere, Busitema, Gulu, Mbarara, and Chambogo. Professor Kakola, I think they are the people that have really been part long time on the steering committee. They know the business better. So Sweden supports us. We collaborate with 11 Swedish institutions. That means we put resources, expertise, experience to train Ugandans at the higher level. I want to say that, move on. Of course, with the Swedish support, we've been enabled to do many things, including research management, training, continuous improvement learning, capacity building, and the related enabling environment to conduct quality research. We've been able to do that. Move on. I don't really read the slides from word to word. So my friend, be quick, I'll be moving faster. Just before that, okay. If you are using internet to collect data, then you need to be very familiar. It means that you must have a plan B. You don't need to rely exclusively on the web because of the challenges that we shall see later on. We've advised our students that if you are to really go on internet as really the mode of learning and conducting your research project, then you must have the tips and the key information with you, the directories. You need to have the record sites with you. Otherwise, if you go on there, it will not provide the solution because you don't have the enabling information to enable you to do the work. Okay. Is it in here? This man knows my problem. He knows when we are doing e-supervision, we always ask them sit with us here. So the things go wrong there, you know. And I know for sure many colleagues here of my age and above, you need an IT person with you all the time. Otherwise, if you are to do online research on your own, You always talk about frustrations. So what happens is that the benefits that come along that we've experienced in the SIDA, the Uganda-Sweden program, are enormous. We've saved the time. We've, of course, we've had access. It is cost effective. We have had, we haven't had a problem of boundaries. Our students are here and receiving expert supervision from Sweden. That has happened. Increased research output has happened. I will tell you that Makerere, I've been a director of graduate school and research for the last 13 years after Professor Katunguka. But persistently, our output has been less than 1,000 publications a year, and the per capita output has been less than 1. I will tell you that with online, our per capita output presently stands at 2 publications to 3. And we are annually, our output is about 1,500 articles, peer-reviewed articles. That shows you that the output has increased. Maybe there is something to do with the online research, okay? But also that said, I don't want to lament here. I will not talk about the challenges because there are many. And we always advise our students on this program that you need to, the best way you can manage online research is for you to really have a personal mastery, understand yourself better, assess yourself and know what is your level of knowledge, what is your skill level. If it is poor, surely you don't expect this web-based research to go on well. There are a number of opportunities. Clearly, since yesterday, I've had enough. People have really amplified this, that they are using diverse IT aids, audiovisual. That is okay. No, that is okay. It helps, of course, it facilitates learning and experimentation, flexibility that people are doing research from wherever they are, their convenience. You just need a computer or even a cellular phone to continue with your research project. That is fine. Equal opportunity to all generations, so long as you have got the skill and the capacity to use the IT. Okay, that is fine. Okay, but remember that yesterday I had colleagues here about the practicum and also lab-based studies, particularly in STEM. The challenges are there. I know for sure there are many. I've got my students on this project, on the SIDA project, that were to conduct their studies, their practical lab work in Germany, but because of the travel restrictions, they couldn't do it. And then we did not have the infrastructure here to say, okay, through web conferencing, you continue, because the lab will not deliver the results. Therefore, it is still a challenge to have this e-research for particular disciplines. Continue. The obstacles, challenges, and threats are enormous. I don't want to talk about the IT illiteracy. People don't like that. They say, no, nobody is illiterate, really. You know, people feel abused. But I think I'm only one that is comfortable with it. I quickly admit my deficiencies because when I see Paul before me, I know he can do much business with IT than myself. So you find that many of our students, of course, they do not have that mastery of the devices and the platforms. Therefore, that delays their project completion time as well. The attitude issue, I will tell you, we've had a challenge. In this program, it is built, the architecture is in such a way that you spend 6 months here, then you spend 6 months in Sweden. I tell you, you can't imagine the resistance. I'm very unpopular to many people. Buyinza is anti-people. The man doesn't want us to travel. Exposure. He talks about internationalization. How do we get international stature if it's keeping us back home? And he says, we listen, you know, that one. Because one, people know that, of course, through face-to-face, they will travel, academic mobilities, exchanges, exposure, you know, building their international collaboration network will happen. But if you keep them here and they are to receive it through teleconferencing, of course, there are losses, isn't it? There are losses. There are losses. So, still we believe that even with those losses, we have developed guidelines for e-supervision, e-examination. There is no time lost. Wherever you are, we can examine you, we can supervise you, we can have web conferences and seminar presentations. So academic progress goes on. And that is what has happened. Completion time, the throughput is much faster today than ever before. When I joined the Directorate of Research, the average completion time was about 9 years for doctoral programs. We have reduced that to about 4 years. 4 years, 5 years average. And we attribute, of course, we attribute this also through these other innovative ways, including order, okay? Colleagues of mine, I know for sure that collaborative research, multi-institutional research can only happen if you embrace open distance methods and electronic methods, digital-based methods, internet methods. How on earth would I coordinate a big program of about 800 million SEK, 100 million US dollars, okay, through 11 Swedish institutions and 5 Ugandan public universities, if it was physical? It's just not attainable, isn't it? But I would do it easily. I'd reach all of the PIs, wherever they are, in Sweden, in Norway, wherever they are, America, simply because collaborative research is very possible. Of course, multi-institutional degree awards through collaborative research is something that has come out, and we believe it is very possible. We've experienced this, that now we can really, you find we are awarding degrees with about 4 institutions, okay? This is pooling expertise, simply because it is possible via these web-based methods. And colleagues of mine, of course, I know there are many colleagues that are quicker to remind me that, of course, how about academic integrity? You talked about anti-plagiarism. Of course, there is that fear that even us back home at Makerere, I think we move cautiously. You need to really have the quality assurance measures, robust quality assurance measures in place. Lest you will really award degrees to absentee students. People who do not conduct research, but through, manipulation of IT, they can adduce evidence. So we need to move together and be very conscious, okay, that we have multiple layers of verification. I know for sure that my colleagues have told me that, I'm an advocate. I'm one of the advocates of e-resources, e-learning, e-research. But friends tell me that issues of intellectual property protection, with IT, nobody is good enough to guard against piracy in a way. And many of our students, by the way, they have lost out simply because they are throwing their material through ignorance. They are sharing with, I know I'm very good in this area, I can supervise this project. They throw their good intellectual assets and they have lost out. So that is an experience we are getting also, that we need to be a little very careful as we transact via these digital technology-based research methods. I know that we needed to be conversant all through yesterday. People have talked about the infrastructure, both the software and hardware. There is nothing new I can talk about. The low-cost bandwidth to make connectivity available. My colleague Nicholas has really addressed that. We need really to look at the institutional policies. You may want online research, but you have to begin from developing, okay, the online research policies and regulations. Do you have the policy in your university? If you don't have that, then it will be questionable. Of course, many colleagues will challenge you, okay? On what basis are you accepting, for example, online examination? Okay, you need to develop the policy and then have it approved. It will allow you conduct your online research. I know for sure that, of course, all of us need additional training and retooling, and that has been a problem. Many of my senior colleagues, my senior professors in the university, have not been very comfortable with this telepresence, web-based supervision, not meeting a student, but a student gives you their progress report from where they are. They give you impressive, publications. Many colleagues are not comfortable. And we have said, fine, let's go the blended way. Once in a while, invite them such that you can really quality assure and triangulate the reports that you are getting online. Of course, I know for sure the initial costs were high. Lucky enough for us, CIDA was ready to put in resources. We could give a laptop and a little bit of airtime and all this facilitation to enable them really continue studying even off campus and virtually. Yeah, sustainability is, I don't know whether since morning or yesterday, you had the time to reflect on issues of sustainability. We needed to really reflect on this simply because many institutions are on board. There has been a buy-in. But for how long shall we sustain the momentum? Okay? Professor Chirunda, I don't know whether your institution has got a sustainability mechanism in place and plans how to consolidate the achievements and really continue supporting. I've seen institutions, zero rating comes in, but it is ad hoc in a way. And yet research is a long-term investment. It is an ongoing activity. So we needed to really assure our clients, students, researchers that there will be room for sustainability. I'm about to close. I know the fourth industrial revolution dictates that we needed to migrate to online. There is no negotiation. There is no space for you to argue and even debate. You just have to equip yourself and move forward. Either you are, you drop off. If you don't get on you drop off the wagon. I mean, there's no way. The world moves on. So even if you grumble and, that one is a consequential. The world will move on. You need to build your capacity and also get to understand the things and contribute constructively. Therefore, that being the case, then institutions, what enabling environment, what support are we getting from these institutions? At Makerere, my own institution, there has been a little bit of support, but I will tell you that we need to do a lot more beyond the institutions. These companies, the service providers, the telecom companies, okay? However, this data bundle, can we have an educational package? Whereby maybe if really I can prove that it's for research, maybe I'm given at a lower cost, okay? Can we do that? Institutions, I'm happy that Professor Kakoro is there. You will help us really. The issue of legalizing, recognizing, even these online-based research reports, findings, there is a feeling in this country that dissertations, moreover, dissertations and thesis, many colleagues will water down. They say, for us, that one is coming from institution might be chartered, but then the program, is it a chartered program? Is it registered as such? We don't recognize it. So, those discussions are there. How do we public sensitization, cause a buy-in, and then government to help us with the accreditation of many of these activities. Smart budgets, of course, Renu has already talked about that. And continue. Of course, continue. Colleagues, we need to continue building capacity, but online research, what does it mean to your institution? It might mean different things to different institutions. The approaches are different from the usual approaches we are familiar with of doing research. It has come in with an increased cost, I will tell you. But then also other friends argue that it reduces cost, because then in terms of time efficiency and many ways, it is cheaper. But 2 days ago, I've got my son, he's a lawyer. This man came to me. He had been admitted to do a master's degree at UNICAF. It's a prestigious university. Immediately, I did not want to really to water down his anxiety, because the man came beaming. He had made it. He has been admitted. I said, fine, whoa, congratulations. When I went home, I slept overnight. I said, wait a minute. Let me do a search. Immediately, I did, and I realized much of the business was online. I was looking, is it a modular with the face-to-face? And then I knew my friend, Professor Nasinyama, was associated. I wanted to make a call, but I said, no, it would be as if I'm throwing mistrust. So I said, wait a minute. This morning, I woke up a bit uneasy. I looked for my son. I said, but really, can't you register? Even Makerere is still calling for applications. Can't you register at Makerere? Why the hurry? If at my level, just imagine the indigenous Ugandan in the mountains, in the mountain Erigono, in Kasese. If at my level, I'm still, uncomfortable. You get that? What about the other one who is up there? So you can imagine there is a lot of uncertainty. It goes away with the time. Professor Muhinda Birevu, not because that we are laggards, we are not moving. No, not at all. We are very progressive. We are very progressive. But we are very progressive. But yeah. You say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's see. So colleagues of mine, a lot is happening. Online research is the way to go. We have already, just before that, we've already done a lot. We have built capacity to facilitate this. Access, affordability is being worked on. We've developed the guidelines. We've reviewed the curricula. We've fundraised, to enable virtual research, bridging. I will tell you that there is no time in our history have we had and have we won collaborative research grants as this period since 2020. Makerere, I think, has reaped from COVID. Why? Because it has been easy. Most of these callers ask for multi-institutional teams. But it has been easy to collaborate with people in Germany, Latin America, South Africa, So, and we've really won many of these grants, So clearly, even in terms, we are winning grants, even the completion of student research training. I will tell you that now our annual throughput, doctoral degrees, stands at 120, Remember? When the Professor Kasenenes were there, I think it was about 20 or 10. It was unheard of. I don't know. I don't know whether there are many that got them in zoology, but But now it is very possible. It is happening. Therefore, mindset, colleagues of mine, despite the reservations, let's work on our mindset. Just admit the problem exists, but you have to move forward. How do you do that? You have to build your capacity, change your attitude, be more receptive, and then, all of these things will happen. Although colleagues of mine tell me technology has never solved a problem without creating another. I know for sure. Paul doesn't want to hear that, but these things, they solve one problem and create another one. Now you leave home, even your baby of 5 years, 6 years is asking for data. You get that? So the cost. So colleagues of mine, we need to be progressive, build resilient universities, continue with the discussion, because we know that institutions, even in terms of ranking, institutions that have not embraced, okay, or dare, in terms of ranking, they are not faring well. It is one of the cardinal, web presence is one of the 4 key aspects of course, in addition to excellence in research output and the training. So colleagues of mine, you have no choice but to move forward. And we've done that very well through the CEDA program. Move on. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure. I coordinated the CEDA program on behalf of the Republic of Uganda. Professor Okakol, please convey my appreciation to Mama and the government of Uganda that I've enjoyed. I've built my research management skills. And clearly, I think I'm coming out as really the winner, because we've, you know that through the CEDA program, we've managed to graduate about 400 PhD graduates, okay? And many of these have been through sandwich mode, others logo, single institution training, and we really attribute our success to this ODER and online research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Buinza. You have given us a practical experience of how you've benefited, and I think you are really a true testimony. The issue of attitude, of course, I think it's also good you've testified. Notwithstanding the fact that you've benefited, you're still in doubt. Good enough, in the next 10 years, some of us or some of you will have phased out the digital migrants, and then we leave the real natives, and issues of whether to go online or not will not be an issue. So thank you so much. Let's appreciate him for that excellent presentation. Thank you, Prof. Now let's move on. We now want to move down to the next stage. And we're going to hear from a team from Lira University, one of our youngest public universities, and they're going to talk to us about research award strategies. So Emmanuel Ikwara and Mr. Stephen Kakoza, please take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to commence by observing the entire protocol. Members, I respect you people in your various capacities. My name is Ikwara Emmanuel Asha. I'm from Lira University. I'm also a principal investigator of Apokor Cassava Value Addition Project, whose aim is primarily to give a pathway to maximizing value addition to cassava. This project is sponsored by Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President of Uganda. Today, I'm so much privileged. And before I go any further, I want to acknowledge the presence of some of my mentors here, the Vice Chancellor of BSCU, through the Happy Tutor program, you mentored some of us to be young researchers and very innovative. To the extent that at an undergraduate level, I won a 1 billion grant that I'm employing over 2,000 people. Yes, in my own village. So I'm very proud of you. Of course, I can't forget my own Vice Chancellor, that's Professor Obang Okeng. Wherever he is, I say bravo. Then, above all, Professor Obua of Master University. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't do without Odell. BSU, MAST, and Lira University were able to conduct all this via online sessions. And we're able to achieve whatever we're having right now. Because at undergraduate level, I'm graduating next month. I'm already employing about 2,000 people. Imagine we had this, or several people of my kind doing that. We wouldn't be declaring of unemployment people are talking about all the time here and there. Now, I also want to acknowledge the presence of my long-term mentor, Solomon Serwanja. In fact, he has always inspired me to come to investigative medicine and public health. In fact, the way he does it, most especially the clip that caught my attention was the stealing from the sick. Solomon Serwanja, wherever you are, I want to say bravo. That was so exceptional. It motivated young investigators like some of us. Without spending more time, ladies and gentlemen, I've been too privileged today to discuss research award strategies. And ladies and gents, all of us yearn for this. We want awards to be able to conduct our researches, our projects, our researches, among others. But what does it take for you to be given these awards? Because everybody desires it, but who takes it all? Fortunately, some of these things, for you to get them, we present most of these things virtually, and you don't appear personally to defend yourself. So it is the content you present and the quantity of content that you present that defends or that talks for you. So it is with that I would love to say that research award strategies simply mean the master plans considered by grantors while giving research grants to suitably qualified applicants. And different grantors have different considerations that they take into consideration. And however, most considerations usually cut across, as pointed out below. There are some preliminary considerations that are considered because many people apply for them. They can be in thousands, but they may only want 8. And the reviewers, people who go through these are very few. What is done, there are some preliminary elimination points. However good the content is, however nice, however well-flavored it is, if you don't meet some preliminaries, you find that you may not reach the final point. One is the completeness of your concept note. Have you met whatever is desired by the grantor? If not, it will just be thrown. They'll not even have time to look at it. It will just be thrown, and the good or the nitty-gritty in that will be what? Missed out. And then the other one is the timeliness of the application, meeting deadlines. Ladies and gentlemen, research and grant writing is all about meeting deadlines. They will tell you by this at 5 p.m., and exactly at 5 p.m., they want the concept note there. Maybe by this time, maybe by this date, maybe midnight or at midnight, they want it there. So you find that whoever submits past that deadline, since there are very many applicants, he or she is always what? Eliminated. So you find that you miss out, however good your research is or your concept is. Then the other issue is the word count of the concept note. I'm telling you, reviewers face that challenge of reading a lot of hectic work. So that's why they try to guide you maybe in about 600 words, in about 200 words. Can you tell us maybe your problem statement or tell us the solution, something like that. So at times to save time and reduce on the workload, they'll just command the computer so that anybody who doesn't meet this word count, please eliminate. So it's fine still you miss it, what? Miss it out. Then the other aspect is the relevance of the research topic or concept to the research award call. Yes, normally all of us, I think even the veteran researchers will appreciate that topics keep changing until even up to when you're submitting to the manual or to the journal. So you really take time, see how is your research topic that you're submitting. Does it meet the call? Is the concept note that you're actually presenting within the scope of the call? And then the other aspect is the qualification of the principal investigator. The principal investigator just know you're going to be like the CEO of the whole project. They always require the support letter. And these support letters are not just anything you're going to fidget it around or play with IT. It must be from recognizable institutions. And your gender, yes, some grantors are very specific to particular gender. They may want a female person as the principal investigator. And then the level of studies, some are very strict. They may want the principal investigator to be a PhD person. So you at master's level and undergraduate, you may fail to make it. Then the other aspect is the area of expertise. Some grantors are very specific to medical field. Others are very specific to engineering fields, among other fields. Now then, the aspect of experience. Yes, that's why we encourage people to do a bit of research or collaborative researches. They will say how many times have you, maybe the principal investigator must have at least published 2 papers or must have worked previously in, maybe in a collaborative or a group publication. So therefore, I request our professors, the PhD people, please work together with the undergraduate people so that as you're busy, as you're caught up, they can also come up with some innovations so that we build Uganda together. Well, at times you get too much caught up, and yet these young people could also help in one way or the other. Then the other one is the research team. As one of our colleagues said that normally research or any project is always done perfectly in a group. As an individual, it may be too hectic, or you may take a longer period of time. So how does your team succeed, or the knife, or the acts of what? Of these reviewers? Your team must be gender sensitive. It must include both the males and females, and at least everybody should be inclusive. And then the CVs of your members of the team, yes, should be as required by the call. And then also, the team must be multidisciplinary. A team that has people from the sociology sector, the engineering sector, the IT sector. Ladies and gentlemen, here, remember, these reviewers use what they call, pleasantness. They use visual and they see. So to produce quality work, at times you may need an IT expert to help you produce good diagrams, photos, and so on. So it must be disciplinary, that people from different expertise, people from different fields constitute what? Your team. Then the other one is formality of the institution. As you realize, the principal investigator, or most of these people who participate in research, you pass via an institution. It's very hard to win a grant as an individual, because how then can they even trust you? So the question people always ask here is, how the institution through which you're going to implement your research project complies with the conventions, the regulations, and the customs of a particular country of the call. For example, it is very rare for example, a pork-related, a pig-related project to pass through a Muslim call. Then things like, I can cite an example, an East African call called the Bio-Innovate. If you're so keen, about a month ago, these people were asking for your legal status, the legal status of the organization, the latest audit financial statement. Tell me, how are you going to get the latest audit financial statement if you're not formalized your institution? So people if you plan to come to the grant world, which I encourage everybody, because it's one of the ways we are going to, take Uganda to the middle income or possibly the middle income level. So it means that we need to formalize our institution, form projects, but make sure you register them, get the certificate of registration, make sure that things are done in an orderly way, allow audits to be done, because an entry point to these grants is an audited statement, a certificate of registration. among other things. Then the other issue is the correctiveness of the physical address and contacts. Now, these are some of the preliminaries. If you present a wrong address and then wrong contacts, you may be eliminated without mercy. Now, delving more, there's the connectivity of the topic to the selective thematic area or research question and focus area. Most of these grants have their specific themes they're interested in. They also have their specific research questions and then their focus areas. So as a reviewer, the reviewer will be trying to find out how is your topic connected to the specified thematic areas? How is your topic connected to the research question? Do they match or you're contradicting? And the area of focus, because most of these people are determined, they have some areas, if it's agro-business or agro-based, your topic must feature to that. If it is HIV connected, like Happy Twitter was doing, it must connected to that. I also happen to have been a principal investigator by a project done by ADEPT under supervision of mentors from California. These people were majorly basing on geriatrics, studying the elderly, and all our topics had to be connected to the elderly. So you have to ensure that your topic is much more connected to the thematic area of the grant, the research question, and then the focus area. And then the research or project idea. Yes, you have to describe your project idea. And please see, the presentation is very important in that you're not there to defend your project. It is what you write that's gonna talk for you. So if you write, however good the content is, if you don't present it well, you miss it out. So it's very important that you present and describe your project idea very well and in an attractive manner. Then the other issue is the problem area. What problem are you trying to address? A reviewer will be asking himself that, because problems are there, and not all problems are researchable. And some problems are more essential than other problems. So you should ensure that your topic or the problem you're addressing is really eye-catching and it's something that is attracting attention, not just anything. Problems are everyday happenings, but it must be something that is researchable. Then the other issue is the solution. What solution are you bringing on board to address the problem you have identified, to address the gap you have identified? So still here, the description and the presentation of the applicant solution to the problem is first considered. How have you presented your solution? And then how is the solution innovative? Yes, we don't want, these people don't want replicating what has already been done. You must come up with something new, something innovative, or something that brings about some change. And then usually innovations that can be commercialized or that can bring in money, commercialized, that can be converted into a product like medicine. And that brings in more income. For example, for Uganda, have actually an added advantage compared to researches that are more theoretical in nature. Then besides that, the methodology, how are you going to conduct your solution? How are you going to use your solution to address the problem? And here, still the description of how the applicant will develop his or her solution is very important. And so it's important that you bring about inclusion of a 3 to 5 high-level research project stages, which we all know it involves things like the project initiation, how are you going to initiate your project, things like project planning, how are you going to execute your project, and project performance and monitoring. How will you perform and how will you monitor your project? And then in case there is closure of a project, we know everything has the beginning and the end. How do you intend to close the project as its role or objectives are done or goal is done? And then also describe the grant spending plan in achieving the impact or the scale that you desire. So for example, how are you going to spend the grant if given to you in the product development, in the product testing, product launch, marketing, and scaling up, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, these people also look for things like the anticipated research project implementation duration. Usually, durations that research projects that take a shorter period of time have a higher advantage compared to research that take over 20 years, 50 years, and so on. And then also the relevance of the application to the NDP3, for example. However, as long as you're writing or doing any grant, you must be guided by NDP3 desires currently in Uganda, and then the Vision 2040, because this is where we're all looking at, and then the East African Vision 2050 for East African related grants. For African related grants, normally we are guided by the African Union Agenda 2060, and then the Sustainable Development Goals, and then the United Nations Agenda 2030, implying if you are going to the grant writing world and research, it's very important that you keep yourself with these tools. And when you have these tools with you, I'm telling you, you will be a champion of these things. As I look forward to multiplying myself by 0, next is the expected outcomes. And then the inputs are also considered, what we expect. Then the project schedule, here we talk about the Gantt chart, yes, and then the work breakdown. How are you going to, what's the time limit for your activities, and how will the work be broken down? Then the other one is the sustainability. Yes, will your project generate money? And then how will it sustain itself in the medium and long term? And then the other final is the budget and risk register, very vital. Yes, this must be really cost effective and it must be complete with a justification. And normally what puts most people off is the personal costs. Most people try to exaggerate the budget, a bit of it on personal aspects, ignoring the main objective of the project. And then the existing or the planned partners you intend to partner with, the business model of the project is too vital. And then ethical considerations, that means you need to familiarize yourself with the REC processes and the ethics of research. Then environmental impact assessments, and then finally, references and citations basing on some standard tools like Zotero, EndNote, Mendeley, among others. With that said, I want to say thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Emma. I hope I can take from there, Chair.
Oh, I hope you will constrain it within a few minutes. Don't take more than 5 minutes because we're actually supposed to be heading towards a wind down, but
very few minutes.
All right.
As the tech team is loading my presentation, allow me to take a few minutes. My name is Stephen Kakoza, and I'm a student of Lila University. So as they load, allow me to take a few minutes of your time to tell you about this project that we are working on currently. It's called the KAU Smart Card. As you are seated right here, most of you can move money across borders. You can send them to people outside the country. You can send it to somebody outside this room. But there are those loved people, your children, your brothers, your nephews in school that you cannot send this money to just because they don't have access to digital devices. There are those people in rural areas who don't have access to these devices, so you cannot send them that money. And so as Lila University, we designed the KAU Smart Card, which is like a Visa or MasterCard, but it works with no need for ATM machines. So basically, anybody with a smartphone can be an ATM machine. Now, let me go straight into research award strategies. That is my presentation. It's done the way you see it there. It's just one slide. And I put a few photos right there, such that all of us can see and reflect a little bit. All the people you see on the screen there almost don't have degrees like most of us do here. But these are people who are changing the world. These are people who are inventing stuff that that everybody out there who's having degrees, PhDs, masters is yearning for, is using. Think of the Odell that we are all discussing here. It is underlying on something called a computer, which is a masterpiece of almost just Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. And these guys are controlling the world almost. We might think we are controlling it, but actually what we are doing is we are preparing our students, our children to be employed by these guys. It's unfortunate that we are preparing people to go and be employed by people who didn't actually go through us. That's so unfortunate. It's like getting your future and putting it in somebody else's hands. And so I really think we need to change our mindset, because if we don't, 5 to 10 years from now, my lovely children and yours will be seated in the same room like this, talking about the same stuff that we're talking about right now. So we have so many scholars who are doing great research, but it is very theoretical. It is just grant oriented. Like all they need is to write something good in accordance with what the person giving a grant is aiming to, and then they get that money. That's not sustainable. Like how many grants would you write? Look at these guys, they invented the mouse, they made research. They invented the rocket, they made research, put it into production, and it's making money. And so they are going to get you and direct you on what to do. And that does not solve our problem. It's unfortunate that we have tech-based universities, but they are not employing their students to develop for them the ODL systems. They are buying them, they're importing them from outside. Like you cannot trust your products. You cannot put resources into them to develop for you products that you're going to use. 1 minute as I finish. So I do think that as universities, as the National Council for Higher Education is putting emphasis on research and award, there is need for us as organizations, as streamlined institutions of learning, to collaborate with these people who are supporting innovations that are actually going to give us the research results that we need. There is quite a number of them. There is High People, there is Mojarup, there is Startup Africa, who are actually doing great work in some of these universities. I saw the VC for Guru University, he can testify about that. And these are guys that are going to help us do the research that solves African problems, because African problems need African solutions, which can only be achieved if we come and do our own research, not directed or emphasized by the people who are giving us grants. And we can only do that if we support our own students that we teach, if we empower them, we give them the autonomy to take a look at the challenges that are facing us. Because I know most people don't have access to tech. I can build something that can take education to them without no need of them to have high access of bandwidth like we've been discussing. So that is it. Thank you so much. I was brief because I knew he would cover it all. And I'm Stephen Kakoza. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, leader team. It's nice to see what you're doing even at that young age of the university. It's amazing. This KAU card there, I think is very interesting. We'll need to get to understand it more. Thank you team. Please go give them another round of applause. And we're making progress. Now we're coming to Irene Atomaro, the principal investigator, innovative doctoral training in Uganda project CDP from Makerere University, and she's going to address herself to innovative strategies for PhD training. Irene, you have the floor. Let's try our best to see if you can make it in 20 minutes. I've been too liberal and I don't want to constrain you too much. Can we have the slide controller, please?
Thank you, the moderator, the director, rather the executive director, National Council for Higher Education, and your team. I thank you for inviting me to come and present in this conference. And I thank everyone who has reported here to listen to us as we present. As already introduced, I'm Irene Tomaru. I lecture in Makerere University at the East African School of Higher Education Studies and Development. That is in the College of Education and External Studies. At the East African School, we specialize in graduate training. We train masters and PhDs. So what I'm going to present about innovating doctoral education is based on a practical experience that I've gone through, and also participating in research that was funded by the government of Uganda under the Makerere University Research and Innovations Fund, where we took a study on the state of doctoral education and training in Uganda. We moved to all the institutions providing doctoral education in Uganda to see how we are training our doctorates. So I want to start my presentation by highlighting a statement that was made by Simon Gregg some decades ago. It was a lamentation that the world in which we are living has changed greatly, but the way we are conducting research seems to speak to how things were done in the 19th century. And then that leads me to ask the question, in Uganda, what do we want our doctorates to know and to be able to do? That is a question some scholars asked some time back in 2018, which I find we haven't still answered or got answers to those questions. I'm sorry for the typing error. The question should read, what do we want our doctorates to know and to be able to do? So before I present to you what we found out about how we are training our PhDs in Uganda, I want to give us a context. Looking at globally what is happening. What kind of world are we entering into? What does the future hold such that we are proactive in the way we are training our researchers in order to fit in that world that we are heading towards? So we are calling this the 21st century, which is going to be driven by knowledge. I know that is common knowledge, but then I want to put emphasis on that. Because of that, there is unprecedented importance attached to research and innovations. Now, when you look at the global overarching frameworks that is guiding everything that we do, everything that nations are aspiring to, even at the institutional level, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. When you look at Target 9, and particularly, rather Goal 9 particularly, Target 9.5, emphasis is put on encouraging research and innovations. Countries are asked to make commitment to develop their research and innovation ecosystems in order to compete in the global world. And what we should realize now is that it is doctoral education that holds the key to unlocking the gate to enter into this world that we are moving to, because it is the apex for training researchers. When we train our researchers wrongly, then we lose it out. When we train correctly, we are going to gain the global competitive advantage. We are going to enter into the global share of knowledge production. Currently, in Africa, we are doing badly. When you look at the UNESCO Institute of Statistics websites, try to study the R&D indexes. And you see that Africa lies at a very miserable position. We cannot have a loud voice in the global knowledge production arena. And that is because we do not have enough researchers and the relevant researchers to lead Africa to enter into that global competitive world. So now when you bring this down to Uganda, where do we lie? Because everywhere, countries are now paying attention to developing their research and innovation ecosystems. And they are giving importance to the way in which doctorates are trained for two reasons. One, to become competitive, to gain that global competitiveness. Two, to establish themselves as knowledge societies, because that is where we are moving. And I will lead us to see where Uganda is lying and why we should pay attention to doctoral education and training. So the emphasis I'm putting is, if Uganda is to become competitive in the global market, if Uganda is to become a knowledge society, as expressed in Vision 2040, Uganda must pay attention to nurturing the research and innovation ecosystem, and the pathway is through educating the researchers. And the apex for training researchers is doctoral education. So somebody may be asking the question, is a PhD supposed to be relevant for the research and innovation system? After all, the PhD is supposed to be there for philosophy, theory generation, that forward-looking knowledge generation. That was the traditional belief, the traditional philosophy that guided doctoral education and training. But things are not the same. What is happening now? There is the expanded role and expanded purpose of doctoral education. I want to make myself clear here that when I talk about doctoral education, I'm not addressing myself to the PhD alone. I'm addressing myself to also other forms of educating the doctorate, because the PhD is purely an academic degree focused. The focus is training future academics to work in the academia or to engage in production of basic research, which I'm calling as forward-looking knowledge generation. Whether that knowledge is applied immediately is not the bigger concern of that training. But things are not the same, because there is now expanded demand that has come up across as a result of the tenets of the knowledge-based society. So now doctorates are seen as drivers of research and innovations. Training, the training of doctorates is not for the academia alone. It has to be for careers in both the academia and the non-academic world. So because of that expanded role, the redefinition of doctoral education, there is need for the examination of the organization of doctoral education. And that's why I'm asking that question. What do we want our doctorates to know and to be able to do? So globally, what is happening now? What we see happening globally are trends depicting expansion and reforms. I'm not going to talk about that in details in the interest of time, but what we know is the US, Europe, Asia, there are deliberate national strategies where doctoral education is integrated into national development strategies. Resources are committed to that in a remarkable way. Even targets are set that by the end of such a period, we need to have produced a certain number of doctorates in this field, and the fields are supposed to be relevant to national development needs. Now, for us in Uganda, do we have such targets? Do we have such national strategies? What is happening in Africa? In Africa, what we realize is that there is shared optimism about the role of doctoral education in national development. I know that African leaders have met, institutions have met. For example, 2014, African leaders met in Rwanda. They came up with a Kigali communication. 2015, they met in Dakar, Senegal. They came with a declaration. Everything pointed to the need to increase the number of doctorates and also improve the quality of the doctorates and to make doctorates more relevant to national development needs. But when you try to read around, what you realize is that national initiatives are not common in Africa. With the exception of South Africa, where clear targets have been set, where doctoral education has been integrated into the national development planning. That's why I've brought the case of South Africa. So they are doing things differently for now. But other African countries are yet hesitant to move in that direction. Then what about our Ugandan context? I want to start with our national development aspirations. Vision 2014, we want to be a knowledge society. Importance attached to research and innovations for national development and global competitiveness. We have the fourth Industrial Revolution Strategy 2020, where we want to create a smart society, innovating in health, in smallholder production, in education, in very many aspects. And we have our pillar, rather the third national development plan. One of the thrusts in there is the creation of the knowledge-based society. And now when you go to look at statistically, where do we lie? When it comes to what is needed to attain those, which is the number of researchers, what you realize is that we have a very low number of researchers per million inhabitants. That is, you look at the UNESCO databases. And unfortunately, for many years, we don't have data on the number of researchers we have in Uganda. The data available captured is only for 2014 and 2018, where we have 53 in 2018, which was a change of 15% from 27.84 that was in 2014. Head count and full-time equivalents, which is well below the world average. The world average for number of researchers per million inhabitants in world leaders in R&D is from 2000 above. And yet we are lying at 53. So this has far-reaching implications for the way in which we are training our researchers. So as CEPID, that is the Capability Enhancement Project for Innovative Doctoral Education at Ugandan universities, we got concerned about the scenario I have just depicted. And we asked the question, how are we educating our researchers? such that we can also compete and we can survive in the 21st century. I'm not going to go into the details of our methodology. We went to these universities where doctoral education is being offered. We did interviews, we reviewed the documents, and what we found out is what I'm highlighting here. Low doctoral training capacity. We did the interrogation for a period of 4 decades. The time when the first doctorate was awarded in Uganda, that was around 1970, and that is Makerere University, because the history of doctoral education in Uganda is synonymous to the history of Makerere University. Other universities started awarding doctorates in the recent decades. So, over 4 decades, in Uganda, only about 1,197 doctorates have been awarded. And Makerere takes the biggest share. You heard my professor, Boyinja, saying that we are doing well in training. The bigger percentage has been produced by Makerere University. Then what we find is also the lack of diversification. Okay, before I go to that, I want to I want to show that what I'm talking about. Of the 1,700 something degrees awarded, Makerere alone awarded about 705, and you can see the share of degree of doctorates awarded by other public universities, Gulu, Chambogo, that is Makerere, that is Mbarara University of Science and Technology, then Uganda Management Institute. And then we also did further by dichotomy, STEM and non-STEM dichotomy. What we realize is that there's a trend where STEM fields are dominating, still Makerere the leader, other public universities follow. And then when you go to private universities, the number awarded is very small. Only about 172 doctorates have been awarded by private universities, and that is the share for each of these universities. And by STEM and non-STEM dichotomy, that trend also follows. In the interest of time, I'm not going to talk much about the data. The data speaks for itself. And I want to give highlights of what we found out. That is depicting the first, that we have low doctoral training capacity. 2, we have a lack of diversification of doctoral programs. All the institutions we visited were training the traditional PhDs, the traditional way. Yet the world is moving fast and moving fast away from that. Yesterday when we started, our MC, Mr. Seraja, was saying that he wished to enroll for a PhD and wanted a PhD that is flexible enough and all that we all had. I kept asking questions. How can we accommodate people like him who already have established careers? They want to grow in that career path. Is what we are offering accommodative enough for such category of students? And that speaks to the lack of diversification. Somebody like Mr. Serwad doesn't need the traditional PhD, but he will rather enroll for other forms of the doctorate, like the professional doctorates, maybe the practice-based doctorates, and those are the new models of doctoral education. But what we found is that all our institutions are stuck in offering the traditional PhD, focused on academia, focused on purely academic research training, and monodisciplinary focus. Since yesterday, we have been emphasizing the issue of crossing disciplinary boundaries. Now we are training PhDs who are supposed to train undergraduates who should be crossing boundaries, but the PhDs we train don't cross boundaries. That is the situation in which we are. Like Professor Aguti said, you can't offer what you don't have. So now, if we don't change the way in which we are training our PhDs, how then are we supposed to enhance our own education system from the top up to bottom? Because the way the PhD is trained is going to affect every level of the education pyramid. There is that trickle-down effect. You train the PhD wrongly, he or she will train the undergraduate wrongly. The undergraduate will also get, and the wrongness continues up to the kindergarten. So that is why we need to pay attention to the way in which we are training our doctorates. So I'm saying that our data showed that we are stuck to the traditional mode of training PhDs. We need to diversify. Then we realized a constrained doctoral supervision capacity, because already we have said the numbers are few. Yes, I know that there are many people who get their PhDs outside Uganda. And I believe the professors we have here, majority must have got their PhDs outside Uganda. They may not have gone through the experiences I'm trying to bring out here. But the way we are training is not the way they are training PhDs out there. Then we have gender inequality in doctoral education. Those are some of the features of the way in which we train our doctorates. Those facts we got through review of documents and interviews. And our interviews centered on some 7 areas. The 7 areas, we derived them from principles of innovative doctoral training. When we come to literature, we saw that other parts of the world are moving in a certain direction. The EU came up with some principles of innovative doctoral education, which tend to have a universal appeal, which we believe can be contextualized and made relevant in our own situations. So we went asking questions to find out how innovative are our doctoral programs. And we asked questions around those 7 areas. First, an innovative doctoral program should strive to attain research excellence in all areas, whether it is the professional or practice-based or the traditional PhD. Research excellence is the cornerstone of every doctoral training. So to what extent our programs meeting that? Our results show there is an element of insufficiency. How about the institutional environment? The institutional environment we found was low quality or poor. I think we have been talking about that. The environment, now that we need to cross disciplinary boundaries, they are not supportive for that. The IC support is not enough. The general environment, the parameters were many. Then interdisciplinary research options. To what extent are we crossing those? Again, we found it was insufficient. Like I said, the programs were monodisciplinary. Exposure to the relevant industry. How much knowledge do we share with industry? Do we co-teach with industry? Do we co-supervise with industry? How about alumni networks? Are they strong enough? We interrogated all those and we found that it was insufficient or non-existent. For STEM-based disciplines or science-based disciplines, we found that relationship with the relevant industry was actually by default. It was not by design. Because if you are in agriculture, by default, you must go and do your research in a practical setting. But other areas where the default setting is not there, we found that institutionalized mechanisms were not available. How about international networking? Insufficient. Yes, you had the CEDA experience. He said it was perfect, but I can assure you the context matters. That was in the context of a funded project. PhDs underfunded projects. It happens where they are trained under centers of excellence. It happens where they are trained when there is this kind of funding. How about that individual PhD student who is self-financed, who is a working student, not sponsored by any of these projects? What happens? Do they have those networks? The answer is no. That is why I'm saying it is insufficient. Only where there are those funded projects. Then I will ask Professor Buinja, if CEDA says I'm stopping today, what next? That is a question that we should answer. Yes. So what next? Are we going to say we are doing very well? Then the transferable skills training. I said we are moving into a world where we need T professionals. You should be an expert in your discipline, but you must have necessary 21st century skills. Are we offering that in PhD training? And we expect the PhDs to come and train our undergraduates. Then quality assurance. You are saying it is insufficient. I commend the National Council for Higher Education for setting minimum standards. There are benchmarks. We have the Uganda Higher Education Qualifications Framework. They spell out certain qualities, which I may call doctorate, what a doctorate should have. But I must say, given the context in which we're operating now, those are not sufficient. We need to revise and make those to fit into what the society now wants. A question of fitness for purpose. What is the purpose now? The purpose then was different. Now is different. So we need to expand and make the quality assurance sufficient. And the other thing we noted is that the quality assurance tends to talk more about undergraduate education, less about doctoral education, because quality assurance measures at that level should concern themselves with the health of the research system. So the parameters should be measuring the health of the research environment, the research ecosystem. So are we using the right parameters to assure the quality of doctoral education? So those were the findings. And that is what leads us to conclude that we need to innovate doctoral education and training in Uganda. 3 major reasons that led us to draw that conclusion. 1, changes in student demographics and career aspirations. We now have working adult students, majority are part-time, majority are self-financing, because we all know that the government of Uganda does not fund doctoral education. It is either funded by donors or development partners or fee-paying students. So they need flexibility. They need flexible programs. And again, the careers are expanding. Not all doctorates should be teaching in the academia. We need doctorates to drive research and innovations outside the academia. So because of that, we need doctoral programs that can train that kind of a doctorate who is fit for both academia and the outside academia, and also the program that satisfies the student, meaning relevant outcomes for both the student and the society. So what kind of programs should we develop? And one thing we know is that doctorates now face challenges of employment in the academia. The rate at which jobs grow there is less than the rate at which the expansion is taking place. So doctorates, in trying to cross to the world outside academia, face three challenges. Employment mismatches. One, they face the mismatch of skills. Skills mismatches. The industry says this is not what I'm looking for. Then they have field of study mismatches. The field of specialization is narrow with the monodisciplinary focus. Yet, challenges now need interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary knowledge base. Then we have the changing needs of society that I've already explained. Summarize that the society now needs the T professionals, a discipline expert, and that expert with transferable skills. And three, the issue of internationalization and democratization of higher education. There is competition for the best talent. Actually, already we are suffering brain drain. People who go out, who excel, don't come back. They go for greener pastures. And now how are we creating our environments to fit into that flow of international students and faculty? Then we have the issue of unification of standards and benchmarks. And that is to happen amidst an environment of diversity. How do we attain that under this arena of internationalization and democratization? So we are saying that we need highly flexible and innovative doctoral programs. And linking this to our theme of today, where do we place Odell in that? How can we leverage doctoral education through Odell? What I'm saying to me is Odell offers window of opportunities. It is not the total solution. It offers windows where we can grab opportunities to enhance the training of doctorates, but it can never answer all the problems that we need to address in regard to training our doctorates. That is because, one, doctorates, the window of opportunity that we need to grab and integrate into doctoral education, one, is based on the situated learning theory, which applies very much to the context of doctoral education. Doctorates need to be trained and socialized in the learning communities and communities of practice. I think Dr. John emphasized the issues of the context of communities of practice. And then we also need to build these communities of learning, collaborative learning for professional development, where they can share knowledge. Yesterday, there was the chair for doctoral students who lamented how the doctoral journey is a lonely journey. I can say that it is not supposed to be a lonely journey when we do the right things. And one of the right things to do is to create the learning communities and the communities of practice. And that is one area where Odell comes in to enhance that. We need to do that to harness the affordances that we can get from Odell so that we create those relevant communities of practice and learning communities in the process of training our PhDs. Increase the accessibility. They are non-traditional students. PhD training is full of non-traditional students. These are people who are working. Where I work at the East African School of Higher Education Studies, we get these students who have to hide and run away from their employers. They hide. They don't want the employer to know that they are doing a PhD. So when you say, why did you miss lectures? Why were you not there? The answer is, at the workplace, things are not easy. How do you help such a student to get that desired PhD and keep this job, which he is earning money for paying the tuition? Because if he loses that job, he is not going to complete the PhD program. And yet the PhD program needs the student to be full-time. So Odell comes in to offer those avenues. A student can attend lectures while at the workplace. Flexibility. You know our challenges with the traffic and all that, the hours that can be wasted. Now we have the cross-disciplinary collaboration that can be facilitated through Odell. We have democratized teaching, self-pacing, self-regulating, but even more intense learning takes place when you use Odell. Then harnessing expertise. We said we have shortage. We need support, intra-institutional, regional, international. That is where Odell comes in handy. So why? What can be done? Reimaging doctoral program design. We should design blended doctoral programs, revisit structuring of doctoral programs, like split site PhDs. You can have other forms of the doctorate, like I had already said, design and integration of e-learning systems, then harnessing Odell for cross-disciplinary research training. Then above all, I'm putting emphasis on the training and development of doctoral supervisors. We have a big challenge as a country when it comes to supervision of doctorates. The results I'm providing are for the phase 1 of the project. Phase 2 is ongoing. We are moving into these institutions. We are mapping the internal efficiency of doctoral education. We want to see how is the supervision load, the throughput trends, and the transition rates. So that data is yet to come. And now we need to develop doctoral supervisors. And above all, again, dedicated funding. We can't keep on depending on donors and development partners for something that is crucial for national development. When these partners pull out, where do we start from? How do we sustain quality doctoral education depending on something you are borrowing from your neighbors? The neighbor will take the best and will always leave you in debt. It is like digging a grave to cover another grave. There will always be an empty pit remaining. So that is how we operate. So the implications for all these changes, we need to reshape the way we are teaching. We are doing teaching and learning, the supervision, the assessment and the examination. So when we are crossing those boundaries, it is actually pointing to the fact that everything needs to change. I'm sorry I had to rush through that. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Irene Etomaro. Very, very instructive. And I think this speaks directly to policy issues, particularly PhD training. I hope you've produced a policy brief or advisory based on this, because I think it's very instructive. And this is a very big study. I wish we had time really to discuss it. It's on itself. Hopefully we'll find time again to discuss this paper. Now, thank you. Let's move forward because we are not doing very well on time. We will keep the questions and then discuss after. We have only one presentation now left. And we're going to listen from the National Council of Science and Technology. And in their capacity as the overall coordinators of research and innovation in Uganda, is going to talk to us about enabling research and education collaborations. Mr. Sebale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. My name is Stephen Sebale. I am the Assistant Executive Secretary at Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. First of all, I want to salute Irene for that research. I've read her research on that particular issue, and I really recommend us to find time. She really does a very comprehensive work around doctoral training and gives very new insights, things that we had never seen before in this ecosystem. So I'll just begin with a brief background. Uganda National Council for Science and Technology is, as you might know, a government of Uganda agency established by Act of Parliament. And we essentially try to support the government with policy and on regulatory aspects, particularly around the issues regarding research. So research regulation, research management, research quality assurance, and oversight. We have had some reforms recently, which I think this is a good platform for us to update you on. We are currently under the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation in the Office of the President. And just the other, this year, actually, we got new directives from the Office of the President to undertake 4 cardinal functions. I have them there. One of them is to regulate all aspects of STI. The second one is translating STI policies into regulations and standards. M&E, so we are in charge of M&E of the whole STI system, and also homing of scientific institutions and building capacity. So this conversation we're having around ODEL falls fairly and squarely on some of these cross-cutting areas, and I hope this presentation is going to shed some more light. But I also have a caveat that what I'm going to share is pretty much what, and this is the challenge of having the last presentation, because we have had almost 28 presentations. Obviously, most of the stuff I was going to share is included in one way or another, but I'll just give quick highlights, given time, quick highlights on where UNCST sits at this continuum of research and research collaboration. This is a picture that you saw earlier today from the professor in South Africa, essentially saying that our research output as a country and as a continent essentially is quite very low. We are, although like Professor Mukadesi shared earlier, our research is really improving, our outputs are improving, our global visibility is also improving. But when you cascade that into the global conversation, somehow Africa disappears. And if you look at the landscape of research collaboration also, research collaboration, if there's one word to define it, it's more of north to south. There is very limited south to south collaboration. Even when you look at the kind of researches that our doctoral holders, she has been telling us about, the kind of research that they're doing, most of it is in collaborative partnerships that are driven by donors, by foreign interests, and we don't have a lot of inter-institutional research, even within our own system here. The figures also give a very stark picture about our picture around research, and I think Irene's presentation has pulled out these figures very well. And for me, it is looking at ODEL as a solution to really bring or to raise this base from where we are. How can we use ODEL as a tool to increase, for instance, the number of researchers, or to bring or to rope in more people into the research community? Now, our research landscape is also quite, it's a good story. And when I was listening to the professor here, I was very excited. When you think of the CEDAR partnership and what Makerere has been able to achieve, 400 plus PhDs in not a very long time. He talked about the throughput. I mean, there are critical indicators that we look at now and are very proud about. The number of researchers that are coming out, the doctoral output. Previously we were and he said this very well, we were producing about 20 on average, but now if we have not produced 100, it's been a bad year. So I think the national capacity to actually put through this these very highly skilled people is very critical. You know, if somebody walked into the room, they would ask the question, why are we focusing so much on doctoral holders? I think doctoral holders, they are the reservoir, the national reservoir for research. Because the idea is that in qualifying for these advanced degrees, they actually do research. So the propensity to do research, the propensity to undertake research collaboration is highly hinged on the kind of scope that you have around the bodies behind research. The full-time equivalents, the headcounts, I think those are critical indicators. As a system, when we look at our system, we are a bit saddened that we still have a long way to go, both as as a country within the region, but also as a global player. Research nowadays is no longer something you can think of. It's multidimensional. It is across boundaries. Why? Because we are facing the challenges we are facing today, inevitably demand for collaboration. If you think of COVID, if you think of hunger, if you think of poverty, the agenda that we have, the SDGs, she mentioned about the SDGs, is the menu is so wide that no single country can do research by themselves. So research collaboration is not just a necessity, it's something that we must be doing. And the propensity to collaborate in those partnerships really depends on how exposed we are, what kind of quality of research that we are doing. And I was quite chuffed to hear that now, because of online and these online tools, somehow our research is being visible around the world and we're being seen for that. I'll just like to share a brief experience here also about the UNCST. The UNCST, we do, as I said earlier, the quality assurance, and particularly with regard to research ethics management. We started this process from somewhere. Of course, introducing these guidelines and developing these frameworks for research quality assurance was not easy. And I think that is the same stage where the National Council for Higher Education is in trying to interest the universities to sort of onboard these new solutions like the online, the online ODL. So, but we have seen a lot of progress. If I see, for instance, the kind of the research quality assurance system has grown very rapidly. Right now, we have most universities that have their own research ethics committees. We have also seen the attendance to the National Annual Research Ethics Conference increase very rapidly. Why? Because there's a lot of buy-in. The stakeholders are beginning to understand the value of quality assuring their research and ensuring that their research conforms to global and national guidelines. So I think that's something that we can share with our Council for Higher Education about that shared experience. When you think of the higher education system, I don't want to go into this. I think Irene and other host of the other presenters have made it very clear. Our higher education research expenditure is less than 0.1%. In other words, 0.1% of our GDP goes to higher education research. And it's no surprise, therefore, that we have all these partners who are coming in to fill that gap. They could be CEDA, they could be IDRC, they could be our NORAD even. There are so many. But the question then to ask, I think that's what Irene asked, is if CEDA pulls out, what happens? And I think as a country, we have not yet owned up to our national research agenda. There are even questions being asked about our national research priorities. So I think the focal point of research is going to come from our a very active, very updated higher education sector. And the ODL, I would like to imagine, is giving us that mileage, that not only are we looking at our vertical, our horizontal partnerships as in that inter-university way, but also seeing what networks we can enter within the global knowledge ecosystem. Then this is something that she has shared in her presentation. I don't want to go into that, but just to highlight the gap, and say that right now we are producing 100. The strategic direction is that we have a deficit of 8,000 PhDs. we need to produce 10,000 PhDs by 2030. But if you look at the kind of production pipeline that we have, if you put all our universities together, it is highly unlikely that we're going to achieve this target. But nevertheless, I think ODL and all the capacities it seeks or seems to bring together should help us achieve some of these milestones. I'm looking at ODL really as an opportunity to accelerate this leapfrog and help us to reach out to those, particularly, for instance, when you think of the PhD training, most of it, like Irene shared, is heavily concentrated at Makerere. One of the ways we are trying to look at this, we're looking at it from more of an equity perspective. How do we bring those universities? They could be private, they could be off-center universities. How do we start to capacity build them so that PhD training becomes a norm and not something that only Makerere University does? So I think I'm looking at ODL as building those partnerships so that these universities, either private universities or universities that are upcountry, can also have that cross capacity to develop their research profile. Now, when you look at who's doing research in Uganda, again, this is the picture that we have, and that's being the sing-song for this conference. But I have to say here that maybe this is more of a challenge to especially Makerere University, because Makerere University, we all agree, is the elephant when it comes to research, at least in our landscape. How can we connect, and how can ODL help us connect the capacity, the heavy capacity that we know Makerere has, either in quality assurance, in those several layers of quality research? How can we share those experiences with the other universities? Because I think it doesn't bode well to only have Makerere all the time. I think it's high time we started looking at this and having sort of system-wide solutions to see how to address this very, very obvious contradiction. Now, there are very many emerging conversations around research collaboration, and these are just highlights. We talk about productivity. Somebody was talking about research output. When we look at the professor was telling us that now it's 2,000 per capita. That means that for every university student at Makerere, was it 2,000? You mentioned the figure there. Two papers. So if you put all Makerere students and the number of publications, you'll get 2 publications per student. And that is something that we need to be proud of. Then the other one is, of course, a very delicate area which we often don't talk about, but which is very critical, especially at the policy level. That is the industry academia collaboration and building those partnerships. I think, even as we have been talking about training all these PhDs, if we do not resolve that gap of putting across knowledge that is relevant to the marketplace, I think we lose out quite a lot. There is the stock, and also, of course, infrastructure is a challenge. So I'm looking at ODL as sort of the bridge that sort of joins all these gaps that we know we have. Not looking at it more from that narrow sense of enabling training, but looking at it as a tool that aggregates and brings together this collective capacity that we know is out there. We have recently finished a research on international research collaboration. I don't want to go through all the findings, but just to pick out a few, just to overemphasize here that our research is altogether foreign funded. I think that is something that we have shared very well. We are also saying that it's over-concentrated in specific fields, especially in medical sciences. There's also a problem around gender. If you look at gender, the gender figures, our female researchers are not collaborating as much. When it comes to research collaboration, they face unseen barriers to participating in collaborative research. And we are saying that in this age of a knowledge-based ecosystem, you can't do much without collaboration. And having critical partners like Renu, who are helping us build these interlinkages, is very key. Again, like I said, why? Because we are facing these challenges that can no longer be geographically scoped. They are affecting us in so many ways. So collaboration is an inevitable journey we have to make as universities. I have to say here that UNCST was, in a small way, a trailblazer around ODL. Of course, I heard the professors here saying Makerere was doing it all the way since 1991. But under the Millennium Science Initiative, we supported a research grant on ODL with Dr. Samuel, I think, Oboya in Chambogu University. And he essentially was meant to come up with a curriculum to support some of these solutions. And he actually produced some good work and were able to not only get research products from this, but also to capacity build, including equipping institutions with some fast stage IT infrastructure. So in a sense, when I had Dr. Okwonzi here sharing about that, I felt a sense of pride that actually we have been part of this conversation for some time. Right now, we are, as UNCST, coming up with a platform, a MOOC platform, where we anticipate that we can have some of these solutions. I like my brother from Lira University, who was walking us through the grant, the grant process, what is required, what is necessary. I have to inform this meeting that UNCST has been platinum assured by the African Academy of Sciences as a grants manager. So we have tools and solutions that can support universities on building their own grant systems and supporting their grant management process. A bit what the brother was saying, but we are trying to bring this material down to support the universities on such a platform, either in grants management or in coming or developing, REC committees, or in quality assuring their research or plagiarism, as we have heard, so that this is knowledge that is freely accessible to all universities, all research institutes, and just to help them strengthen their systems as much as possible. And we really are looking to the Council for Higher Education to support us on this journey. Now, at UNCST also, we have built partnerships, and we have built partnerships across Africa. Right now, UNCST is a center of excellence for research grant management. We are actually capacity building granting councils in over 15 countries, and most of them have come here to benchmark our system when it comes to research grant management. So I think this is a golden opportunity for us to also support our universities in building these very strong systems to help them, like he was telling us, to attract more funding, to be more visible, to do research that is applicable to our national challenges, and also to build our inherent capacity. Then we have also worked very closely with the Council for Education and the Research and Education Network. Research and Education Network have been like a golden partner to us. Recently, they have helped us to build a national repository of research where we want to put all research that is being done on one portal, and anybody anywhere can access it. Of course, there are some conversations that are going on around intellectual property, but I think their support in helping us build this infrastructure is highly commendable. We also have built a Technomat. A Technomat, this is a platform which is like a technology supermarket where somebody who's in the private sector or in industry looking for a solution from university can go shopping, or somebody who is doing research in the university can put their prototype there. Of course, you only say so much. You don't reveal everything about your technology. But as UNCST coming in as a broker to broker these partnerships and support this collaboration, it is something that we will be visiting you to see how you can test run it in your own systems. And the idea here is that we also got a shock when COVID came, because we had to develop COVID research guidelines in 2 weeks. We had to, train people in undertaking protocols around COVID in a very short span of time. So there was that rapid learning there. But also it was a good point for us to awaken, and wake up around our ecosystem. That's why some of these solutions we're trying to build so that we can preempt any future COVID-related or COVID-like circumstances. So I think ODEL is part of this wider conversation of making our systems more resilient, more prepared, and more adaptable to change. So these are opportunities that I felt I could just share very quickly around this ODL. I think ODL, I think is going to give us a good way to strengthen the research ethics system. We are trying to review our guidelines to make them e-guidelines, to make them to reflect the current landscape around research and in the current collaboration that is ongoing. We're also trying to work with the URSB to see what intellectual property regimes we can introduce within our research landscape to ensure that even though we are doing this online collaborative research, it is covered within intellectual property guidelines, and our researchers are protected in that sense. And then finally, the grant system, I've talked about that, to make it as easily accessible to all. These are opportunities. I think ODL is really now the center. And I've been having some discussions with my colleagues at Council for Education. I think when we look at the different strands of research in governance, in the partnerships, in the granting, in the policy, and all that goes with it, there is a lot that we can benefit from. So UNCSC also is here as a student to see how best ODL can be co-integrated in some of our systems that are running. So I'd just like to conclude by this, that it is a journey. Any new technology that comes the way ODL is coming to us is going to take some adaptive time, some learning. Some learning, goes through a steeper curve than others. But I think, given that when we have such forums, and maybe Council for Education should make this a bit more regular, so that we have these forums and put this learning to use continuously. I think there are lots of opportunity. I see some opportunities as well as the council. We think that ODL can support our ongoing solutions that we are coming up with, and we think that a strong online e-learning system is an imperative that anyone looking to the future must embrace immediately. I thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I think you've done great justice. And I like the emphasis you put on issues of IP in the era of ODL, and this kept coming up yesterday. And because you work together in concert with the URSB, I think you play a very critical role. And also, again, the issue of, this was presented by Irene, emphasizing multidisciplinarity, because no single shot can solve our problems. They always say that societal problems are wicked, not in the moral sense, but in the sense that they're resistant to solutions. And also the cause-effect relationships are very complicated. And therefore, to address them, you need to be multidisciplinary. And I think this underscores all these presentations. Thank you very much. Now, audience, you've been excellent listeners. It is your time. This is your time now. However, I need to caution you, because we are supposed to have been out of here 20 minutes ago. So I need to be advised, Nora, how much time we have for this discussion, so that I try as much as possible to redeem myself, because I've let my presenters take the day. So how much time do we have for this discussion? 20 minutes, excellent. Been very exciting. So the algorithm for the flow of questions has already been established. And I'm going to premise myself on that as well. So I hand it over to you, and then we proceed.
Professor Tim, thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. It's your time to talk back. The sequence was first online, then we can go through the different roles. Let's have the questions up online. A couple of them. We will start with Associate Professor Paul Birevu, who says, Dr. Etemuru, from your objective judgment, are you comfortable with the PhD factories in Asia? Is it our slow social transformation attributed to lack of adequate PhDs? Will an increase in PhDs ultimately result in a productive knowledge society. And I think that's an interesting one. More questions here. Let's start with James Bogere, who says, in other words, I think it starts up, Odell is open and distance e-learning, not open distance and e-learning. The challenge is contextual, and this is the contextual understanding of Odell. In other words, Odell is a combination of open and closed teaching and learning methodologies. We'll go to Fred Chintu, who says Odell is globally tested and embraced with amazing results. The National Council for Higher Education should only come up with a framework to serve as a guiding principle for its complete implementation. That's Fred Chintu Ruanga giving his comment there. Do we have any other more? Okay, great. Sounds good. All right, let's give an opportunity to the Professor's Corner. We start with this. Any contributions, comments? Okay. You have 1 minute each.
Thank you very much. I have a question which is, I think, a bit general, but it is referring to Odell. And my question is about the hour we assigned when a course is both face-to-face and online. The National Council of Higher Education is here, accrediting agency is represented here. I've been struggling with that. How do you equate credit hours when a course is both online and face-to-face? Is it business as usual, or should it be business unusual? And therefore, we need to have some kind of guideline in terms of how we are going to make the equivalent of that. I had a challenge to which I didn't have an answer when I worked with the Virtual University of Uganda. It was still the Virtual University of Uganda, now it is Nexus International University. For online examinations, we didn't know exactly whether we should use the 3 hours for that level or we should extend. We did extend, knowing the challenges our students faced, but we didn't have guidance on that. And I assume that universities are going, each one of them, when they are designing programs for online accreditation or blended learning accreditation, which Moon University does, we use our own way of estimating it. I seek guidance on that one from the National Council and maybe from Dr. Etomaru. It applies both for undergraduate and postgraduate, even doctoral supervision as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other person in the Professor's Corner? Okay, let's get to this. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. A quick one, Professor Mukadas and the team, really. You have stimulated our attention towards PhD development and the opportunities, and you've demonstrated well the funding aspect. My question is, what is your proposal on addressing the issue of sustainability in the development of PhDs? The bigger issue at the moment, actually, and I want to recommend to National Council, and I've seen Dr. Jane Egao here from the ministry, is there a possibility where accredited PhD programs in institutions here in this country can really receive funding, specifically supporting research for PhD students in areas that are addressing national interests? I think this would take us a mile. I remember a while ago, National Council received some funding, which was distributed, but again, in public institutions. I keep saying the private sector has also grown. We are still appealing for some consideration, especially when it comes to research in PhDs. Muhammad Mpezamigo, Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University.
Wow, that's a good one. I should be one of the beneficiaries for that. I told you when we were beginning this conference that at the end of this conference, I should be able to get a PhD sponsored by one of the universities. Yes, sir. You're welcome back, Professor Tim. Okay, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I have a small question to the regulator regarding the practical-based courses like agriculture, which is purely practical and students have to go to the field.
Please introduce yourself, then you proceed.
And
Okay.
Odell, as Odell, it becomes tricky, the challenge. So my name is Gift. I'm from Metropolitan International University. I work as the high city head and Odell coordinator. So the challenges we faced with Odell was to bring on board agriculture students. So we had to first send them practical-based assignments. They go to the field and return the results to the university. But it was not authentic. There's no way we would prove that there are students participating. There's no way we would verify that. So we've been here for the last 2 days, and I'm seeing it is left untouched. Thank you.
Professor Tim, back to you, sir.
Yes. Any more hand in that
There is
column? Yes.
Thank you. Very, very brief comments. One, clarification. Because the media is here, I think it's not true to say government does not sponsor PhD programs. Because government gives a research grant to universities. And then they ask the universities to top up use their internally generated what? Fund. So we can't say wholly the government does not sponsor PhD programs. Now, again, it's not true to say the National Council concern themselves with, let's say, undergraduate what programs, where they even receive PhD programs and all that. I want that to be corrected because the press might misrepresent this the duration of this conference. Having said that, I thank Dr. Is it Tom, let me say Irene anyway, because
Irene, yes.
Yeah, for the provocative presentation. Why provocative? The first question was, what do we want our, I think, doctoral graduates to know? Then she talked about teaching the PhDs. I ended up scratching my head. I thought a doctoral student wants to become an equal. And you graduate, you're welcome to the class of what? The club of scholars. We are talking of teaching, aware that at least, especially in the Commonwealth countries, PhD research is purely by research, unless they changed it recently. And that's why they talk of groundbreaking, because you're adding to what? To knowledge. Now, if we talk of now teaching, how should we teach our PhDs? How should we teach our PhDs? Where are we ending? And I want to say, quote an example from Kenya, where two different ministers of education, Jonathan Ingeno studied in Russia. John Kamozo started in what? In the US. And both of them wanted to introduce a system, and they end up with 84.4, which end up being not so favorable for what? For Kenya. So before you suggest changes, we have to be very, very careful. Somebody said generalizations are dangerous, including this one. And I know the Bible says a prophet has honor except in his hometown. But those who have served outside Uganda, even during the difficult times of Amin and what have you, the services of the Ugandan professionals have been what? Praised. If there is an area to improve, that's why we are reviewing our programs every now and then, but we should just discredit them. I want to do an example of Medusa, the Medical University of South Africa, which was started by Ugandan scholars. And even people will tell you, I was taught English by Ugandan, I was taught physics by Ugandan, even everywhere. So I think, first of all, we should behave like that lizard of Achebe, which fell from the local tree, and they realized it did break its back and started nodding its head. I think I am tough. Let's appreciate ourselves and then think of ways of improving. But some of us find it very funny. When I went to School of Education in Makerere, I saw a class, there was told, that is a PhD class being taught. I could not understand. When the first question I was asked, when I reported, my supervisor asked me, so what is it that you want to say that has not been said before?
Thank you, Doc. You could
Thank you.
just conclude your question. Thank you very much. Next, I need to remind you, we've been given only 20 minutes. So let's be mindful. Let's not make another presentation as we pose our question. So Professor Kamatanesh.
You're welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much. Presenters and chair, minor issues on policy to draw attention to National Council for Higher Education. We thank you for the work you are doing. However, we need a policy on shared human resource. From the discussion of Irene, we cannot run away from shared resource in order to build the desired human resource. And you need to know that also government takes staff from private sector. Through hard-earned resources, you train. When there are adverts, be assured that the private sector is hit number one. And then you say staff are part-timing in private universities, but actually they are part-timing in the government. So we need a person that. Number two is on what Professor Mukadasa has shared. Multi-institutional degrees awards. I would like to say, National Council, that we need a policy on this. You are very much aware, we have a collaboration with the Trinity Western University in Canada. We award masters. The programs are created by National Council, but BSU is not going to award. The reason, because there is no policy. And yet the students are trained from here. We had raised this. It is high time that we get a policy. Makerere, I know you have been awarding Professor Mukadasa. I'm very much aware because I was part of Makerere. But other institutions that are small, you cannot easily start this. Makerere, you are a giant. So I'm requesting that Professor Wiza bring your policy on board, it's adopted, and then we do what? Then we all move together. And I thank you because of the MOUs you are giving, and you are very generous to us. So we cannot take it for granted, yes. And lastly is on awards of associate professor and professors for people who have not been in this career of PhD. Apparently, when we join Makerere, we find many people are professors and associate professors because of long-standing experience. And that one, I no longer see it. And we are not guided. How do we do it now? Is there any way we can do it? If you have to improve, I have people who actually they are called professors by virtue of the work they do, but they cannot be professors by virtue of the academic qualification of attaining a PhD and the like. So I think it is high time we think of those people with long-standing experience, like for example, Madame Jane Negao, doctor. I have seen her talk, her experience. Now calling her an associate professor and she supervised in education, I think it will not be bad. So I'm requesting that we need to do something like that. For people with long-standing experience, they can come and actually help in as far as human resource is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kamatanes.
Professor, I second you 100%.
I was listening to the ED of NCHE yesterday, and she said that as we deliberate here, we need to come up with recommendations because it's not the National Council that is going to make this recommendation. So I think the policy issues that you have brought up are very important. And you also played an additional role of awarding the title of associate professor. We thank you. We go to the next.
Professor Tim, I will second that move.
All right, let's go to the next person, the gentleman over there. Please introduce yourself and then you proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Katongole. I represent university students at the National Council for Education. Incidentally, all my questions go to Professor Wienza. How do we create centers of excellence in universities of Uganda, moving away from all universities offering similar programs, duplicating the same thing that the other university offers, having understood from your presentation that actually we need valuable knowledge out of our training. The second question is, do researchers or research only aiming at publishing? Is there other ways researchers can be productive without publishing in other industries? Because it seems there is a general perspective that if you're a researcher, you must publish or perish. Why my constituency is not interested and not even self-funding PhD studies is because it is not nice. It is not attractive. It has no incentive. It has no carrots. That's why they only come if it is funded. Actually, because it is only looked at as if you do a PhD, you have to teach. And all teachers who are lecturing are permanent and pensionable. So there is no space. And therefore, my brother there told you, that's why they're starting getting weird ideas of being aspired, looking up to Steve Jobs. You need to be a dropout to succeed. So I wanted to reassure them that the current CEOs of all those companies are PhD graduates.
Thank you, Mike. Can you wind your question because we're running out of time?
The last two questions. How do we
Make them short, please?
Yes. How do we change from the tradition of public financing so that universities can follow new industrial revenue streams, like the $200 million that Wave, a fintech company, raised, $5 million that Rocket raised, $20 million that Safe Border raised. I was happy with Makerere when they said they are going to partner with Safe Border to train riders, instead of over-relying on the tradition of public service funding. The second last question is, how do we remove public sector managerialism from universities to entrepreneurial leadership? And lastly, to all, how do we move away from technology savviness to technology mainstreaming in teaching and learning? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last question. Your neighbor is there. Please make it very short so that you remain my friend. Otherwise, I'll cut you in the middle.
Godwin Kwemarira. I'm from MUBS. I hold a PhD of public interest from Makerere University. I bring you greetings from the leadership and governance department, still MUBS. I'll go straight to my professor, Mukadas, and it's about publication. Why have we failed to get a powerful publisher? I don't know of anyone who prides in publishing with Makerere's journal. One of my exciting moments when I was doing a PhD is when I was accepted to publish in Routledge and later on Springer. I also cross over to My Lady. I hope I still have a few minutes. I did the PhD by funding myself. Maybe that is why I'm very tiny. The stress you go to, you cannot afford to put on this thing. So if I was government today, I'll make sure that at least there is a policy that no one pays fees at a PhD level. My parents told me for them, they stopped paying for themselves the moment they crossed over to high school. The moment you stopped senior 4, you'd pay. But when we pay at PhD level, I did public interest, but after you go into private interest, you question a number of things, yet you have a lot of knowledge to disseminate. But how do you disseminate knowledge when when this economy, when your country has not been favorable to you? So we need to do a lot of reorientation. I had a number of issues to put forward, but this guy is not looking me the way he looks on TV.
Okay, I think in public interest, we can stop there.
It was
and that
indeed
is
in public
that was
interest,
your area
Professor
of
Tim.
PhD. We can leave it there. Thank you very
Professor
much.
Tim,
Yes.
can I just say something as I hand over the mic to you? Two things.
Yes,
One-
Solomon, and then don't forget to quickly check online if we have any questions.
Online, do we have any other
because
questions?
We are going to conclude. We have concluded question time. We now want to go into response.
Professor, I'll just take 1 minute. One, the issue of joint awarding of through collaborations. As one of the beneficiaries of the NORAD program at Makerere University for my master's, and it was in journalism and communication, and I did it. It was double with the University of Oslo, which is really great. The other thing is I second Professor Kawantenes's idea of you have experience. I've done journalism for 15 years, really, surely. So if giving me associate professor would really be a good thing. If I just top up, I have a master's, so really 15 years in journalism, I can go and teach at Makerere, and I'm given it, but that's for me. Also, the last one is I want to recognize Professor Mukadasa. He's my lecturer, he's my friend and my mentor. Over to you, Professor Tim. I still
Thank you, but I wanted you to check. Hello, Solomon. Are there any questions online? Because we have closed.
No, we don't have any
thank
questions.
Thank you very much. Many of the interventions have actually been comments and recommendations. There are very few questions, I think, directed to Irene and Professor Mukadasi. But I think I'll give each of the presenters an opportunity to say something very quickly, and then we wind down. Yeah. So we'll start with you, Stephen. You seem to be taken aback. Let me start with Professor Mukadasi, because he has questions, and I think it might take the longest time. The rest of you, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Napa. Colleagues, I know for sure that given the office I occupy, many of you have been looking for an opportunity to find me and ask many of these, some of the questions that have disturbed you over. And again, I will go straight to Professor Mpazamuhigo, my colleague. The issue of sustainability of these PhD programs that we've developed over years. One, I think we needed to find an innovative way of cutting down the per unit cost of training in this country. Once we do that, you'll find that even with the meager resources, we should be able to sustain these programs. The streams, the funding streams that we've been looking at, many of us in government, funded by government, really are drying out. Public financing is really dwindling, and we are becoming innovative over time to the extent that we are looking for efficient production systems. If, for example, many of the private sponsored students are coming in and they will finish on record time of 3 years, 4 years, I think that will be efficient and we shall cut that. But then people come and stay in the system for 10 years, 12 years. So let's look at networks. Let's look at the enabling environment. Let's develop strong institutional policies and systems that would lead to quick turnaround, quick completion. The issue, I know for sure, we could also throw it to government, that government committed that they will spend at least 3% of the GDP of this country, going with the Harare Convention, to research and innovation. And now it is 0.0, isn't it? So that means we need still to look at government, not well-funding PhDs, but really supporting the system. The other way, I've been looking at this matter of the cost of doctoral training in this country, and many institutions, even at Makerere, we are not exploiting one good window, research professors. You are looking at the traditional professors, the tenured traditional professors, but bring research professors in the institution. They attract their own grants and pay their salaries, and they bring in PhD students and train them from their project and research groups. Okay, that's the way you can look at it. Quickly, adjunct professors, that is fine. Centers of excellence. Of course, every institution clamors to have many centers of excellence as possible, and this goes with the repute and the productivity, and also having really the capacity to maintain a center of excellence. I know many, even at Makerere, many departments really want to have a center of excellence, but they can't maintain it because it goes with the highest level of standards okay, and effort. You must attract grants, you must write grant applications, you must really be efficient, productivity in terms of output must be there, and very few really have that sort of capacity. So clearly, do not just aim at establishing centers of excellence, but do a SWOT of yourself. What is your strength? Do you have really the capacity? The opportunities, are they available? Have you, do you have the network? Because you need the networks to feed into these centers of excellence. Research aiming at publishing only. By the way, this is the philosophy of yesterday. It's not about publication now. We are talking about transforming society. Okay, it's no more about academic impact. Okay, you must come. That's why we are talking about product research. Go into product research, which will not really only take you to production of academic papers, but products transforming society through services. Change from public financing, industry. You need to establish functional working relations with the private sector and industry if you are to stay afloat in a very competitive arena. Makerere, by the way, publication. A colleague was talking about why can't we have these home journals. Makerere has got 12 academic journals. By the way, I know because of, I don't know for what reason, people believe these are inferior journals and they look for elite A-class journals. Surprisingly, sadly, some of them are even based in India, based where these are Nigerians that scatter these journals all over. So you find that they go for high-pay journals and leave their domestic journals here, which are they are superior journals, peer-reviewed, highly accredited, but you find many people waiting and going to India and wherever. So Makerere, we have a university press currently, which is hosting all these journals, and we encourage all departments to develop their own domestic journals such that they enable people to publish and disseminate their research results. After all, we have the capacity to peer review. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, except you forgot to say that I'm a member of the board of the editorial board of the publishing house. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, let's go to Irene. Irene, just be direct to the question. I already cautioned that your paper needs further deliberations outside this forum because I think there's issues. So just answer the few questions that have been posed.
Thank you, moderator. I think I'm responding to two of the questions in the interest of time. The first one, that am I satisfied with the PhD factories in Asia? What I can say is that nobody settles for less and nobody wants something that is not fit for purpose. That is why globally there are issues concerning the quality of PhDs, the relevance of the PhDs versus the quantity or the numbers. So every country is trying to increase the number of PhDs, but is challenged by issues of how do you balance between numbers and the quality? And how do you make these PhDs relevant? So what I can say is if literature is telling someone that the PhDs in Asia are not of good quality, like some writers even described our own our universities as what? Soaps for buying degrees, meaning our quality is not good enough. So my take is that we should pick learning experiences from such contexts and we use them to improve our own systems. Look at why they are saying Asian PhDs are of low quality, benchmark, and then see how you don't replicate what is not good enough in your own context. To me, that will be a learning experience for Uganda. And for us, the interest is we should strive for excellence, both academic excellence and excellence in the way we contribute to society. And that is how we should plan our PhD trainings. Number two, Why do I talk about teaching PhDs? PhDs are not supposed to be taught. What I can say is that the system of doctoral education that we have inherited is from our colonial masters and the world influencers, USS model and the British model. So it depends on which one you understand best. The British model is the PhD by research only, where the student actually is treated like an apprentice, a supervisor attached, you do research, but that is based on the background that that student had rigorous training at master's level. Then the student can continue into research after the content base is strong enough. Then the question for our context is, are our master's programs producing such people with that kind of competence such that we can rely on PhD by research only? And then we follow the British model. Then we have the American model, which is the taught doctorate, which actually, when you read literature, is the one which is now rated high. Buyinja can attest to this. The Makerere Human Resource Manual even spells it clearly that priority is given to PhDs that are obtained through the taught route. So that means that I'm not saying that the traditional PhD is totally bad, no. Every PhD model is fit for a certain context and for a certain purpose. So in that case, the taught PhD programs are there, and that is actually what is becoming more popular than the traditional PhD by research only. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. Thank you so much. Nicholas, just one word because you don't have any question. Just share your thought.
Thank you, Chair. So for me, it's been a pleasure being here and getting to learn or to hear about the other challenges that the institutions are having. And from the questions, it was clear that there are other challenges other than IT related or network issues. But I just want to remind the audience two issues. You cannot talk about digitization or ODEL without fixing the underlying infrastructure. So in all your institutions, whatever you're doing, if you're not thinking about fixing the underlying infrastructure, you're wasting time. You'll still struggle. The other issue is RENU belongs to the universities and the research institutions. It's your organization. Anything you need from RENU that is intended to abstract all those IT layers for your users so that they can do their work easier, please reach out. It's your organization. Other than that, it's been an interesting session, and the statistics, especially from NCHE and Irene, have been quite challenging. They got us thinking about the different things we need to think about as a country. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you for those parting shots.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I think for me, I won't say much, but to just salute the National Council for Higher Education for this really telling conference. I think for me, personally, it has been a very good learning curve because we have always heard of ODL, but we had not seen the practice of it, and getting the voices of the stakeholders, I think, was a very huge value add for us. Going forward, I think I would like to say we shall continue this conversation with the Council for Higher Education. Already we have some ongoing conversations with some colleagues there. Hopefully we can build on something for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Ekwara, 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I must say it has been superb being part of this panel, and my advice to our fellow panelists and our academia is that let us foster the mentor-mentee relationship. This has pushed us from Lira High, that even at the undergraduate level, we have students publishing and we have students producing products, commercial products that are earning over 2,000, 1,000 people jobs. The mentor-mentee relationship. God bless you.
Thank you so much. This has been very, very good. I invite you to rise. There's something we want to do. Please stand up. We've been sitting for the last 3 hours listening, and the cardiac surgeon told us that we need to stretch. When we sit too much, then you get this blood clot. We are now coming to the end of our stay here for the last 2 days, but I want to invite you to give a round of applause to these great presenters. You'll agree with me, they have done a great job. There is so much yet to be discussed because we do not have enough time. I'm so grateful to the Council for Higher Education. I also want you to clap for yourselves. You've been great, very engaging. And also, you can clap for me if you wish. And above all, let's thank National Council for Higher Education for this excellent job. Great, thank you so much. And from me now, I'm a jobless man. I'm going home. Thank you. God bless you. I think you can now resume your seats and over to you, Solomon.
Another round of applause to Professor Tim. Give him a job. Come on. He cannot be jobless. Thank you very much. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, everyone. So now that the people, first of all, the people who have the brains are here, people who have the money are here. May I please make my call again? I want to do a PhD. Professor Buyinza, I want to do a PhD in this country. Everyone is telling me, go to South Africa, go to Canada, go to the UK. And clearly, if I applied, I would get. But I want to do it here. Professor Buyinza, can you admit me and get me a PhD sponsorship at Makerere University? Or NORAD, I'm really grateful for the sponsors of our education. NORAD sponsored me for 2 years. The Norwegians, I really studied for my postgraduate diploma in investigative journalism and my master's in journalism and communication. So now I'm looking for someone to sponsor my PhD. And now, Professor Buyinza, you're here. Professor Tim, you're here. All the professors and vice chancellors are here. I started with a question. That question needs to be answered. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us from the time that we started today and yesterday. Clap for yourselves. We're going for the closing ceremony. Professor Tim, you did amazingly well. I admire your English. If I was still on TV, I would be worried that you would steal my job. All right, we're going to the closing bit of it. I'm sure that our cocktail is ready, which is tea again. I want to invite Professor Okwakol, the Executive Director of the National Council for Higher Education, to come and start off the closing ceremony. Professor, you're on the program. Can we give Professor Okwakol a round of applause as she comes? After which you will invite our guest of honor to also come and close. Professor Okwakol, you're very welcome, ma'am. Yeah, sit.
Yeah, thank you very much, MC. Let me start my remarks by welcoming the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports and thanking her for sparing time to come and close this very important conference. The substantive permanent secretary has traveled, but she's ably represented by the acting permanent secretary, Dr. Jane Egau, who is substantively the Director of Higher Education technical, vocational education, and training. So we couldn't have had a better representative. I would like to thank, first of all, the keynote presenters, Ms. Azra Nazim and Professor Paul Prinsloo for the excellent keynote presentations that they made yesterday. Sorry, Paul made today. Yeah, Paul made today. We thank them indeed. I would like to thank the session chairpersons. They all did an excellent job. We thank them. The presenters, you know, each of the presentation seems to be the best. Then another one comes and you think is the best. So all the presentations were excellent. Thank you very much. The panels, I also like to thank the panelists. They enriched the discussion on the topic that we've been discussing. I thank them and we thank them. And to all participants, both who have been here physically and online, I thank you for your presence, but above all, for your active participation, which made the conference really lively. Thank you very much. Thank yourselves. And also for, you know, conferences, by the end of a conference, the room is half empty. But look around, we are all glued to our chairs. So I thank you for really being committed. This morning, and maybe before I go to this morning, I would like to just urge all of us to use the information and experiences that we shared here to improve whatever we are doing in our respective institutions. So whatever we gained here from keynote speeches, from paper presentations, from panel discussions, all that information, and from the discussions from the participants, use that information to improve yourselves. This morning, we had a recap of the proceedings of yesterday. We can't have that now. But let me use this opportunity to emphasize some of the things that came out during this afternoon's discussion, the session that we've just concluded, and which are important to take home. Some of them are related to what we had yesterday, but for emphasis, they may be repeated. But before I go to the highlights, during the last session, on a personal note, two things made me very happy. One was to be reminded by Mr. Nicholas Mbonimpa that I was part of the founding of RENU. When he flashed that photo of the founders, I saw myself, I said, oh, so I did. So I thank him, and I would like a copy of that photograph to keep it. Then the second is Professor Buyinza reminded me of my role as a member of the steering committee of the CEDA project, which has trained 400 PhDs. So I feel anybody feels happy to be part of success. So that is now on a personal note. I thank you. Now going to some highlights. A few things many things came out, but I've selected a few which I want to highlight so that it forms part of our take home. The need to harmonize implementation strategies for streamlining order in higher education institutions and strategies related to internet connectivity, which adequately support teaching, learning, and research, tooling and retooling teachers and learners, content development and access, and research and innovation networking methods and resources. So those need to be harmonized. Also the need, the second highlight was stressing the need to address funding of Odell infrastructure and facilities. That came out very clearly in the presentations. Third, the need for collaborations between service providers, institutions, the industry, and the private sector so as to promote Odell. Fourth, the need for inclusivity of people with disability. This one also came out yesterday. Fifth, to strengthen the regulatory monitoring of Odell by the National Council for Higher Education. Six, institutions should establish positions of instructional design and capacity, and also, and capacity building of faculty in Odell infrastructure design and pedagogy. Seven, the need for capacity development. Oh, this is repeated in Odell pedagogy. Then the need for critical mass of homegrown researchers for the country, and therefore the need to promote doctoral education in Uganda. And here, let me inform participants that at the initiative of the National Council for Higher Education, there are two provisions in NDP 3 that we have been urging the ministry to pick up and get funded. And I think going forward, PS, let this be picked up, because this is now the budgeting period. What is in NDP 3 that supports this highlight is, one, the establishment of the National Research Fund, so that the problem that Professor Mpeza talked about would not be there, because that fund would be competitively, the fund would be competitively accessed. So whether you are in a private institution, a public institution, a research organization, and so on. So that one is pending. It should be picked up. Then the second one is a national PhD training program, which would be funded and mainstreamed in the development plans. So it is our prayer that those two are picked up for funding in the next financial year. We had hoped that at least the planning would start this year and then the implementation would be next year, but better late than never, because we have gone halfway the NDP period. If we don't have these established next financial year, they may have to be pushed in NDP 4. The other one is emphasis on IP. It's important that every institution has an IP policy, so as to avoid conflicts we have heard about in institutions out of innovations. So it is important that we have that. The other one is the fact that the National Council and the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology have a collaboration which is intended to promote research and innovation in higher education institutions in Uganda. And the executive secretary has reminded us, and certainly we are discussing how best we can implement this collaboration. Now, as a way, there were some issues, some questions which were particularly asked, directed at National Council for Education, to do with accreditation, to do with policies on shared resources. We've taken note of that, but for the particular question from Moni about the accreditation of different programs, we have two sets of documents that can help you: the capacity indicators and also the minimum standards for various subjects. But in the event that those are not sufficient, please feel free to seek that information from the technical staff at the Secretariat of the National Council for Higher Education. Now, post this conference, National Council for Higher Education will send the conference report, and this conference report will contain proposals for strategies for preparation of an ODEL roadmap based on the different higher education contexts in Uganda. You may recall that this was included in the invitation letters that we sent you. Now, we expect that once you receive a report, you will respond by either making comments, suggestions, and so on. And those responses will contribute to preparation of an action plan for mainstreaming implementation of ODEL in higher education in the country. So take it seriously. When you get it, give it attention. And this reminds me to ensure that the communication from institutions don't take so long. We asked each institution to have a focal point person. Some institutions have appointed such people, others haven't, but that will help, because once a vice chancellor gets that communication, you just pass it on to that officer to spearhead the implementation or the response. So please respond when you get that. It is now my pleasure to invite the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education and Sports to officially close the conference. Dr. Gao.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Edie. I'd like to recognize you, Edie, and your team, and distinguished participants here present physically and those online, our vice chancellors, professors, and the staff of the various universities and institutions of higher learning here present, our distinguished facilitators from not only Uganda, but even abroad, our distinguished education stakeholders in your various capacities, and all those that have joined us at this conference, ladies and gentlemen. I've been introduced already. I am a director for higher education. I have a message from the permanent secretary, and I'm representing the permanent secretary, and I'm the acting permanent secretary. I've already been introduced. But I want to say from my perspective as a director, first, before I get to the PS,
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this two-day conference that focused on teaching, learning, assessment, using ODER or using IT or technologies in higher education. I am happy, and I want to start by expressing how happy I am to be here. I have been online the whole of yesterday. I have been online since morning. I have followed all the presentations that have been here. I want to tell you that I have enjoyed every bit of the presentations. Like the ED has said, it's like everything, you think this is the best. The next one comes, you just rate it as the best and you fail to get the best. Even the little time I sat here, I have just enjoyed everything that I have seen on that panel. Congratulations to all of you. I am greatly inspired by the experiences of the innovative practices in e-learning, in ODER that have been presented here since yesterday. Personally, I did not know that so much is going on. Actually, I just learned all of them from the presentations here. And I want to thank all of you. I can see so much. We thought we were in trouble. We don't have so much. We don't have infrastructure. We can't do anything. But I have seen so much is going on despite the challenges that we have. And I want to thank all of you for the attempts and the struggles that we've gone through. What I saw from all these also is that I think we can no longer go business as usual. IT has come. I heard people yesterday talk about the negative experiences, negative attitude that some people have, but I just want to say, I think there is no way we can now run away from IT and technology and the ICTs. And so if we are still having negative attitudes, at one time we'll just find ourselves proceed because we're not going backwards. And there is no choice now. We just have to go that direction. So I'm really, really happy with what's going on. I know the challenges are there. We know them. But I know also I was very, very impressed that so much is going on despite those challenges. We suffered during COVID-19. I know the initial stages were very difficult because even those universities that eventually came on board started struggling, and all of us were struggling. I mean, for us in the sector, actually, we did not know what to do. While the higher education, we were saying possibly they can do something. The lower ones were even worse because there is nothing that they could do for such people. So the sector was that, and so that's why we really say thank you to National Council for Higher Education that eventually came up with emergency, called it emergency ODER, guidelines so that we were able, the higher education institutions were enabled to do something. And we are so grateful that there are a number of students that eventually graduated on time because despite the challenges. And so we are very, very grateful to you, National Council for Higher Education. I must really appreciate your choice of all the speakers and the keynote speakers as well. All of them have been excellent. Yesterday, I listened to the first keynote speaker. This morning, I listened to the second keynote speaker. And I said, what a choice. Where did you get them from? It were all excellent. And just like I said, the speakers themselves have all been excellent. I want to thank all those who have done researches that have shared here. I want to thank our counterparts in the National Council for Science and Technology and all those other MDAs that have helped share the experiences here and even offered to continue this relationship. So I'm really grateful. Finally, before I say what the PS wanted to say, let me talk about the digital agenda. Yesterday, I talked about it briefly, but I did not go into the details. And even now, I don't have time to go into the details. But I want to tell you that that digital agenda is highly comprehensive. It has been developed by a team of experts that include a number of people here. I know Nora is one of them, and Dr. Kwanzi, Paul Birevu, and all those members of that digital agenda committee. It's been very, very comprehensive. We are going to have a very high level input into that digital agenda, which we have already heard from the experts that are in the higher education subsector. The many issues that have come up here as I listened to them, I saw all of them inside that digital agenda. The planning is already done. And we are saying that agenda once launched, it is really a tool for us to now look for the funding, because I also had the concerns about funding. We have so many things, the environment is good, but implementation is the problem, and it's mainly because of funding. But we are saying once that agenda is out, it's also one thing that is going to help us do the funding. In here, I had people talk, why can't government do this? Why can't government do this? All this is factored into that agenda, and we hope that we'll now move in a coordinated way to ensure that we get what the country needs in terms of digital transformation. So I want to thank you so much for all this input that you have made. In fact, you have enriched that agenda. As we now go into the work plan, we're going to pick many of the things that you've discussed here, and I hope National Council will give us the report to help us enrich the work plan and the way forward for that digital agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, that's from me. Thank you very much. Now, let me just take you to what my permanent secretary said I should tell you. She says she's honored to be part of this 4th Annual Higher Education Conference 2022 and privileged to be on this last day when everyone has listened to all the presentations that have gone on. I want to thank the National Council for Higher Education for maintaining this tradition of annually organizing the conference in fulfillment of their mandate of disseminating information on higher education for the benefit of the public. So the conference has provided an avenue for you to present and also learn from the information which has been gathered through research. During the conference, a number of topical presentations have been made. I am aware that they stimulated lively discussions and sharing of information and experiences. As a ministry, we look forward to receiving the conference recommendations. I believe they will contribute to the finalization of the digital agenda that is being developed. On behalf of the Ministry of Education and Sports, I want to express our appreciation to the National Council for Higher Education for coming up with the emergency open, distance, and electronic learning system, which enabled institutions of higher learning forge a way of continuing with learning during COVID-19 pandemic. We shall support National Council for Higher Education in its efforts of increasing accessibility to address the challenge of low enrollment in the institutions. I want to call upon all the heads of institutions to embrace ODEL by planning, by budgeting for its inclusion in your delivery modes. However, I also want to warn the institutions that are applying for implementation of ODEL or are already using it not to compromise on the quality of higher education. And please work with National Council for Higher Education to ensure that you have all the programs accredited as per the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act before you mount such programs. I urge all the participants, both physical and online, to use the information and knowledge that is attained from this conference and adopt what is applicable in your institutions to improve the use of ODEL, especially in teaching, learning, and assessment. Finally, I want to thank all of you and very much. And I take this opportunity now to declare the 4th Annual Higher Education Conference officially closed for God and my country.
Prof, you want to? Thank you very much. Another round of applause to the PS. Thank you very much. May I ask you to clap for yourselves? May I ask us to clap for the team behind this, headed by Professor Kwakol and Dr. Nora. Please, if you were part of the organizers of this team, stand up. Ma'am, please. Professor, please. Can we give these people a round of applause? The team behind Soul, Cosmas, the National Council for Education team, stand up. Yes, these are the people who have amazingly spent sleepless nights to bring us together They have been the minds behind this event. Thank you very much, everyone. May I ask that we clap for the team from the Makerere University Business School, the technical team that have been streaming and showing us live on YouTube. They have informed me that all the proceedings of this conference have been recorded and they're on the YouTube platform for the National Council for Higher Education. So if you want to go back and listen to them, if you missed any presentation, everything is there. I've also been informed that the presentations that have been made today and yesterday will be shared on your emails. So you didn't miss nothing, right? I've also been informed that we have a team from the Embassy of Somalia, the education attaché, and your team, please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much for coming and for staying with us from yesterday. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I want to thank me for being a good moderator. Say no more, Mr. Serwanja. I release you the blessing of God, but I want to invite Reverend Canon to pray for us. As Reverend comes, I want to say a special thank you to all our sponsors, Seed Global Health, Centenary Bank, Renu, SCCA. Yes, let's clap for them. BRAC, FAWE, and UNCST. Thank you. Reverend Canon, you're very welcome, sir.
Those who are able, let us stand and pray. Almighty God, we want to thank you so much. You see, we are very joyful. We are very happy because you have fed us. We have learned. We have heard. And also we have seen. And we thank you for all that we have seen. We thank you for all that we have heard. We also thank you for all that we have learned about how to enhance teaching, learning, assessment using Odero. And Lord, we want to pray that as we leave, we don't leave your presence. You will go with us as we go back to our respective places of work and also of stay. And that your blessing will be upon us now and forevermore through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Canon Alex. I wish you a very great time. There is tea. Please share my love with your families and may God bless you. Good night. Thank you all. There are also some admin announcements that I have to make. You can pass by the front desk, or we can call it the back desk, for your allowances as you go. Please, there's the admin desk. You should go and sign for your allowance for being part of the conference. Thank you and good night.
The National Council for Higher Education will host the 4th Annual Higher Education Conference on the 14th and the 15th of September 2022 under the theme Enhancement of Teaching, Learning and Assessment with Open and Distance E-Learning in Higher Education. The conference is a blended event featuring keynote speakers, presenters and discussion panels moderated by experts. The venue is at Hotel Africana for the invited guests only, starting at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for virtual participation, please visit www.unche.or.ug for the webinar link. The guest of honor will be the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports, Honorable Janet K. Museveni, and this will be broadcast live on NBS TV. The National Council for Higher Education will host the 4th Annual Higher Education Conference on the 14th and the 15th of September 2022 under the theme Enhancement of Teaching, Learning and Assessment with Open and Distance E-Learning in Higher Education. The conference is a blended event featuring keynote speakers, presenters, and discussion panels, moderated by experts. The venue is at Hotel Africana for the invited guests only, starting at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And for virtual participation, please visit www.unche.or.ug for the webinar link. The guest of honor will be the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports,